Marathon submission for Final Fantasy VII Remake, as you can see. New game plus hard, no major glitches, so that's why we're loading up a save here. This will be done on the PS5. Save loads are a little bit better. Just in general, it flows more consistently. Let's just get right into it. We'll talk about Marathon specifics in Chapter 3. Right now, let's focus on the combat we have laying in front of us. 1, 2, 3. We're going to turn around in Blizzara after hitting those guys. And you'll notice how they kind of, like, die and the time slows there. That's because I staggered them. You see these guys just flat out die. You have to get rid of all 4 of those enemies to get through the point. But the party, the way the synergy functions is it's a character you control. I guess if you consider that the party leader, yeah. But I'll try and go over synergy as it's important. Synergy is really weird materia that's super busted, but a giant pain in the butt to use.
Let's finish this.
Third. Okay. So we want to make sure we're a certain distance down that alleyway so that everybody spawns on the upper floor here. That will allow the elevator to go up and start coming back down almost immediately, so we can kind of clip in underneath it. Neat little thing, you can actually soft lock here if you don't move after hitting the elevator button. You stay clipped to the floor instead of the elevator. Since it clipped under you, you're not on it just yet. Sometimes it'll work if you hit the button. The game, depending on when you do, the game will clip you to the elevator. But for the most part, you can soft lock there within the first 60 seconds. It's a good meme donation joke,
This way.
if you want. So we're going to just murder everything here. You can actually save load to kind of bug out that fight right there. Or not the fight, but everybody kind of like, the fence will fall open immediately and you'll see all of them running in front of it, but they won't be able to get through. It's kind of funny. Anyway, we're triple slashing right here so that... Empty triple slashing right here so that I can roll out of the third hit. There's also a giant invisible wall here, so I have to open the door with this switch. But there'll be a lot of places where if I have triple slash, and I only have 2 enemies I need to kill, I'll try and make the first one miss on purpose so that I waste the least amount of time with the first swing and then follow up. The second and third swing does hit harder as long as it doesn't hit the same target multiple times. That's not super important, but it is beneficial sometimes. Mainly what we're aiming for is the third slash to hit and kill an enemy. And then roll right out of it to get a little bit of extra movement. Because even if we don't roll, we'll still get the slow put away animation. So it's icing on the cake. We always start with Barret here. We're going to move forward a little bit to the left to make sure Catastrophe hits everything. And what's going to happen here is we move forward enough that Catastrophe hits all 3 of these guys. And then we wait long enough, and the mono drives spawn in to the Catastrophe AoE. Then it kills. And this is a really good laser cycle.
Not too shabby.
Hopefully I don't mess it up. The laser cycle here is somewhat random, but are you... Wow. That was good until I screwed it up really bad. You need to kind of sandbag if you get a laser cycle like that. You gotta wait a little bit on the 4th and 5th one. So we got a Thundera here. You see the 2 Thunderas didn't kill, but Barret cast a free Thunder there. That's actually synergy kicking in. Oh, wait. Okay. I wanted to make sure Barret was talking. If you go to save load before Barret starts talking, there's a chance that you'll end up wasting time. I did waste a little bit of time reopening the menu. I probably had it, but save loading twice is not something I want to do. Especially not this early. It looks really stupid. So yeah. The reason we're on steel pincers for a couple of different reasons. It has decently high magic for Barret and really good physical, so his Catastrophe actually does a decent chunk of damage. And if we keep him at max MP, he gets a 20% damage bonus, and he has like a 15% elemental damage bonus, I think. So he ends up hitting decently hard. Not as hard as EKG Cannon, but if you can keep him at max MP, we're just going to keep rolling here until we get hit by the laser, which didn't happen. Very interesting. Unfortunately, the Catastrophe didn't pay out. Trying to get Catastrophe to just wipe out all the enemies so that we could make sure our flee timer wasn't random, but that's how it is sometimes. Have to wait it out. Alright, so we're going to start with a triple slash right off the bat, and that's more so for the synergy than the actual triple slash. Actually, I take that back. Both of them hit pretty decently. We could use Braver or Disorder. Disorder probably would be the most beneficial. Disorder being not that it does more damage, but it costs less ATB and it automatically switches you into Punisher stance. But we don't have it shortcut, so it's not worth doing. I did do some experimentation with it at one point, and it's not worth going into menu for. I used to also menu the Thundiga here and just put Blizzard and Magnify on my shortcuts, but okay, damage is going to be a little bit screwy here. Barrett's at max damage, and he does, or max MP and double luck up. So he has a bonus 40% chance of crit. So he actually had closer to like a 50-50 on this. Thundiga. So I do switch to Barrett there manually for a reason. So I can make sure he doesn't dodge roll before the Thundiga. So those Thunders come out as soon as possible. Not super necessary, but since the camera changes almost instantaneously, I think it's better than letting him roll, slowing things down. Synergy. Oh my God. Synergy happens mainly in the situation that the character you're controlling, so whoever you're in control of, Cloud Tifa, whatever, does an offensive attack towards an enemy. That includes any ATB, or that includes only ATB costing actions. And it doesn't necessarily have to be an offensive spell. It can be a debuff as well, so like slow, stop, berserk, silence, that kind of stuff, all is included. We're going to abuse it specifically with berserk, because berserk is actually really, really strong. We're sticking with Fury Rings almost the entire game because it gives a 30% damage bonus. It does make us take 30% more damage, but that doesn't matter if we murder everything in the first shot. And then we're going to Berserk bosses to increase that gap even more, so they take 60% more damage while we're dealing 60% more. Barrett's stats are fortunately trash, or unfortunately trash, rather. He's only good at tanking, and the problem is the bosses like to target the character you're in control of. And since Barrett has bad stats, building ATB with him is almost useless. So you're usually never going to be in control of him to tank. So we basically just use him as a support unit, unfortunately. Synergy does give him something to do, thankfully, but it's not the best choice. Synergy's really best on Cloud or Aerith because of their ridiculously high magic stats. But in some cases where we actually just want to cast directly with Cloud or Aerith, we're going to be Synergy on somebody else. Like, during most of the dungeons, Barrett will have Synergy, but Cloud might get Synergy during the boss fight. So what I did right there, I switched to Barrett to re-target the Synergy. As long as you switch to a character that's using Synergy while they're casting the spell, not before, you can force them to retarget. Normally, they'll target the first thing you attack, and in that instance, everything I hit was dead. So he would have cast Synergy Thunder on nothing, kind of like in Final Fantasy, where you miss because you target a dead enemy. But luckily, I found that pretty early on with Synergy, and it was a really nice improvement. Okay, he did critical, so it's whatever. He should be dead. Alright, you see this lock on here? We're waiting for that to disappear. Okay. Okay. That was a little bit scuffed, but I had to wait for Barrett to Synergy Thunder. I was trying to ice that turret, but I was at a really awkward angle. So I ended up hitting part of the ring instead of the turret itself. That's a very early example of ice and fire being really obnoxious. You got to do a lot of work to make sure they don't whiff. They can interact with the environment. This. Alright, so no matter what I have, even if I kept Blizzard and Magnify on, I need to shortcut fire because I use it a lot. We'll be switching over to Thunder once we get back to Chapter 5. But for now, fire is really useful. We've got a lot of shock troopers to fight. Mainly the big issue is Chapter 4 Roche's fight is very hard to deal with. Roche is...
I never smelled anything so foul.
Very chunky. The only thing that really interrupts him is like a tier 3 spell. Fire Guy's the only one that really does it consistently. And everything else is really hard. So if we went in with Ice Lightning, we'd be having a really tough time of it. Luckily, the sweepers have been downgraded in this version of PS5 to the point where we can get away with icing them instead of using lightning magnify. So luckily the route's a lot easier in the PS5 version and PC version because of that. Some monsters are a little bit stronger, so they don't get one shot by things they would have in the PS4 version. Specifically like Gorgers and Rats. We could just triple slash and one shot them. Now that's not the case. I think you probably could do it with Hard Edge because of the increased physical, but definitely not with Mithril Saber anymore. You'd have to have like Ice Elemental. The thing is, ATB Stagger ends up being a lot stronger interaction with Ice. Ice will basically stagger any enemy you run into. So with ATB Stagger in mind, ATB Stagger will activate whenever we stagger an enemy. Staggering happens first. So we get 900 ATB back every time we stagger an enemy. That can only activate once if the spell is unmagnified. If the spell is magnified, it'll activate up to 3 times. So we'll end up getting 2,700 ATB back instead of 900. Oh, what am I doing? That's not the mash button. So we're going to go for a little bit of a time save. There's 2 here. One of them is 100% with my control. The other one is just random. We're going to pitch the camera here so that the car explodes and we get to keep jogging. Hopefully. Okay, good. I got decent enough positioning. If you do it wrong, Cloud will slow down and kind of look at the car. That's an early example of, like, we need to manipulate the camera in the right space. I'm going to have to shut up here for a second so I can do the menu.
Station's intact.
Okay, so what I was doing there was switching over to graphics to increase the chance of Sephiroth despawning. Looks like we got round 1. He does have a secondary respawn point. This only happens in the PS5 and PC, but switching to graphics really increases the likelihood of him not spawning properly. Okay, here. Oh, doesn't matter at this point. Alright. Oh, I don't see him around the corner. Okay. So, switching to graphics mode makes it very unlikely that he'll spawn. I'd say about 80%. There are some days where the game just literally will not cooperate. The thing about this is, it's not going to kill a marathon run, but it will put you behind pretty early on. The problem is this saves, like, I'd say maybe 15 to 20 seconds. If you do it perfectly with the graphics setting, it saves like 22 if you don't do it with graphics. So I'd say it's closer to like 15 to 18 with a menu. Less if you like really screw up the menu for whatever reason. If you could do it efficiently the way that I did it, where I kind of like listened for the clicks so that I could buffer the input to system and then just mash the crap out of X. As you may have noticed, Cloud kind of stopped at the end of that alleyway. That's because he maintained running speed. For whatever reason, the cutscene speed of Cloud, like, walking very slow is tied to seeing Sephiroth in the alleyway. So if we despawn him, that's what saves time, is just being able to jog over walking for quite a long time period. So that'll be nice. We'll keep this going early on. Hopefully I won't make any big mistakes. The next big thing is kind of the fountain area here. You kind of need to sandbag a little bit, because a lot of these enemies HP lock if you try to kill them too fast. So you have to walk that fine line of making sure you kill them efficiently, but not so efficiently that they lock HP and you have to kill them normally or something. The other issue is if they HP lock, you usually get screwed out of the dagger activation. God, I love this so much. Yeah, that's the problem with the lock-on mechanic I'm using. The game really doesn't like you. That's basically the problem. It's nice because I don't need to take my thumb off the left pad to swap targets, but it's also awful because sometimes the game just decides to be annoying. Probably gonna have the other guy alive. Alright. I could ATB boost in that situation and go for a triple slash, but what are you gonna do? So we're gonna wait and then cross slash when this one drops. That'll time it out properly that both the final 2 will unlock their HP as the last slash goes through. It's a nice little thing we can do. Right here we want to sandbag a little bit because E here takes a while to be killable. It may look like I could kill him right there once he starts moving, but he actually, I think that's part of his program AI, so the lock on E takes a while. You really don't have to wait with Blizzard, you could have just cast it immediately. But you're trying your best to avoid the grenaders locking HP, which means you gotta hit them naturally. I don't really think it saves that much time, but it does save the bad put-away animation. And it saves the fraction of time it takes to attack them directly. I want to go down the street after that.
It's all or nothing now.
Yeah, I guess we can go down the street. Probably should. You can go down the middle of the street here. It saves a little bit of time. But if you screw up your targeting like I did earlier, it's not going to save squad. Okay, now we're going to just go cut across the street here. And that's part of the reason why I don't like doing that. Are you serious? Nice. I hate it so much. Alright, we're just gonna roll what we got here and try and keep our ATB. Okay, that's worked out decently. Lock on.
Bundle up. No holding back.
So awful. He should walk into the Blizzard here, though. I could have triple slashed there. I needed to delay that Fire. So I could have just killed him with one Fire if I'd waited a little bit longer. Because all three of the Blizzaras would have staggered him, and then the Fire would have done max damage. Unfortunate. But it's rare that I get that setup that he's going to be in all three of the Blizzaras. Very uncommon. Trincar movement here is pretty obnoxious, to be perfectly honest. The problem is, it's actually, like, really obtuse and not apparent. You would think you can just clip through the middle of these guys, but you can't. You gotta stick to here, stick to Biggs to make sure Kyrie doesn't block you, and then zip right between these guys. Okay, so that first set, normally, on the PS4, you can just walk right down the center of the train car. PS5, PC, not as easy. You gotta hook around the left to get around those two guys. You need to stick to Biggs' back so Kyrie doesn't block you and slow you down. And then, once you get past that, you have to make sure you bonk on Biggs like no more than 2 times. If you bonk a third time, you'll lose enough momentum that you can't slip between those two NPCs. As you can tell, I was pretty close to screwing it up because I bonked twice. The trick is, if you just stick close to him, you should be pretty decent, but it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you stick too close, you bonk 3 times, then you have to wait for the NPCs, which means you have to wait for him to get in place and then say his dialogue. So, like I promised earlier, we're still talking about some marathon specific stuff. So we do have quite a few slower chapters where there's really nothing going on but story progression, or at least for good chunks of the gameplay, and there's very little to explain. So let's see, it's chapter 3. 4 has some slowdown. So 3 has a little bit in it, but 3 and 4 are pretty slow, so there's plenty of time to talk about stuff. Marathon related, what have you, the charity, donation incentives, donations themselves, etc., etc. We also have, like I said, very little to explain. 5, 6, 7, I'd say 8 has a slow point. Walking around in the slums. 9 has a bit of a slow point when we get to Wall Market. There's a little bit to talk about there, but, you know, I can fill the time easily enough. Because there is things to talk about, but nothing super duper important. Let's see here. The next one would probably be... There's plenty of places where you can fit in a donation here or there, to be perfectly honest. If you ask for it, no problem.
Always happy to help stick it to Shinra.
I think the next one is... There's a huge chunk in 13.
So, you make drinks with everyone?
Much as I could.
There's a cutscene in 14, which I think is a good donation incentive. There's a little bit of slowdown there. And then you kind of get... There's a big chunk in 16, and then once you hit 17 and 18, it's all gas. No brakes. As for donation incentives, there's language. I have no really important language cues. The 2 language cues I use, I can just wait for the dialogue to end or eyeball it on the boss. But we have English, Japanese, and French. So,
And here
very
we
popular
are. Good old
choices.
Stargazer Heights. You're on the second floor.
We also have that soft lock I was referring to in Chapter 1. Could be a meme donation incentive.
Room 201 here is where I
We
sleep.
do have super bosses. That's
much
something I'd
else.
prefer
What
not
with
to do
Seventh
unless it's
Heaven
the
and
end
all.
of a marathon.
Not even time to
But it is
decorate.
possible. It's not something I'm completely routed in, but
Here's your hint.
it is something
Don't
I could
worry.
learn
You
pretty
did?
easily.
Yes?
I've done them
Oh.
casually,
No.
like within a
And
couple
this?
of minutes.
That one's,
Most of the bosses are like 30-second
no
fights
worries.
now, so I could route a more interesting one and then maybe show off the better route that just kind of one-shots the boss or loops them if necessary. We also have, like I said, Chapter 14 has a really nice cutscene with Barrett that I don't think many people see because it requires you to basically skip all the side quests. And assuming that most people play through the game once, you're going to have done most of the side quests, if not all of them. So you're going to get either Aerith's or Tifa's scene there. And even on a follow-through playthrough, you're most likely going to do some of the side quests anyway because it gives you the manuals and stuff like that, other good upgrade items. So they're worth doing. Not all of them, though, so you'll most likely get Tifa and Aerith's. Unless, some people may just, skip a side quest, but it's very uncommon. So I don't think many people have seen Barrett's cutscene, which is about 2 minutes long, and it's really good character building for him. So I think it's worth showing. May not get mad, but that's probably, my sell. There's also Stairs versus Elevator in Chapter 16. That one's very popular, always has been since OG came out. It's,
Don't worry.
about 7-minute swing on that. Estimate would not include stairs, obviously, because it's kind of like it really screws up your estimate if you include stairs. But if it's stairs plus the 14 cutscene, that's plus 10 overall. So instead of like a 440, it would be a 450, sub 450.
Suppose I could take it.
Definitely would not go over 450 though, unless I was playing very poorly for some reason. We do also...
He's a regular.
One other thing I'm thinking of.
Well,
To get
Kind of
free
bonked out of my head
our
for a
next
moment
stop.
there.
Then you know what to expect. Remember, she's a good
The UP DLC is closer to
Apparently it was
or
done by
I think
Karen.
closer to an hour. I'd have to take a look at the current route. It's definitely sub-hour, but for me it was close. I mean, I guess if you really wanted that as an incentive, that could be done as well.
I'm pretty good.
I have no issues doing New Game Plus UV,
Be nice.
but it's a pretty long one as
A
a
tried and true.
incentive
Thanks, Marl.
for sure. But it does have some unique combat that hopefully it gives us a eye into the next game.
Marl's great.
We
She helped get me
Yuffie is
started
like
in the
Barrett
dark
with
road
good
then.
attacks, basically.
while
That's
now?
the difference.
5 years,
She has
give or
Barrett's
take.
stats, but she has good moves.
But never
Pushed to
mind that.
42.
We've got to get
Yeah,
you
I would
back.
imagine. I haven't
Last stop is the weapons store.
really played it since I think my PB was like a 53 or some garbage like
We're
that.
so
Or
All right.
55, I want to say.
My
I could
assist-
probably get it to a 50 if I
Pretty
rerouted it
you
instead of
very
doing a
much.
bunch of
Seeing as we
stupid
can-
stuff
Well,
like I was doing.
Don't really know.
In that case, if you're serious, it's
That
not
and
worth
not using God or Dummerung is probably
Oh, I
the other
saw.
thing holding me back.
Yeah. Okay.
it. Didn't see anybody at the
Because it is
office.
free damage on a lot of enemies that you could probably just one shot and just dip out while you use a limit with Sonon. Kindred Court's good, but I don't think it's that great. Especially with how I menu probably would use just put in Kindred Court for Chapter 2. Meanwhile,
Scrap
use
Boulevard is out
limits
west.
on everything
Past the
else.
barricades,
So we got
supposedly
Crap
the
Boulevard coming up.
Anyway, we
I think
should
there's one other
just in
thing that we
case.
could do marathon-wise, but my brain's just fried itself. I'll go back to it if I think of it. I've got plenty of chapters to come back. So the reason I call this Crap Boulevard is this place is kind of
See why
poopy.
monsters would feel
Uh,
right at home.
Ice and fire spells can interact with the environment, and that turns off their damage box. So it can make these fights like this extremely obnoxious. Like, these guys right here might refuse to die. Hey, gosh. What are we doing? Blizzard. Okay, we sandbagged there on purpose, because linking those fights together can be a complete nightmare.
Let's keep at it.
Right? Good enough. Good enough. What am I doing to myself here? Thunder.
Charging in like it was nothing.
I'm lucky I know where this is from both camera angles. So that's what's called Fast Boulevard. There's a Faster Boulevard in Hard. New Game Plus, Easy and Normal, can get away with using Lightning Magnify early on. So you can actually just ATB boost with Cloud and one-shot everything as you're going through. The problem is that doesn't activate ATB stagger for us, and most of the enemy encounters we can't really like
Who?
just
Where
click
is he?
through, you know, one and then reset our ATB, click through and reset ATB or whatever. So ATB, MP Ice or Magnify Ice ends up being very strong with Cloud and you get plus hard.
Actually,
But
take
you
on it.
can toggle out into lightning there, ATB boost at the start of each fight, and then just Thunder Magnify, kill, start the next fight without exiting combat, Thunder Magnify, get as close to the next fight, then do the same thing with the other two. The problem I run into, though, is the order I go in is backwards from the one you would want to do that way. You want to Thunder Magnify, if you're going to use Thunder Magnify, you want to go clockwise, so start from the left to the right instead of counterclockwise. Problem is, you need to delay casting Thunder Magnify so that you get, you can get to the next combat zone before Cloud kills everything. The problem is going counterclockwise. Those two Gorgers, they have an ability called Feast where they'll snatch you up. They'll cancel your any move before you cast it. So you have to hold on to Thunder Magnify just long enough that either one of them can get close enough to Cloud to Feast. And you want a hard start with ATB boost, so you basically give them enough time to cancel your move, so it's pretty risky. If you go the other direction, though, you notice where the Gorgers were is way, way, way at the other end of the combat area. So you're pretty safe in that aspect. I also have Thunder Magnify or Thunder and First Strike on Tifa, so that as I pass that last combat zone, I can just turn around and kill with Tifa. Does save a couple of seconds to go Thunder Magnify, but the game doesn't like me, so every time I've tried it, I've got Feast for my be punished with, and there's other places I'd rather go for the extra 3 seconds or whatnot. That's one of the places where it probably would be a good idea to do it, but it's requires me relearning that segment and practicing it for probably like an hour.
I swear.
Yep.
And you can see how short it
Anyway,
is. It would
you
get
just set the officers on.
really annoying to do it like that. The menu's not that bad, because turns out Aerith already has lightning on for later. So I can just swap it out real quick. I'm not sure if he was close enough to Blizzard to die or not, but whatever. But yeah.
We need to go before they wake up.
Oh, I remember what it was. One runner, Brent, his name's Doug, has actually mentioned that blindfolded Rufus is possible. I could do a lot more practice on that. I probably wouldn't want to do it during the run, because it's very close to endgame, and I'd probably get really nervous and screw it up. But I could do it after the run. If it really had to be done during the run, I probably could get used to it, but most of that fight I can do... I've done it in the periphery of my vision, so I really couldn't, like, tell one way or the other. The only thing, I have to make a slight change to my shortcuts so that I don't have to go into the tactical menu. Because your tactical menu is a little bit weird, because I have it on Remember, so things can kind of be in a wrong spot. But I do know most of the timing for it, and I could learn it blindfolded pretty quickly. I would just need to adjust one thing, something hard, and practice it a little bit more. Luckily, that fight's pretty straightforward. It's 3 phases, and it's a lot of angular inputs. The boss really doesn't get enough chance to move around to the point where your fight falls apart unless you're extremely late with inputs. The only thing that would be kind of awkward would be the first phase to some extent, but because I use triple slash to get Rufus off me anyway, he ends up on the ground for 95% of the fight, unable to shoot me. So it's pretty safe. The chances of me getting shot by Rufus are legitimately only if I screw up the fight. And because of the way you can like start your combat with an angled input so you attack the right thing, the only downside would be like you'd have to make sure to work in the lock-on. Also, NPCs are super powerful in this game and can really get in your way. If you get really unlucky, NPCs can lose you time. Some of the cutscenes where you're like having dialogue, where you can mash through, not skip, the characters need to be in a neutral stance when they finish. So if a couple of NPCs start blasting through and run into Cloud over and over again, they can keep resetting his position and stop him from being in the exit position. So it can end up losing you little chunks of time. There's a lot of little weird stuff in here that can lose you little bits of time, nothing too major. The only thing that's like major time loss is fights that you've routed poorly. Most of the fights, there's a consistent way to get through it if you mess with it enough. Like this one right here is somewhat random. So you just swing and go.
Bundle up.
Fine. That was a perfect fight. That's not very common. You're just hoping that the,
So if they weren't Shinra,
I remember that, or this fight right here is very straightforward.
lesson 1 for life
If
on
they
the
all
ground
decide to
floor.
work with you.
Get some rest.
We used to do Fire Magnify in there. Problem is Magnify stops duplicating. Oh yeah, NPCs pushing you out of the way. Yeah, the NPCs in this game are too strong. The PS4 version, they basically they couldn't interact with you. But for some reason, the PS5, they buffed them so that the NPCs are like actual gods. It's crazy. I don't know why the NPCs got the buff. Out of all the things that could have been buffed, why it was the NPCs. So we're going to skip a couple of cutscenes here. We don't have to do the motorcycle minigame for New Game Plus. Thank you, Urshaniko. We'll see if I can get some good luck going on here. I'll settle for moderate luck and decent execution with a good commentary. I'll take the middle of the road, because that's what you're mainly going to see in a marathon run. As much as I'd love to say I'm going to PB in a marathon run, the odds are super slim, dim. Then again, my PB is kind of poopy-doopy, so there's a very decent chance I could PB in a marathon run if I'm grinding out marathon practice and not actual runs. Or PB attempts, rather. Alright. Since they did announce Limit Break, I was like, alright, well, I could practice today, or I could practice commentary instead. So we want to make sure to stay away from Wedge there. If we get too close, he'll start talking to the cats, which will slow down this cutscene. It's not this cutscene right here, because as soon as we get close to Jessie, she just starts talking immediately. So we're going to save load again to skip all this dialogue. The PC version has way more save loads, but it actually loses you IRL time. So if you wanted me to do a PC run, that would be very possible. I don't even know what the pace is. I haven't been looking at the timer, but that's cool.
Okay, let's head in.
So right here, you got to stay close to them to make sure that the dialogue starts. You have to get around this corner and then face the wall. I'm not quite sure why you have to face the wall, but hey, that's how it is. If you actually put your back to the wall, Cloud will turn around twice. It's really weird. So we're up into Chapter 4. This is where fun goes to die. Crap Boulevard is pretty obnoxious, but it's not like the end of everything. It's just really annoying to deal with. The annex here is very obnoxious. Pretty much, the first couple of phases are pretty straightforward. We can just nuke everything with Ice Magnify. Same thing with the fourth phase. But the third phase is a little awkward with, once we get to the dog phase is when things get awkward. So, when we get to the dog phase, we want to blizzard the ones in front of us and then fire the ones chasing Wedge. And as long as we have enough AHV and do it properly, the Fire will one-shot all of those dogs chasing him. You could upgrade it to Fire a Guh, but not really that good of an idea, to be perfectly honest. It ends up taking longer to cast, so the dogs usually get more separated. You could tactical menu the Fire, I guess, so that it's a little bit quicker. There are some times where tactical menuing stuff isn't a bad idea. Specifically if you only use the combat trick like 3 times or less. It's probably not worth shortcutting, unless there's really nothing else you're going to use. But at that point, you're just better off leaving it alone. So, the dog phase is where the randomness kind of starts. We're going to be spamming a lot of Blizzard Magnify, Blizzara Magnify in the first phase, and phase 2 to get rid of everything. We need Fire MP Absorb so that we have enough MP to make it through this, or we need MP up. And I've opted to cut MP up for Skillmaster on Scorpion, and then I cut Skillmaster off for Refocus, so I can refocus in the second phase. You can refocus at the very beginning, because you get enough limit. But what I'm doing is I'm actually going to hold the refocus until Biggs and Wedge are talking after they push the missile turrets off of the upper platform. And what that does is it allows me to refocus while Biggs is talking. So his dialogue will progress, even though refocus slows the flow of time to show you a cool animation. So we kind of basically skip his dialogue, or at least save time equal to his dialogue in that setup. We're gonna wait for Biggs here because he's the one that's setting up the starting the dialogue. But we could refocus immediately, but waiting until Biggs does his dialogue at the end of phase 2 saves us a little bit of time. It does make getting enough ATB for the dog a little bit harder, the dog phase a little bit harder, but not possible. We'll be pretty close right off the bat, and if you make sure to attack after Blizzard Magnify, you can build up the ATB pretty easily. It will make one-shotting the dogs chasing Biggs a little bit harder unless you have good ATB to start with. Refocus will consume your limit, give you 500 points back regardless of whether it's level 2 or level 1. Level 2 is 1,350, level 1 is 1,000. And then it splits your 2,000 point ATB bar, that's 1,000, 1,000, into thirds, and makes it cost 650, 650, and 700. So basically all your commands are 2/3 cost, which means you can spam a lot harder, and with ATB Stagger plus Ice Magnify triggering it over and over again, we're basically going to be drowning in ATB. And Stagger also gives you a 350 point allotment of limit, so we will have a limit accessible. We won't be able to take it in the Roche, though, because the game's stupid. Oh, this is actually perfect ATB. Dead, 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 nice. Blizzara. I want to delay that Blizzara a little bit because that went too well. And if I fire it off too soon, Blizzara won't hit. Okay. Refocus is good in a speed run. But casually, it's really, I'd say it's best in boss fights. Maybe against, like, God or Dummerung, immediately refocus, take your 500, and then you can get it back in, like, a summon fight. Okay. This is kind of good, but not really. This will make ATB building a lot easier, so I always start with enough. But it is a little bit slower than hitting them both with fire. So we're going to refocus right here as soon as Big starts talking. Notice that his dialogue continues, and then we skip it. So we Blizzard the dogs here, fire these, and we should be able to one-shot all of them. The upside to this is it skips Biggs' additional dialogue lines by one-shotting. Are you kidding me, dude? Please back up. No! Oh, you suck.
You're mine. Bundle up.
Sometimes you can get the sweepers to back up into one another so that you get a... I wanted to hold forward there for one tick before I started casting Fire, so I'd start this with 2 bars, and I didn't have to do anything in this phase. We can Firaga Roche if our ATB is extremely bad. We do have enough MP to get away with it, but it will limit our MP for the Whisper fights. So we're going to Fire twice, stance change for Punisher counter, and then Fire 2 more times. We could use Fire. In that situation right there, I could have used Blizzard Magnify and then Fire. It saves a very minute amount of time. You also lose a little bit more MP to it. So it's really not worth doing. Basically, just spam Fire on him and you're fine. So that's it for the Annex. Did lose a little bit of time to the stupid sweepers, but that's how it is.
If we stuck around or went back.
Yeah, I would assume. Yeah, the thing is, there's a route you can do here where you keep Skillmaster. And the real important part is Skillmaster does activate to give you another ATB, another 900 ATB back, but not having your ATB split into thirds means 900 is 9/10 of a move, not a move in a third. So refocus is you could call it a baby strat, but it really doesn't lose you that much time, and it means that you can always make it through the Annex. If you don't have refocus, the sweeper's not backing up is a giant pain in the ass, because it takes 4 Blizzaras instead of 3, which is what you're looking for. It looked like the thing is, my route is marathon safe. There are some things I YOLO a little bit on, but they're easily backed up. most of the things are theoretically idiot-proof. They're just minor time losses for the most part. There's a reason I have the second best time, because I don't do the best strats. I do the safest strats, or at least I try to. I do get greedy and do some dumb... I used to do some dumb things on a lot of dumb fights. I'm trying to reduce that as much as possible. Most of my endgame's pretty safe. I've been talked out of doing most of the dumb stuff that I do. I just need to practice or tweak things a little bit to get rid of the last little bit of dumb stuff. Like synergy on the Chapter 17 boss rush with air, it seems like it should be a good idea.
Me too.
But yeah, refocus. We will use refocus a few times throughout the run. The next time I believe we're going to use it will be on... Ooh, that's uncommon. You usually don't get in front of Biggs twice. The NPCs will push you faster than you can run, so that does save a little bit of time. That's nice.
That's
Not very often you get it, but can't really complain when you do. The next fight will be Airbuster, and I'm actually, since I have a party of more than one, I'll be able to refocus with the other character while the combat's going on and do continue the rest of the fight with the other characters. Refocus will progress normally as combat goes on, as long as you're not on that character. It's a little slowdown effect and all that slows the flow of combat, stops happening. So we can have refocus go on while still progressing the fight normally. It's a really nice tool that comes up every now and again. The problem is refocus plus God or Dumb unfortunately hampers your damage by a significant amount. The thing is, the 30% damage bonus from Berserk is really important. And using God or Dumb basically cuts you out of that. Because the problem is you can't Berserk your own party. Well, at least without doing a bug, and it's probably not worth the effort to do it. There's a way you can corrupt targeting, and Berserk only allows you to target an enemy, so you could corrupt target your allies with Berserk Magnify, but it's probably not worth it. Maybe in the PC route where you're allowed to use all 3 God or Dumb runs, because the DLC is free with the game, but probably not. But yeah, you're losing out on a 30% damage bonus, which ends up being incredibly massive in hard mode. Cloud can self-berserk himself when he's in Punisher. As long as you hold square for his finisher where he stabs the ground, he gets a short berserk. The berserk timer will be related to what mode you're in, though. Because I believe status ailments last a quarter the time in easy. Normal, obviously, is the normal timer, and I believe they last twice as long in hard. So Berserk is like 1.5 seconds in easy, but it's like 5 or something like that. God or Dumb does give you a natural trickle charge on your limit, but outside of that, it doesn't like increase your limit gain from other system mechanics. But it will give you like 10 points of limit over a second, I think, or something like that. So we're gonna somersault right here on this guy. Okay, I should have... No! I think... Oh, thank gosh. So what I was trying to do there was to kill all the last 3 Whispers all at once. What's going on here? Are you serious? How? He should have one-shot them all. That's so cancer, dude. I literally don't know what happened there. That was so stupid. Did she really kill that one a frame later? That's so obnoxious.
Are they trying to stop us from reaching the others?
So if you kill the last 3 of those, it should avoid spawning an additional wave of Whispers. I honestly have no idea why that one spawned, but not another one. The only thing I can guess is she killed all 3 with the somersault, and fire killed the other one a frame later, but it should have cost 2 to spawn, so I honestly don't know what the hell. That fight does some really stupid stuff. So we're gonna Blizzara here. Hope for an Impale. I guess not. Get the heck out of here. Well, that was about as fun as getting a medical procedure done. I've had a lot of them, so I can tell you how fun it is.
All right.
Yeah,
Sure.
so
Huh?
the somersault
tell you
should
that
one-shot
obvious. Okay.
those other three, and Fyra should kill the one on the right. As long as you kill 4 out of 4 or 3 out of 3 all at the same time, it should not spawn the second wave. I don't know why it did. I didn't lose too much time because I realized the other one spawned in pretty quickly, but that was super duper obnoxious. The thing is, the reason you're trying to avoid spawning that other wave in is they take forever to be targetable. Pretty much the amount of time it took me to realize that the whispers weren't going away was the amount of time it took the stupid thing to spawn. It may have been in for like a second before I realized. Usually the game will auto-lock onto stuff like that and be like, hey, idiot, there's still something over here. We're gonna go for a little wonky glitch here in the train car. If I can open the save load menu as I'm walking towards Tifa at the right time, I can avoid the check thing here that it's gonna do with the lasers. I probably will miss it though.
So we'll be
Bit late.
safe, right?
So if you can walk into this as you open the menu,
Here comes
you can
the
actually
first hurdle.
skip this entire stupid segment right here, this pseudo
That
cutscene.
doesn't mean I
You can
don't
just start
trust
talking
my
to Tifa
stomach.
immediately. You have two options: to go for it early, and then have to look at your visual cue to see if you've done it properly, or you can high roll.
Barrett's
Or,
always
I think it's better to go late rather than early,
Thanks.
because then you've already passed the point of no return and you just close the menu immediately. The one that's easier to do is in Chapter 11. This one's extremely hard because of your slow movement speed. Even with a visual cue, you'd have to sit here and practice it. It does save up to 20 seconds. It sits about 15 if you hit it. You're normally having to move in the train car anyway, so it's not too bad usually, but it can be pretty bad. So we're gonna attack here to try and get these guys to attack me immediately. Alright, all I want to do is take some damage here. Everything else is okay. KTB boost, Blizzard. Alright, everything's dead and I'm happy. So I wanted Cloud to take some damage here. It really doesn't matter how much. What we're gonna do is use a potion lag or a cure buffer. I prefer to call it cure buffer because in the hard mode you don't have access to items, so potion lag is probably a little bit... Oh no, you don't. No. No. I'm healing Tifa here because that actually screws up the potion lag if she targets herself. And it's really hard to switch characters in the small window that it takes to potion lag. She'll be in the party over here, so it shouldn't cause an issue. I should be able to get through these guys before they even start trying to target her. So we're gonna switch over and see you guys later. Alright, so you notice that she's kind of chilling out back there. That's what the potion lag does. And what it'll do is it's going to let us get way further than the game intends us to during this cutscene. So actually, I have to switch over to using the mini-map here because it's almost impossible to navigate visually through the game. And there we go. We saved a couple of seconds getting all the way over here because we got to keep our high movement speed for a longer period of time. It also usually has the side effect of keeping Barrett further back in this combat zone so that I can do something cool like this. And it takes way less time to get through that fight. If you're extremely lucky, he can be at the very edge of the combat area and you can just switch to Tifa and slide out immediately. So the next couple of fights, we're going to be wanting to use Tifa's parry. This isn't her normal parry. I'm actually holding down Whirlwind Uppercut to cancel her parries over and over again as soon as possible. So that way I can get really quick parries. The distance you can get away is random though, because your timer is between 3 to 6 seconds. Every fight gives you a different timer whenever while you hit fleeing. Oh, that's pretty bad. That just happens sometimes. You can get up the stairwell, but if the game decides to screw you over and give you extremely low flee timer, not much you can do about it. Normally, I just ignore that camera change, but sometimes it screws you over if it's too far. You see right here, like, we're literally in this fight. So we're gonna Blizzard here, because we can. Alright, good, the rats both got stunned. But yeah. Yeah, the flee timer is random. It's rolls between 3 to 6 seconds each fight. Or you serious? I got extremely lucky. So that blizzard hit the floor and wasn't going to hit anything, but luckily the Garage Strike aggroed in such a way that he got close enough to the other Blizzard to just die. That was super lucky. This into that. You're going to have to Blizzard twice here. Okay, we got lucky. You need to be very vigilant with fire and ice spells to make sure that they hit the target and they will actually deal damage. It is a constant issue that sometimes fire and ice interacts with the environment instead of the enemies.
This isn't bad, you know?
Speaking of interacting with the environment, this next area is really buggy, so most likely we're going to get a really crap camera. And it's going to want to, like, just completely spin around every time we move, so this area can be very difficult. Then we want to save load here to skip most of this garbage. We're trying to set up so that we can potion buffer Barret behind this time. Cloud has taken some damage, so we're pretty good. Yeah, the main issue is fire and ice spiral in air. This is really going to be obnoxious a sec. Wow, thunder. Alright, Barret. Cloud. Alright, I will lose a little bit of time buffering Barret so far back. So we're going to have to wait for him. But it's pretty consistent if you do it like that. No. Fire and ice, the thing is, more humans are weak to fire. They both have a larger explosion radius. And ice is godlike at staggering enemies. So the damage values, spells have the same base damage values across the board for elemental. They do have variable stagger values. Fire and wind share the same stagger value between their spells, so tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 all have the same values. Lightning, I think, has a lower stagger value, if I remember correctly, and ice has the highest. If an enemy is pressured, that value is increased again for all of the spells. And the stagger value is the same for tier 2 and tier 3. So Fyra and Fyriga have the same exact stagger values regardless. They just cost more and more damage, take an extra second to cast. So we're going to Thundiga this, and we're going to dip on over here with Tifa. Wait for Cloud. Thundera. So I wanted to wait for Cloud to cast first to make sure that his spells got duplicated and hit everything else. We're going to Cure Tifa here. Want to make sure we go into Crab Warden with max HP so that if I screw something up, or if I'm on the wrong character, I can actually tank his attacks. Phases 2 and 3 both start with a salvo command attack, so I want to be careful about that. Thunder. Alright, pretty good fight, actually.
Keep those gloves up.
So, we want to make sure to Thundera as soon as possible so Barret will follow up with the synergy instead of letting him get into a melee combo, which would delay it forever. We're going to switch over to Tifa here. The rear legs are weaker to physical than the front ones, so we're going to start off with a Thundiga. Uppercut. Strike. Uppercut again, because whatever. Uppercut. Cancel True Strike. We need to get an ATB dagger or ATB assist going on in here. Wrong. Poke. Now we want to lock on to this. Uppercut. Poke. Okay, that was kind of wrong, but whatever. Okay. I did screw up my ATB assist there, but we're fine. You want to focus strike there twice and get ATB assist, but I kind of worked it up. The damage on the leg's going to be a little bit wonky here, so we're just going to Thundera, and Thundiga. True Strike. Uppercut. Switch over to Barret. To retarget the Thunder. Sometimes True Strike Uppercut's enough to push the phase. Sometimes you need the Thunder. We're going to Catastrophe the armament missile units here. This is not the best way to do the fight. Tifa's probably better off with God or Gumrung than Barret, but whatever. Thundiga. 1, 2, True Strike, Thunder, Uppercut. Okay, and we're out of here. I almost split. So yeah, that's how Crab Warden goes. There's a better way to do it. You can either use Dolphin Flurry or Somersault to push phase 2. instead of breaking all the legs like I do, and then save the leg break for the final phase, and then just one-shot the generator from there. I do a very old-schoolish type strat with that. The thing is, breaking 2 legs shouldn't stagger Crab Warden there, but because of a peculiar way that it's coded, if you do enough damage, I believe is the case, it'll carry the stagger over to the main body. So breaking 2 legs will stagger Crab Warden, but only if you do it properly. Oh, that's a bummer. If you bonk into Tifa properly, you can make her stop at the top of the stairwell and then get on these a little bit sooner. But it doesn't really matter very much.
Just don't look down, okay?
Easy for you to say.
I could get on it just a little bit sooner than I did now, but it's not really worth that, that much to worry about. So this is somewhat of a slow chapter. It's just a lot of flea timers, very short fights, very little to explain. It's just parry rushing everywhere, so you could do marathon-related stuff here pretty easily. We're just switching off a bunch of bright lights, and that's about it.
Maybe the gate didn't budge because there's not enough power to spare.
Gotta figure this out.
So, the way that the Gotterdammerung ruling has been, the PS4 and PS5 you have to pay for the Yuffie DLC, even though you can technically have the Yuffie DLC on PS5 for free if you pre-order the PS4 version. But in all practical purposes at this point, people are going to just buy the PS5 version, which means the Yuffie DLC is separately. So the 2 Gotterdammerungs that you can get from Vice are not allowed in a New Game Plus category without DLC on the PS4 and PS5 version. The PC version, however, did come with the Yuffie stuff, so it's been ruled that the Gotterdammerung, all 3 Gotterdammerungs are allowed on PC. I disagree with the ruling, but that's how it is. I think the problem is, I can get with Gotterdammerung, the Gotterdammerung being allowed, but the problem is it kind of defeats the whole purpose of the hard route, and kind of boils it down to, okay, I'm going to limit the boss 1,000 times. What am I going to do outside of that? You don't have to use the Gotterdammerungs if you don't want to, but that's how it's ruled. So you can use all 3 of the Gotterdammerungs if you want to, but almost nobody does that route that's running currently, as far as I know.
Monsters sure seem to like.
That was a pretty good flea timer. But yeah, the PC version, you can use it.
But it all goes back to shit.
No. That's how the speedrun leaderboard is structured. So the PS4, PS5, and PC version all technically have different runs. PS4 because a lot of things just don't work as well as they should. PS5 because the Yuffie DLC is not free for everybody. And the PC version is that way because it is included. So, I mean, you do the game however you want. Don't let me tell you how to do it. I just like New Game Plus Hard because it's... The trick to me is that we're trying to solve a problem with all the tools we have, and Gotterdammerungs just kind of, like, simplify it too much. That was an okay flea timer.
Hey, look.
But, yeah.
I think we can climb onto that pipe.
Unless you, like, agreed to not do that, racing between different platforms is very difficult. Since the PS5 runs at 60 frames, it actually loads pretty quickly. If you're running it on PC, you need to have very high, a high-end graphics card so that you can run it at like 90, I think, frames to make it the same speed. The Gotterdammerung is 100% available in every intermission because that is part of the New Game Plus. I know the route I did, I avoided it because one Gotterdammerung is somewhat balanced, but 2 I feel ends up unbalanced. But it's probably the fastest way to clear the Yuffie DLC. It's just the least interesting way to me. That's how I like looking at things, if it's interesting or not. The reason I like New Game Plus Hard is because there's like 10 or so really good tools. And probably 25 if you factor in all the different characters and the ways you can orient the equipment and stuff. But there's a lot of good tools to have a large variety of strats. I think the PS5 has the best variety. You waste less time save loading because it actually loads quicker. A lot of the time with PC runners, you can't really run it at like 90 or 120 frames unless you have a new computer. So every save is save loads are much slower. And you end up doing more because there's a load remover to try and make everything equal. So there's a lot of weird stuff with each of the versions. Plus, any percent is just harder on PS5 and PC. Because getting out of bounds and setting up the glitch that'll allow you to get out of bounds are both very difficult. Meanwhile, on the PS4, it's just free.
By the light of these magnificent
Yeah, you
lamps,
can run the
we
game
shall
however
lead
you
our
want on the
brothers and sisters
PC,
of the
basically.
Undercity to a brighter future.
I'd say Kindred Chord
It's
is
from a
pretty
speech
strong, to be
President
perfectly
Shinra
honest,
talking
so...
up the importance of
There you go, Thundaga. We're gonna switch over to Tifa here. Oh, we're good to go. What? That's garbage. That's a little annoying, but whatever. I can't believe that guy didn't get hit by the Thundaga with how close he was. That just shows you, Magnify, even though it's been upgraded and tweaked, are you serious? I disagree so much. Please. Oh, thanks, game. Appreciate that. I don't know how that thing failed to die, but sure.
You would say
Not
that.
surprised. I think I got a bad flea timer and the game screwed me over. I think the mobs are pretty well balanced and hard. At least early on, they're not very well balanced, to be perfectly honest, but once you get into late game, they definitely tear up. If there was like a very hard mode that you could play after hard, that was like balanced for you being maxed out at the end, I think it could be a bit more interesting. That is the downside to hard. The early game is not balanced for you having everything, because it's not reasonable to expect people to go grind everything before this. In a speed run, obviously, that's what you should be doing if you're doing New Game Plus. Every time. Well, I wanted to down warp Cloud here, but I screwed it up again. Okay. So, you don't need to get completely in the elevator here. The Whis fight isn't too difficult once you understand how it works.
It's a shame we had to
In
walk
terms of a
around
speed
so
run,
much.
casually he's hard.
No stamps here to guide us.
Not if you do a full speed run strat where you like bounce him with tier 3 spells,
What should we
you
call
can
this?
loop him pretty hard.
I don't want him to
If you're trying to do something interesting, it might be a little more
If
difficult.
there's no viable path, we'll
but,
just have to make one.
There's a couple of different ways to deal with Vice that aren't too bad. I think my best PB was like a minute, maybe 2 minutes. I can't remember. But it wasn't like a super optimized strat. So we're gonna switch over Thundera here to get both the turrets dead. And what this lets us do is we can get into this ladder well. You see kind of the monsters that spawn? This fight is supposed to be the 2 turrets and the 2 monsters. But if I do it this way, I can save a huge chunk of time by starting a combat when I get down off of the ladder. And get at least a couple seconds of fleeing in, which is way quicker than walking. Like, humongously so. So you gotta be careful with that fight and make sure you always kill those turrets. If you want to be super safe, you can Thundera Magnify. You can get away with Thunder Magnify, but it does sometimes fail if your movement isn't on point, or you get a really weird timer where it kind of eats one of your flea inputs.
We're back at the cargo platform.
Get ready, Mom.
Oh, you're talking about the Grosh Strike fight? Yeah, I do expect it to whiff, to be honest. I was annoyed because I was pretty sure both the Thunderas hit and killed the Grosh Strike. I was like, why the hell is this thing still alive? That's why... I guess I should probably ATB boost right off the bat, because then I can immediately back up with a Thundera Magnify or whatever. I do have the strat for it. I just got kicked out of battle because I was a fraction of a second too slow. I think I found that the Thundaga Magnify hits a lot better if you adjust the camera the opposite direction, because then it like corrects Magnify. And I've not been doing it recently. I've been letting the auto camera take care of it, and it's as you can tell, not functioned in my favor.
Bring it on, Avalanche.
There's I remember one of my chatters was telling me there was a mod to make everything Whis, and it's like, it can be really difficult. So right there, I Synergied. I Thundera Magnify to get rid of everything on the right except the missile turret, and that staggered that missile turret, and then I Thunder Magnified the left side twice with Cloud. The reason I Thunder and Magnify one side, Thunder Magnify the other, is because I need to kill all that stuff, and then I need an additional hit on the other missile turret, so I have to cast an extra Thunder. The thing is, with Thundera Magnify, you're going to do enough damage, but with double Thunder Magnify, you may not. You may hit a little bit too low. So I True Strike to get a Synergy Thunder in there from Barrett to make sure it's consistent. Thunder Magnify is very good. I'd argue, honestly, that Wind Magnify is better. It's a little bit slower, but in the PS5 version, it can hit multiple enemies. It has the same property of spawning on them. And in some cases, flicking enemies around is nice. Hey, Nanaki. Or Emmy, I guess I should say. Thank you for the good luck. When you get to the Shinra Combat Sim to unlock Daughter Dumrung, you get a partial restore after each phase. So you get 50%, so don't burn through all your MP. If you use like 60 to 70% in each fight, you'll be fine. You'll probably need an MP up, to be honest, or MP absorb. Well, if you play on the PS4, you should never use Wind. If you play on the PS5 and PC, I think your end game should be a lot of Wind stuff. So we're gonna do a save load here. Hopefully I didn't screw it up. Okay, I almost screwed it up by changing the camera angle. This is one of the 3 bigger save loads. It saves about 20 seconds. This one, though, is legitimately free because of the way the area is set up, the movement speed you're allowed, and the camera angles and stuff. There's a very good visual cue there, and it's a very large window to hit the save load. So it's kind of like the one in the train car that I was talking about earlier, but it's easier. So right here, we're going to retarget Synergy on these first 2 fights, because there's 4 enemies. So Thunder Magnify will never kill everything. Triple Slash is not consistent enough. And without Elemental, it just doesn't do enough damage. You gotta wait for the Thunder to pop up, and then... There we go. So the next fight here, we're gonna Thunder Magnify both enemies. It's gonna be a little bit jank, but trust me, this is about as good as it gets. So what we're waiting for there is Cloud to hit the turret, so he gets a ATB stagger activation. He one-shots the turret, then I change the target. One-shots another turret. So you can Thunder Magnify, but I find that it's more or less the same. And with Thunder Raw Magnify, I always have enough MP. Because I want to leave here with max MP. Oh, yeah, it won't, okay, when you leave... Okay, I missed that part. Yeah, your MP gets reset when you leave the VR chamber. And your HP and MP gets refilled when you start it up. So... no need to worry about it. Sorry, I misread the question because I'm a goober. So we're going to try and do some pretty cool stuff here. We're going to go for a one-shot. Switch over, switch back. It did work! I got stupid. Well, there goes some MP. I don't need the MP, but there it goes. So Thundiga Magnify and Thundera flicked the Elite Trooper back. And what it did is it put him on top of the hit area for Thunder. That's one of the few places where you can actually multi-hit with Thunder. But they're very, very few and far in between because Thunder has a very narrow hitbox. Later. Oh, could let them actually kill him with the amount of HP he had left.
Now let's see what these bastards,
The thing is, as far as I can tell, that's actually, from what I could tell when I was practicing that specific fight, it's actually 100% execution. I think, there might be some damage rolls where the Elite Trooper doesn't get thrown back into the other two, but for the most part, it's safe. I did lose a little bit of time by blinking and go for Thunder Magnify, because I wasn't 100% convinced I was going to one-shot there, but it's not that bad. There's plenty of MP crates I can grab here without losing a huge chunk of time. A lot of these rooms are dependent on an enemy getting off a console at a specific time once dialogue's finished.
So far, so good.
Though most of the rooms that happens, you can actually like force them off the console early if you wipe out the entirety of the room aside from them. So that's what we're going to be aiming with most of the fights. This first one, we can't get him off the console early. He's actually programmed properly, so it's not an issue. So we're just going to Thunder Magnify and get on out of here. That's not going to get everything, so we're going to wait and then Thunder. Just trying to get into the switch. Alright. Now we're just going to Thunder all these idiots. And we're gonna come over here, grab the MP crate, and then we're gonna do a little bit of damage. Alright, so Star Shower should last long enough that as soon as he gets off the console, he's gonna get stepped on.
This time.
Double the sabotage.
So this fight right here, Thundaga is gonna look like a really major overkill. It's the only thing that's gonna guarantee stun the Shock Trooper here.
Barrett.
It'll speed up the fight just a little bit, but it's a lot of extra MP. It just makes this fight 100% consistent, so you lose less time here. So it's better off going about it this way, trust me. I've tried this a bunch of different ways. What Thundaga Magnify is going to do, it's going to kill the other two turrets. Bang, bang. Cloud gets his MP back, or gets his ATB back, and there you go.
Ain't got nothing on
Easy
me.
peasy. ATB boost. Thanks, Barrett. Thunder Strike. So he's going to get off the platform and get punched in the face. Sucks to suck. So my MP is slowly building back up here. We do have Thunder MP Absorb. I'm not doing humongous amounts of damage, but I'm doing just enough to keep my MP up to the top. Yeah, it's right into the beginning of Chapter 17, yeah. Yeah. The movement right here is extremely important because we have to activate the turret. So the trick is setting up the fight so it goes as quick as possible, but also, that's the wrong character. Thunder. Like right here, we want to get him as close to the console as possible, but we gotta wait for him to exit combat stance, so. Movement is extremely important. Extremely important in this version. In hard, anyway. Thunder, Catastrophe. Okay, we're good. What I was worried about there was that the Elite Troopers would be too far apart. The Thundaga is to make sure they don't move apart, and then the Catastrophe is to kill. It's probably one of the few reasons I do have Catastrophe. That's why I actually still use Goddard on Barrett for Crab Warden, because I find having Catastrophe here allows you to clean up some of the rooms without using Tifa to do anything. And like I said before, Barrett's damage is poo-poo. The only way to get him to do good damage or good AoE is by doing stuff like this. Wrong character. So I'm going to do some movement here that looks really strange, but it's to practice up for the boss, so...
You ready?
Okay. Into EKG no, Goddard yes, and then Synergy and D-Mag done. So, that was all to set up for Airbuster real quick.
Hey guys.
We're gonna have a little bit more interesting setup when we get to Reno here. But for now, we took Synergy away from Barrett, because Cloud does way more damage with Synergy attacks. So this is going to actually save us like a good 30 seconds on Airbuster. It's going to make this fight much quicker. Alright.
You ready? Big
One shot. So you got to be careful here. The stupid cutter will kind of keep you... Yeah, we're going to heal Tifa up. I don't really... Barrett's not going to be the target of any attack, so it's not a big issue. Tifa might get hit by Tank Buster if I screw things up. We're going to actually try and clip through Tank Buster with a combination of parry and focus strike. A little bit short flee timer there, but what are you going to do? Barrett shouldn't be getting hit by anything. It'd probably be a risk if he was still on steel pincers, because he might actually try and go to hit Tank Buster once he, Airbuster once he reels back to do Tank Buster. And I'm pretty sure Barrett moves slow enough that he would not be able to get out of the way of Tank Buster. You can actually avoid getting hit by Tank Buster by parrying into the corners of Airbuster once he backs up. But we found another neat little trick that you can actually focus strike through Tank Buster and just not get hit by it, as long as you don't fire it off immediately. Minigames. Yeah, I mean, out of all the mini-games we have to suffer through, this is probably, like, the least offensive one, to be perfectly honest. We only have to do the one flip and whatever. Just react to the screen here and you'll be fine. If you're doing the one to open the auxiliary door, you're going to need to learn the audio cues.
We really did
In the
break
PS5 and PC version, the audio cues like aren't trash, so you can actually use them.
Tucked away in that vault, huh?
The finger's pretty good today. Controller hasn't failed me yet until I accidentally turned it off. Thanks for the nice run, Driver Heart. I appreciate it. Let's see if I can make this boss look like a clown, or if I'm gonna make myself look like the clown. So we're gonna Thundera, True Strike right off the bat here. This ATB is fantastic. Alright. So we're trying to get 3 synergies there into refocus, and that ends that phase immediately. I'm gonna build up a little bit of ATB while he's backing up, because I want to cast Thundera right there. 2. Now we're gonna skip out. I think I missed that. That sucks. Okay. That was incorrect. He should not have staggered because I accidentally canceled one of my focus strikes. So I missed out on some damage there. Yeah, the ATB roll was great. Too bad I rolled like an idiot. So yeah, you can skip through Tank Buster like I said. Now we're going to spam some spells here and just burn him. Thundera, Thundera, Thundera. So the nice thing about this is we have enough ATB, and with Skillmaster activating, we can activate ATB assist twice. Thundera. Okay, let's get out of here. Yeah, so Airbuster is a pretty cool boss fight, but if you're not paying attention, it can spiral. I did the same thing again. I do that all the time. I don't know why. Into Iron, no. Into you get Tifa, no. No. Into Disorder, because it's godlike. Don't at me. It actually is. Disorder is really good. Yeah, Synergy does not consume ATB or MP in the PS5 and PC version. That's why it's so unbelievably busted. It's a free spell. So, yeah, Intergrade, that's probably the better way to explain it. On Intergrade version, Synergy is free. I wish Auto Cure was free too. But yeah, I'd say the Synergy is way stronger than Gotterdammerung. The only way Gotterdammerung is more powerful when you have 2 more. That's basically... Yeah. Synergy is... SD. Yeah, you're gonna have to use a little bit different strats, unfortunately, on PS5. So I guess, if you're trying to follow my guide, basically, like, you're gonna have to come up with different boss strats. Look at older PS4 runs, and you should be able to steal some good stuff out of that. But for most of the combat, you want to... let me shut the hell up and do this real quick. Healing, fire... Oh my god, that's the worst way to do that. Ugh. I did that backwards. Alright, so everything's set up now and ready to go. Yeah, Synergy can burn you in certain fights where the enemy absorbs stuff. But it also doesn't function in some boss fights. Like Ghoul, Synergy actually won't activate unless the boss is staggered. So Synergy is completely useless there. Because by the time you get Ghoul staggered, the boss is probably dead. And switching to the next phase.
I'll go first.
Yeah, we have to... Synergy does get toggled quite a few times for elemental affinity. Or at least it used to.
Okay.
With Aerith, it's more important to keep your Synergy on the right element. So we're actually going to be with Wind Synergy for the Rude fight. And then we're going to toggle into Lightning all the way up till Hell House. Because that's far more... I'm so stupid. It's not even hard, dude. Okay, so right here, there's a reason I wanted to keep the camera like this. Is so that I could move during that cutscene. Yeah? Okay, that's the wrong way to do that. Right, and go.
Over there.
Problem solved. Alright, so, let's talk about self-destruct. This works in both versions of the game. Synergy only functions in the Intergrade versions, but self-destruct works in both. So the way that this works out is Iron Blade happens to hit the very perfect setup to make Synergy or self-destruct extremely potent. Barrett also could do it with
More of those
EKG cannon because it has a similar setup, but it's a little bit better on Cloud because he actually has higher magic stat. So we do. Oh man, I almost got full save there. That's.
Or not.
I've been getting a lot of pushes from her lately. I wonder what's going on. So I want to make sure I don't like bonk into her because it's really hard to get around her on that side. We're just gonna go around this side. Go, cut her off.
They gone?
Yeah.
You can get her to
So-
push you all the way and
I
not
think-
have her cut you off, but it's really
actually-
hard to hit.
I don't know.
But self-destruct takes
Okay.
a minimum of
See that
4
there?
materia
Showing
setup
music?
to make it
Let's-
work. Well, 3. At the minimum 3. You go. Go.
So, what's next for you?
A little bit of bodyguard work.
Right.
After that, it's back to the Sector 7 slopes.
You know
Obviously,
how to
you
get
need
there?
enemy skill to use self-destruct.
Of course you do.
That
Soul
suit
Drain
alone-
is okay, but really not
was one of
good. I
Shinra's
think it's Soul
turrets.
Siphon, actually.
What's a turret
Yeah,
for
Soul
all of
Siphon.
you?
Soul Drain is air
Dunno.
smooth. Alleged Aura is pretty decent. It does a lot of ice damage over
Soldiers
time,
and
but the
stuff?
problem is
They do more
It's-
than just scout for
it
cannons.
does do a
Turrets
decent
get
amount of
called in
damage,
to
but it's
handle
over
all
60
kinds of
seconds.
situations With extreme prejudice.
Yeah, this is a pretty slow
Professional
chapter
bad
until we
guys.
get to the kids' hideout, so this is a good place for
Back to my
donations
question.
and
So what's he
commentary, marathon-related
Looks
stuff.
like we knew each other.
Maybe he thought I could be the
Yeah.
greatest soldier.
The Rude fight's pretty short, though. It'll be really easy to explain. Self-destruct makes Reno, Rude,
You mad?
Reno and Rude,
I
Specimen,
actually
and
haven't
especially the
played
Whispers
Ubisoft
fight a
before.
lot quicker.
Be surprised if you
The
had.
Whispers fight, it actually saves 2
Honestly,
minutes on that
kind of exciting.
boss in Chapter
Well,
18.
First time and all.
Give or take. It makes the rest of the fight a little bit more obnoxious, but it speeds up the first 2 phases because it starts the transition timer immediately due to a bunch of conditions being met between doing the right amount of damage, not using enough ATB, etc., etc., etc. There's a lot of little things, but the easiest TLDR SD makes the timer for you to go to the next phase of the fight start immediately.
Those
in
are the
that.
words of a soldier
But
candidate?
so what we have here is we have warding subversion, which gives us instant death evasion, 100% since we're in
I'll go
hard.
first.
So this really wouldn't show up in a new game run. You might use self-destruct to like kill yourself for specific strats
That was
for
unexpected.
auto
Thank you, Cloud.
fleas or infinite fleas in the PS4 version.
Huh. There
But
it is. The
you
wall.
won't see this in any category other than New Game Plus
You
because
know,
warding
but
takes forever to level up
maybe
to get
not
instant
even
death evasion.
people hate all that
You could
passion,
probably just
all
you
that
might be able to get away with SD. So the way that self-destruct works, without digressing, if you use it without any sort of materia, like no elemental or anything, it just does a huge amount of magic damage,
Sure about this?
consumes 2 ATB,
yourself.
and then inflicts instant death.
Maybe
With
I'll go on ahead and
this
leave
setup
you
with
all by
subversion
your
warding
lonesome.
on, instead of instant death,
Just
it inflicts a massive amount of
Maybe you
self-damage
shouldn't talk.
based on your
Maybe you
magic
talk.
stat. And what it
Fine,
seems
fine.
like is the damage isn't capped in the back end. The reason this is important is
Cheapskate.
your percentage of HP loss determines how much limit you gain when you take damage. So you take, because we have Cloud at base HP, he takes well over
Gotcha.
his
You're killing me
HP,
here.
so he ends up taking like 200% or more damage, which ends up giving you enough self-damage that you like automatically gain a limit. And it overcalculates even though his HP is low, so he ends up losing like 200, 250% or whatever. Not sure what the actual number would be, but TLDR, with self-destruct, even without a magic up, you get like 95% of a level 1 limit. With magic up, you will 100% get a limit
Closer to the station.
in any circumstance
Even so,
with Chain Bangle on.
probably run into
We actually have to
a-
take Chain Bangle... What am I doing? We have to take Chain Bangle off so that his magic defense is lower, so he deals more self-damage. So that's why I took it off and gave it to Aerith there. Or not Aerith, but Tifa. Aerith shouldn't be getting targeted by a squat, to be honest. She gets hit by something, it's unfortunate, and that's just how it goes. But we want to make sure Cloud's damage is at base value. So one of the things we've done is actually not pointed into the HP bonus Iron Blade gives. Gives about 350 hit points. And it turns out that it has high enough stats that Self-Destruct does a nice chunk of self-damage and pretty much
Oh,
hits for near
thought the
cap
one you knew
at
didn't have
anything we
aid
throw it at.
stations.
It does take 2 ATB, and the downside of having Subversion Warding on
Didn't expect to
is
see you here.
instead of Cloud just falling to the ground immediately and then getting back up like he would if he was inflicted with instant death, he actually gets popped up in the air because of the massive amount of damage he takes. and bounces off the floor and then pops up a little bit higher and then bounces, or not higher, but just a little bit off the ground and then lands again and then gets back up. So if we self-destruct just raw without like a boss phase transition or something, Cloud can spend quite a bit of time in the air. So it is a high investment strategy. Without a magic up, it will rarely ever give a 100% limit. Get out of here. You gotta be careful with that. If you get feasted, you're kind of screwed over. I did also put healing on for these few chapters. You gotta remember, having healing on your leading character does lose you time because they stand still and cast the healing spell. Luckily, there's enough slow points in Chapter 8 and 9 that you can fill yourself back up. Cloud has two important things on Ironblade outside of just the magic stat. He also has Ice Elemental, which is just bonus damage on the, bonus damage on the cake right there. The Elemental does calculate both physical and magic, so it does somewhat buff the damage of Ironblade. Obviously,
How do you figure?
it's not as important, but I believe it's additional to SD, so it increases your damage output. You could toggle the element for the Elemental to make it more beneficial with certain fights, but I find that Ice does enough damage in almost every circumstance that I don't need to change it. I do have to switch it into Thunder for Hojo's Laboratory because there's just too many machine enemies to ignore and stick with Ice.
Don't have time.
The double damage there is really important because enemies are just so much thicker. So we have Warding Subversion for instant death evasion. We have enemy skills so we can self-destruct. We have Ice Elemental to get some bonus damage in. But the real piece of this is the Iron Blade and HP Absorb. Which I hate it. That's my fault. I keep doing that to myself. I'm getting greedy with my slashes. But like I said, the real workhorse here is Iron Blade and HP Absorb. So the way that it works, it's kind of like stagger. Stagger and then damage to the enemy. So an enemy will get staggered before they deal damage. And Iron Blade has two really cool skills that are super strong with synergy. Or not synergy, but self-destruct.
Nothing to it.
It has Reprieve, which as long as you're higher than 1 HP, one time per combat, you'll revive at 1 HP. It also has Trade-Off. So for every 10% HP loss, you get 1 MP back. So it actually will, self-destructing will actively refill our MP as well. So it makes healing a lot easier, or you can be a little bit more aggressive with spells in certain fights if you find that they're more beneficial than using like Blade Burst or something, or better than self-destruct. So right here, we gotta be really careful with the movement. You have to have like a right, you have to hold right with like a 5-degree angle up to get through that without stopping. It's pretty hard to do. So yeah, the thing here is self-destruct activates Reprieve because we're taking damage instead of getting hit with instant death. If we didn't have Subversion, Warding Cloud would just die and wouldn't revive. But because we have Subversion Warding, we get a one-time, it's okay, get back up. And the cool thing is, the HP Absorb activates after the Reprieve ability activates. So he'll revive at 1 HP and then siphon 40% of his output damage into his HP. This is correlated directly to the enemy's current HP total, not their max HP or anything. So if you, like, self-destruct on a bunch of rats, you're going to lose a lot of HP. But if you self-destruct on a boss, you'll most likely be at, like, 75% health. Yeah, right. Dude, those monkey bar... The problem with the monkey bars isn't the monkey bars themselves, but it's the fact that the camera changes, so it screws with your input angle.
While fallen beams and other debris continue to hinder rescue efforts, the fires appear to have been mostly extinguished. Over there! That's the director of Shinra's Advanced Weaponry Division, isn't it?
Enough of that doom and
Excuse me,
gloom.
ma'am, but would you mind answering a few
Hello.
questions?
They're targeting reactors.
Can you give us any updates on the status of the reactor? What kind of damage did it suffer in the explosion? Are we in any danger?
Mako Reactor 5 has been temporarily shut down, and all fires have been successfully extinguished. The situation is under control, and the people of our fair city need not worry about any additional complications. We're in the process of conducting a full forensic investigation, but we suspect the device used was similar to that employed in the attack on Mako Reactor 1. The perpetrators of that atrocity were filmed making their escape. These agents of the eco-terrorist group Avalanche are currently believed to be in hiding somewhere in Midgar.
And given that this group has
Alright.
attacked 2 reactors in quick succession,
Let's check our...
can they really be stopped before they strike again?
Oh, we got enough battery too, huh?
What do you think?
Insert donation stuff. Yeah.
Uh,
There's a couple of breaks, but there's definitely
Have
like
no fear.
I'd say every couple of chapters there's a nice little slowdown point like this, where I have stuff I can fill the time with, like talking about how self-destruct functions, or we can fill in donation stuff. We got 4 hours and 40 minutes. There's plenty of slow points too. I mean, outside of just the slow points where it's really easy to fit in marathon stuff. But we have some battles where there's really not something very interesting going on. But yeah, mainly because Aerith's magic is so ridiculously high that it defies logic. She's about 500 magic stat most of the time. Because there's the problem with this game is it's kind of imbalanced towards magic. That's why Synergy is so extremely busted. Because instead of giving you like strength up or vitality up or something, they give you HP up, magic or MP up, luck up, which is awful. Crits throw off your ATB building a ton, so you very rarely want to see them. So luck up really only gets put on Barrett because his damage is so low that a crit will speed things up and they won't throw a fight off.
See you.
And then we get 2 magic ups. And that's a 50% buff on top of Fury Ring, which gives us a 30% damage buff. And then if we berserk the boss, it's a 30% damage increase they take as well. So it gets kind of ridiculous. That's why Synergy is so broken, because even a tier 1 spell that's free,
What are you guys up to?
and if you can trigger it with moves like Focus Strike, that return ATB on when they land, or Disorder, that returns ATB when it hits the enemy, you end up being able to just turn out a bunch of Synergy attacks for free. And both Cloud and Aerith have a 20% damage buff when they're at full MP. So, with Cloud, with MP Absorb, we can just keep that 20% buff, which kind of keeps him up with Aerith. And in certain fights, that extra 20% won't go very far, because we'll use Arcane Ward, which will consume 1 MP when we get a dual cast. But, like, the damage output of having an additional spell, even if it is at half power, just turns her into a like a glass can, like a legitimate glass can. The nice thing is a lot of bosses will only target the character you're in control of most of the time. Sometimes they get really they really gotta stick up their butt and decide to do some weird stuff, but for the most part, as long as I'm playing with Cloud, Aerith and the other characters won't get targeted. That's part of the reason why Barrett being a tank is awful, because it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Because that means you have to be controlling Barrett. And this is what I was talking about right there. You see where Cloud was kind of facing the other way and the cutscene wouldn't start. And then once he turned around, the cutscene started. That was partially my fault because I was going the wrong direction. But that's what I'm talking about, where NPCs can kind of screw with you in cutscenes. That one, I have no one to blame but myself. I should have been paying attention. So right here, we're going to save load twice to skip all this dialogue. Initially, what I was told is that this first one actually loses time to save load. But I've been told more recently that just doing both of them back-to-back actually saves time, which is not surprising. So the save loads are not something you want to do on the PS4, because the game is so cripplingly slow at saving and loading. You want to avoid it. So that PS4, you get punished much harder for screwing up a fight, because it takes so much longer to reload. You still get punished pretty hard on the PS5 if you mess up outside of, like, the first phase. Because a lot of the bosses have a pretty long cutscene in between phase transitions. So the deeper you get into a boss fight, the worse it is. But for the most part, PS5 really isn't that bad when you mess something up, because you can reload pretty quickly. PC has the same issue. Unless your PC can run at 90 or 120, it's probably slower. Like I said, I can run on PC, and I do like using it sometimes so that I can have an input viewer.
That's amazing.
For newer runners. But, yeah, now the categories are way different, so I would probably still run PC with the PS5 route, just because I don't really care to route in God or Dumb runs. But that is the nice thing, is like there are technically 3 different routes. PS4 is easier to get glitches in, so any percent on PS4 is, I would say, more enjoyable, even if the game takes longer to load, if you like glitches. The PS5, you have to work very hard to get out of bounds. there is one, like the big difference between any percent, or NMG and any percent, the easiest way to put this is, once you get to the church, make all your way all the way over to the train yard,
Don't be like that.
and then
I know you have an eye for this kind
backtrack
of
towards
thing.
the church.
Good eye.
Get in
used to
that
give
very
these to
first
declare
fight
their
with the
loyalty to
hedgehog
one
pie
another.
right next to the church.
Interesting, right?
You take Cloud all the way over to the church and clip through one of the invisible walls since you're in combat.
I think
But the
we
whole
still need
time
a
you
few
have to be
more.
using Aerith
Which should
to
we pick
reset the
next?
fleet timer over and over again in the PS5. And you also, the reason you go to the train is so that you can set up a glitch which gets her what's called no space disable. Basically, it lets
She
her
said,
travel out
"As
of
many as you
bounds
can
and not
carry,
get forced
so
back
maybe
in
a few
immediately. And then from there, you can clip her out of bounds and walk all the way to Chapter 9 and start the Conroy
I think
back
we're
and
good now.
forth.
What do you
But
say?
you end up
Shall we
spending...
go?
You said like 20 minutes, I think, or something like that. Overall, any percent saves like 30. It will vary a little bit depending
No
on whether
need
you're
to
doing
hurry.
New Game or New
We're
Game
not under
Plus.
the gun or anything.
Because obviously,
I'm
like in
not
New
cut out
Game,
for
you're
this
going to
crap.
lose out on
Sure
EXP
you are.
and maybe some
And when
items
you're
and
done,
money, so
you'll
it might
be drowning
make
in
things more
job
difficult and
offers.
slower later. But in like
So,
New Game Plus,
how
it's
do
pure
we
time
find
save because you don't
these
have to mess around with
flowers?
other dumb
Does it?
stuff.
Well, we'll soon find out.
Long and short of it, though, is you can skip from the very beginning of Chapter 8 to the very end, the end? The middle of Chapter 9. Yeah. You do spend quite a bit of time out of bounds, though.
I want to grow up and be just like Jess.
Yeah, I guess there's some pretty funny glitches that you wouldn't see normally, like the save load in Chapter 1 where they're trying to run through the fence. I'd have to learn more of them,
I
though.
remember
If I had...
The leaf house.
If I knew, like, Catbus was going to be there, somebody that, like, knows most of the glitches, then that would be really cool to do, get Catbus involved. That could be a really good thing. Unfortunately, this game has a lot of bugs, but it's not like OOT, where there's a lot of really, like,
Is this guy
hilarious
Lucy?
ones.
I don't like this.
There's a lot of, like,
Okay,
mildly
come on.
amusing glitches. It's like, well, this is a pain in the ass, but it's kind of funny the first time you see it. Unfortunately, every time I play this game... Yeah, soft block glitch. High five. Oh, yeah, I guess there is that, too. So there's a lot of really interesting things. The reason that any percent is easier on the PS4 is you can get the... Oh, yeah, the sword stuck in hand. There's a couple of places where you can make him open a door with his sword still out. If I kill those shock troopers in the right way, with SD, I can make Cloud stick his sword into his chest.
Come on.
That's actually
I know
probably
this
one of the
place is off
funnier
limits to
ones at the
grown-ups,
beginning of Chapter
but if we want
17.
to rescue them,
If you one-shot all
well,
three of them with
we gotta break
self-destruct,
the
the way
rules.
combat ends, Cloud still has a sword in his hand, so he stabs himself with it. Pretty funny. Because he goes to cross his arms, but the sword's still in his hand, so it just clips through his chest.
You're back.
Pretty
Eric's
funny.
come to help.
The game has a
Yeah,
lot of
but
little
there
weird,
are- Don't
cute
worry,
things.
I've brought a secret.
Unfortunately, self-destruct
where's
is
the-
slower
I don't
there,
know.
because you gotta go
Right
equip
now,
it.
Come on.
Thunder Magnify does what you need.
You guys have got to hurry and find our...
Oh yeah, dresses too. I think
They're
like
going
one
up
of the
this way.
cooler incentives
careful.
is, and personally for me, is 14, the Barrett donation, or the
Where do you think
Barrett's
they went?
quote-unquote
Who
date.
knows? They're kids.
Because I don't think a lot of people see that. They play through the game once, which means they get Aerith or Tifa, and they don't get Barrett.
Was
You
never
have
in
to,
doubt.
basically, most people would have had to look it up.
Kinda
So right
enough,
here, we're actually
so-
going to use Sorkstorm.
Mind backing off of
The
it.
reason is these rats have an ability called
wasn't
Call to
so
Arms. I really need to figure out a better way to say that, because I hate saying call and called to arms back to
there
back.
they are.
It feels really awkward. But if you do any damage to them, and you kill a rat, there is a chance, a very good chance, that they'll activate Call to Arms. They can even just activate Call to Arms without that condition being met, because this game is fun. So what we want to do is just one-shot them all with Sorkstorm like that to avoid it from happening.
Get back.
It's like the Whispers fight earlier on. We're trying to avoid the additional time loss.
All right.
Yep. So we're gonna attack here into a disorder. Oh shit. SD.
Enjoy the ride.
Shite. Thundera.
You jittery?
What is going on here?
That's that.
I honestly don't know what's happening.
Get ready. Let's be smart.
You'll be blown away.
This is super scuffed. My disorder missed. I'm usually trying to like double hit with disorder. That fight was bad. Awful. What I normally try to do there is attack and then disorder, hit all 3 of the enemies, and then go into SD. So we're going to save load here real quick once the girl goes from being translucent, I guess, to, like, completely solid, which what that does is it makes Aerith go up the ladder immediately. She takes a little bit of time if you don't. Yeah, most of the time that setup is pretty consistent, but I guess if that's the fight I get screwed on, I'll take it. That's probably like one of the worst fights because it kind of spirals pretty hard if you miss input there. It probably would have gone better, in all honesty, if I hadn't gone for triple slash because it pushed Cloud way out of position. So I kind of screwed myself there at the end, trying to recover it quickly. That's whatever, though. That's what I was talking about. Like, early on, it's not, like, huge time loss. It just makes you look like an idiot.
You can't just grow out to be a soldier. You gotta work at it. Cloud
Do
thinks
I want to
I'm good enough
heal?
to be one, right?
No, I don't need to heal.
Look at you, Mr. Popular.
I could heal if I really want to, but I'm going to self-destruct on Reno anyway. And I'm pretty sure your HP doesn't determine how much limit you get. Actually, I'm 1000% sure that's the case. It will mean I don't get as much MP back from trade-off, but as you can tell, my MP's pretty much maxed out, so it's not a problem. I'm not going to actually cast any spells. So the way we do Rude here is pretty silly. I've tried doing some other ways, doing Rude other ways. Your only 3 choices are, you know, subpar magic damage with Mithril Saber,
From now, okay.
subpar damage with Hard Edge, and a God or Dummerung to do a limit, which isn't a bad strat, or you can do what we're going to do here. We're going to have Aerith do some Synergy Wind, Synergy Arrow follow-ups to hit the damage values we need. We could also just give her the ATB boost and just let her arrow go on both phases. That works as well, too. But what we're going to do is we're going to just attack Rude, which will trigger his counter, and we're going to kind of do what we did with Roche, where I switch into Punisher stance and then counter that on purpose to fill up my ATB. We'll disorder to break his stance so he can't continue attacking. ATB boost real quick to top our ATB off for self-destruct. We could be greedy and attack normally to get SD out, but that's a high risk, low reward. It activates ATB assist, but really doesn't get us anywhere faster. So the ATB boost will get us up for a self-destruct, and then if our damage is a little bit low, we get a follow-up Synergy Wind. If not, we get to move right to the next phase. So let's do that. Alright. Attack, stance, disorder, ATB boost. You also don't want to cancel out of your Punisher stance, because disorder into it only does 1 hit, and it hits a little bit less, but when you're switching out of Punisher, it hits a little bit harder. I need to make sure to move to the right here, because Aerith will jump forward and eat this ground wave if I don't. So we're going to go Bop, Fen, and so with the way that SD works out, without a magic up, even at base HP and with Force Bracelet on, you never really get enough. You never really consistently deal enough damage to always get a limit. You're gonna need the magic up there, or you'd have to be on Mithril Saber to consistently get a level 1 limit. So it is some of it of damage range. It's not that big of an issue, because we basically use it on boss fights. And bosses hit hard enough that we can get the extra damage, usually before or after the self-destruct, depending on the way things are set up. So it's not really that bad of a move, and in a lot of these cases, we need to tank an additional hit anyway. So give me a second to focus here so that I have no one to blame but myself. I have been very questionable in the movement there recently. Ever since a couple of runs ago where I accidentally kicked the stool at the very end of that segment, I've been very nervous and making my movement really, really wobbly. You lose quite a bit of time there if you get reset into the room. It's not too bad on PS5, but anything that takes a while to load, so like 60 frames or less on the PC or a PS4 version, you're going to lose double-digit time there, easy peasy. But yeah, the area where we save the kids is pretty obnoxious because we need to be very passive with the rats to make sure we don't get called to arms. You can be a little bit more aggressive, but most often the rats will try and attack you. So unless you get a very passive route and you play it the way I did, you won't risk getting call to arms. That last fight was really scuff. I could have just ATB boosted to fix it, to be perfectly honest. That's what I should have done. Because I was trying to get double synergy arrow, so that when the other hedgehog jumped up, I could have hit him with arrow. But
They're still working on the
that fight is a little bit random sometimes if you end up locking onto the wrong one, so your disorder doesn't hit all three. What I was trying to do was kind of cheese disorder. When disorder hits, it gives ATB back on each hit. So you can cheese out disorders to hit entire groups of enemies and give you more ATB than you spent. But if you hit at a bad angle, you'll never get your ATB back. You'll end up being short like I was. Very unfortunate. That's how it is sometimes, though. So this area here, we're going to use wind synergy to take care of the first couple enemies. We will be going into Chapter 9, where there's another slow point after this segment. Once we get to the high 5, there's really nothing to explain, but, like, kind of the side quest stuff and the dress. Information on how to get what side quests and that kind of stuff if people are still having issues with it for some reason.
And there's no other way.
But we're going to trigger 2 synergies here. 1 synergy for this dude. Alright. Should be able to one-shot. And if we get disorder to hit the Drake here, we should be able to one-shot with wind.
Try to stay behind.
Okay, should be okay. Alright. Thank you. Alright, we want to switch her out to lightning synergy instead of wind synergy. We're going to need that wind back anyway, so it's not that big of an issue. We'll just end up switching that wind back in. Unfortunately, Hell House starts with a Fire Elemental, and Abzu 1 is weak to Fire. So even though I'd like to start... actually, no, not really. Hell House is not that difficult
You serious?
once you understand how to deal with it. There's a setup for it in, I think, every category, but if you do the fight properly, you can basically skip God mode. 1, 2, 3, 5. So if you do just the right amount of damage and the right amount of stagger, what will happen is Hell House will transition into phase 3 without emptying out the stagger bar. So then that way you can instantly stagger God mode and basically skip phase 3 and just allow you you'll set yourself up so you can nuke the boss.
Stop.
But it can be tricky if you mess it up. So right here, we're actually going to hit a little bit in between disorders. Synergy does have a quirk where it will won't stack the second synergy if you do your moves too quickly. The game will stack inputs, but it only will stack 1 deep. So if the game is still trying to activate the first synergy, when I do the second disorder, the second synergy will not activate. So we've got to be... We can buffer inputs on characters, but we can only... 1 currently active and 1 quaid. The character we're controlling, we cannot do that with. It's only what they're doing at the time, and then we have to mash out the next one. But, like, with that, we'll be able to, like, Star Shower twice with Tifa, or, like, spam multiple spells with Aerith. Why did I start walking there? Whatever. Star Shower twice with Tifa specifically is super duper good, because Star Shower buffs the next move by 70%. So we can Star Shower into a limit and get a ton of free damage. It makes Somersault strong enough to compete with Dolphin Flurry, to the point where some fights we can get away with just using Star Shower into Somersault to get enough damage, instead of needing to use Dolphin Flurry. To be honest, it's probably as slow as using Dolphin Flurry, but it is an interesting thing. The thing is, the way that works out, because some fights you can just Somersault raw in, because you don't need the extra damage. So you basically can toggle between doing a Dolphin Flurry and a Somersault. Oh. Okay. You want to try and get the hand as close as possible without without mashing, because the game is a little bit slower at moving it than you are. But Hell House, no. The first phase of Hell House, we're just going to set up an Arcane Ward and get Berserk going so Hell House takes more damage. And we're also going to be very careful. Hell House is very peculiar, where if you end the first phase with a magic spell, the stagger values will carry over. And for my specific fight, I cannot have that happen, so I have to I have to kind of sandbag in the first fight and, like, finish it with a normal combo. I could also, like, use God or Dumrung plus, like, Self-Berserk and use that as well, but, the thing is that I could theoretically get a cross-slash for the final phase, but if you do the fight properly, you kill Hellhouse before he even hits the ground on the final phase where he's flying around. But it does depend. If he gives you a bad element, you can't one-shot. We're actually going to be using Buster Sword to make sure we hit a very specific balance between physical and magical damage. It's actually a really good.
You jittery?
That was really goofy. I would have rather not having to switch characters there, but whatever. At least I got it done. Which has more HP than the rest of the enemies there, so you have to hit him. I hit the wrong thug, so I had to switch to Aerith to retarget the synergy. We are going to do a little trick here that
Random question, but
Strife showed me. Pretty cool. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to switch to Aerith immediately, which you would think switching characters is worse because of the time lag when the camera changes.
No.
But what it's actually going to allow us to do is switch so quickly that everything gets multi-hit. And then we can just one-shot everything. That fight's a little bit inconsistent if you just shortcut it, because Aerith takes very long to cast Thundera. Like I said earlier, the AI really loves to dodge roll before it does a attack, so it really slows down your damage input, or output, rather, in such a way that
it's this way.
we end up wanting to... It's not even the right controller now. In such a way that we want to lose our train of thought, and then immediately need to just give up on the argument. Yeah, and it ends up being that sometimes it's faster to switch to a character to avoid that input lag. Yeah, Intergrade has had a bunch of changes. They buffed Wind, so now it spawns on the target, sticks to the target until it explodes. So unless an enemy is actively in a dodge ability that is activated by something else, you basically can't miss with Wind anymore. It used to be that Wind would spawn in place like ice, and then enemies would just fly right out of it, because you basically use Wind on flying enemies. Magnify has also had its range increased, so it's a lot more reliable on multi-hitting stuff, but as you saw in some of the earlier fights, sometimes it just doesn't hit what you want it to. Actually pretty decent. It's a bit too far. The Synergy materia has been buffed to the point where it's absolutely broken. Hopefully, in the next game, they either need to make it, like, take half ATB or half MP, or, like, do half damage or something, or some sort of combination of those. It's too good right now. It just really is. Even in a new game run-through, like, if it wasn't so hard to achieve getting Synergy materia, which I believe the side mission requires you to fight 3 unique enemies, named variations of enemies, and they're very hard. There's not a lot of places where you'll run into them, and you don't have to go out of your way for it, so it ends up not coming up in the new game run. I don't know about removing it, but it definitely, like, needs to be changed.
Next time.
I mean, I guess removing it would be the easiest way to balance everything, but I think the bigger issue with balancing that they're going to have is... the bigger issue they're going to have with balancing is balancing everything we have. I think I'm of a mindset where I think the next game is just not going to allow us to have our equipment with it. Well, I mean, the thing is with Synergy is it's very picky, and it doesn't activate in certain conditions. It doesn't necessarily simplify enemy combat unless you know what you're doing, and you know about the retargeting bug. But, I mean... if you're really, like, looking for a very easy experience, to be honest, though, I think God or Dumrung is absolutely busted, too, so both of them would need to be removed. But then it just would end up being something else that's broken. I think, the next game, I think, is going to be kind of like Yuppie DLC, where they just give us a starter set, and that's what we get. And we can either start New Game Plus Hard... What?
Is it?
I'm being stupid again.
Yeah.
Yep. new game. We'll either be able to start New Game Plus hard immediately with our equipment, and then there'll be like a very hard or something.
We gotta hurry.
Or the easier way is they'll just only let us play normal, give us a starter set like they did with Yuffie, and then we can have access to all our other overpowered level up materia once we start a hard loop. Which would be kind of annoying, because all those, you know, farmed elixirs will be worth nothing again. And then all of us would be like, why did I farm freaking coins to get stupid elixirs? I didn't even get to use them.
Can't say I can't.
But whatever.
What's all around?
We're looking for.
So this is another slow
Yes.
point where we can do
Save
marathon
her.
stuff. Got about a couple of minutes of walking around in circles. What am I doing? That's the
Jeez.
weirdest way to do that.
Wait a minute.
So we're trying to select the dialogue that will get us
She's a
Madam
Romeo
M instead of
An
Sam.
audition?
For the time,
It saves
she
quite a
wouldn't
huge chunk of
understand.
time because we can get Aerith's
So where
dress,
can
leave
What do
the
you do with
hand
it?
massage parlor, and then just turn right back
Maybe
around
we'll
and
have
tap the
better
door,
luck in town.
and then progress,
Let's check it out.
rather than having to run all the way over to Sam, mash through all this dialogue about him telling us the side quests, and then run back to the store. Ends up saving, I think, like 30 seconds or something. But yeah, this is a good downtime for marathon-related stuff, for sure. We're going to head on into this cutscene, and then we're going to wait until Air starts talking. This save load saves a very minute amount of time, so it's probably not worth it, but I like it anyway. The next big save load is actually the elevator. Guild management, guild management is a big thing in normal. That's why any percent is so difficult. Yeah, I have 2 million gil right now, and I've got nothing to spend it
We're
on.
looking for something.
In new game, they need to buy specific weapons. They want to get like hyper wrist and a few things like that.
Kinda cute.
They want the earrings as well.
Seriously,
'Cause you don't have access to
And
multiple
who can-
Fury rings. You only get one
First,
per run
and then
through.
there's last but
So you
not
only get the
very
one.
eccentric.
So those stat bonus items are extremely important. And then I believe you have to like buy Hard Edge, you have to buy EKG. I think you have to buy another Knuckle. I'm not sure. I think you get Metal Knuckle from the Crab Warden, so I could be wrong on that. I remember you needing to buy another Knuckle, but I might be wrong. Actually, I think I'm misremembering. Any percent you can skip Chapter 5, but it's like really difficult, so I don't think anybody has ever tried to do it. I might be wrong on that shit, though. But the thing is, you would skip Crab Warden, and I think the issue was you couldn't get Metal Knuckles, which is a major
come
issue.
on in.
How can you be so?
Damn, you.
Sure do.
Or I heard somebody saying you could buy it later, but I don't really follow New Game very much, so take my information with a grain of salt. This is just hazy memories of things said in Discord. I've tried a little bit of New Game Easy. The only stuff I know about are like the first couple of chapters up to the motorcycle minigame.
Think so.
One of these days, I'm gonna get inside there before I have to do this
I'm not
cutscene.
really sure.
I swear. I can't. I really am not gonna lie here. I have thrown a few runs just walking away from the Honeybee Inn. It's actually a little bit faster to go to Sam than the Honeybee than to Dresh, the hand massage parlor. Going to Sam first saves a ton of time, but you lose most of it going from Honeybee to Madam M because you gotta go around this corner. So you gotta take more of a straight line. But if you go the other way, it's a little bit faster from Sam to the massage parlor. It just ends up not being as fast as going to there first.
Cloud?
Alright, so we're gonna skip this. And there we go. That's
How
pretty
was
decent
it?
time, to be honest, in 157. I'm not at all mad with it. Actually pretty
You
happy.
okay?
Let's see here. I guess we might as well heal up a Cloud here. No! Oh, the curse.
You're acting weird.
Whenever I go to
Cloud.
take a break, I always touch that big stupid touchpad and open the map.
Really weird.
Nice time lost, dingus. So we got a couple of underground arena fights here before we get into Hell House. Most of these fights we're just going to throw out Thundera Magnify and just fish to kill everything. The first fight we're going to triple slash into Thundera. Yeah, the problem with this game, with this version specifically, is like the PS4's touchpad isn't that bad. Because like it really doesn't, it's not quite as large.
Huh?
But like I feel like I always accidentally touch this one because it's like twice as big as it needs to be. Also, I'm taking every dialogue to get Madam M just in case.
So long as
The
you
expensive hand massage
but
is
don't
points towards
so
M. The the middle
There's
of the road
another
one
if
gives no
you-
points, and the cheap one goes towards Sam.
Alright.
With the
Good.
dialogue
You're already
options that
letting
don't have any
fighters
money
inside.
attached,
You should hurry.
the bottom one is for Madam M, and the top one is for Sam, and the middle one is for nobody. The coin flip, regardless, gives you points towards
What have we
Sam.
gotten
You just get
ourselves
more
into?
points if you choose
Nothing
heads or
good.
tails. If you choose no deal,
I
you
wouldn't
get
expect
half a
a fair
point,
fight
so
in
it's
this
more of a
town.
safety thing.
Think we can win it?
So like there's a
That's one
soft
thing
block
I'm definitely
prevention.
sure of.
You get Sam if you keep going, if you go with the middle of the road. I think you have to take the no deal plus 2 other dialogue options to always get Madam M. Could be wrong. Maybe I'm full of crap. I'm not sure.
Yes, the two of I need to get.
All right, so we're gonna head into the arena here and start ripping things apart. All right, decent enough. 159XX. Can't complain. Can't complain. So right here we're not gonna move because Aerith takes a while.
So, how deep does this thing go, you think?
We're trying to get the menu to load, and that's what we're looking for. That tells me that the menu is fully loaded, so I can actually go for the save load. If you get really unlucky, Aerith starts talking, and you have to wait through that extra line of dialogue. That's why I was holding still, because I'm under the impression that holding still makes it easier for the menu to load. If you're moving, the menu takes longer to load. I found that if I walk towards the door, I almost always get Aerith's extra dialogue, but if I hold still, it's like a 50-50. If she's talking, though, you might as well walk towards the door, because it's going to delay the menu loading anyway.
You two ready?
So we're just going to start, we're going to start with a triple slash into a Thunder and Magnify here, and just pray.
I think we're almost done.
Sometimes it one-shots, sometimes that happens. Not a big issue. We will be using SD on the next phase if we can get away with it. What we're going to go with the next one is we're going to run forward and try and disorder. And I didn't cover this earlier, but when the game is loading something and the loading icon goes away on the black screen, all of your face buttons become active, but you cannot activate the shoulder buttons. You have to wait until the game visually loads and it shows the menus and stuff.
Yeah, true.
So basically, like, you need to be able to see your HP and your command menu like that. And then your shortcut buttons will be activatable. So, like, you can't use any of your shoulder buttons until after you see that. So using shortcuts right off the bat is extremely difficult after a load. You have to be very careful about how you input them, or else you'll just end up doing a regular attack. What are you doing?
Too bright? One more shot.
I hate it. Bad ATB. You could attack and build up with a normal attack. Disorder is a little bit of a high roll. To be honest, that fight's a lot easier if you have deadly dodge, because you just roll. The reason I don't use normal attacks is because holding the square to do the circle spin finisher will actually push enemies away instead of pulling them in. Disorder has the opposite effect where it pulls them in after a roll. So Disorder makes that fight a little bit easier. For me, I have to go with this the Disorder strat and pray. Yeah, that fight can be rough. Bad ATB gain plus the bad grouping. It's a high roll thing. If I had been lucky, I would have at least gotten some crits on the Thundera, so it would have been fine. Right here, this shouldn't be too hard. We're going to Thundera right off the bat, ATB boost. What do we want here? We want to Blade Burst from here.
And catch. Too bright?
Blade Burst.
Come on. You jittery?
Yep. So that's a strat I straight up stole from Stripe. I really like it. Right here, we don't need to go to either of the doors, so we're just going to wait. I'm going to take a look at my menu. Alright. That's wrong. Plus or no. Well, I mean, yes and no. This... Oh my god, brain. Yes. Fire, wind. Okay. I needed to make sure I was on the right thing there. Under, and then we're going to switch over to Aura and Arrow. That's not beneficial for this fight, but it will be used in the sewer. We're going to be magnifying the wind spells. Right now, we're on Wind Synergy, because Hell House starts with fire. So unfortunately, we're going to have to change it no matter what when we get to Abzu. That's just kind of how it goes. We're going to hard start with Arcane Ward and just spam. Arcane Ward, Disorder, Berserk, and there we go. Now we get Quad Arrow here. That will be enough to make the Hell House chill. That was really the bad way to do that, but whatever. If I had stayed on air... Whoop, never mind. We're good. I wanted to switch to Aerith to increase her damage a little bit so the phase would switch a little bit quicker. Changing stances with Cloud is actually slower than just swapping to her and doing a couple of pokes. Aerith's damage is ridiculously high because her regular attacks are based on her magic stat. So not only are her spells crazy, but her regular attacks are crazy. They're just really slow. So we're going to hard start with Arrow here and do a bunch of shenanigans to set up that God Mode stagger I was yakking about. Alright, he's got to stand up. You can push that spell a little bit earlier, but unfortunately that was a little bit slow because I didn't get the stagger with Cloud. I got it with Aerith. So I didn't get the 900 ATB from the ATB stagger. Very unfortunate. That slows it down a little bit, but that's just how it is. Okay, so we're going to stick with Cloud here so that he's the one getting targeted by the chairs. And then we're going to just throw the arrow synergy here to get a little bit of extra damage. You may have noticed that the Berserk fell off. We really just want to make sure that we use it here so that it lasts long enough. This is one of the few fights where Berserk will fall off. Fire, Thunder, Fire. So I did delay that Fire a little bit because I was looking to let Tempest explode. Like I said, Aerith's damage is based on her magic, and it's ridiculously high. So a fully charged Tempest that you allow to explode will do quite a large amount of damage. You could further increase Aerith's damage by giving her elemental whatever on her weapon. It's not super necessary. I do use it somewhat endgame, but it really... Honestly, Synergy or Magnify is probably better for her. Even MP Absorb is probably arguably better because it keeps her magic higher. And even in some circumstances, MP Absorb would put her on max MP, so she gets that 20% damage buff. The reason I my MP Absorb Cloud, but not her, is because they both do have a 20% damage buff when at max MP, but the major difference is Cloud's Mithril Saber has a 20% cost reduction. So getting enough MP to refill the MP spent is a lot easier with Cloud. Aerith obviously will hit harder, but it ends up costing 2 to 3 more MP for a tier 2 spell. So it ends up being very hard to keep her at max. It's not impossible, but I also dislike doubling down on an element with her. With Cloud, it's not too bad because he basically has one vector of attack, and that's it. And there's a lot of places where you can just double down, and that's not that big of an issue. Like, if you double down on Fire, Chapter 12, in Chapters 12, 13, 14, you really don't get punished. 15, 16, 17, I double down on Wind, and I don't really get punished there either. Well, I do toggle off of Wind MP Absorb after I get into Shinra HQ, but for the most part, you can kind of get away with doubling down on MP Absorb and not lose too much time. So we're going to head in here and be ready for the next menu. So I'm going to start doing something that's going to seem a little bit awkward, but we're going to through change our weapons. What I'm going to do is I'm going to throw Twin Stinger on, but I'm not using it. Twin Stinger has a very specific set of materia, so that I can quickly overwrite my Mithril Saber to get me into the right set of equipment for the next segment. What we're going to be doing is toggling into Fire and MP Absorb. We're basically leaving MP Absorb on, because I need it for later. It actually makes no difference now, but what it does is it avoids me having to like dig it out of my case or swap it to another character to keep it in rotation. We'll just leave it on Cloud, make it easier that way. So we're gonna put Fire on for Abdu. We're gonna have Fire and Cure for Ghoul. We're gonna add Subversion and Binding for Eligor. Actually, Binding is gonna be used in every fight. We're gonna Berserk. No, that's actually wrong. Ghoul removes Binding in between phases 1 and 2, so it's a waste of time to bind, to add Berserk onto Ghoul. We'll just use Fire and Cure to burst damage through it. We will Berserk Abzu in a second here, and we will Berserk Eligor. At this point, since we're not fighting any more machine monsters, they're not immune to Berserk at this, so we're going to be using Berserk as much as possible on bosses. Especially with Synergy on Aerith. Like I said earlier, it's an offensive action that triggers Synergy. So in Hell House there, Disorder wasn't the only thing that triggered a Synergy. Berserk also triggered a double wing cast as well. So Disorder into Berserk is one of the most potent
Good evening.
We're
dagger
here to
or
see on
synergy
TV
manipulations
Mr.
you can possibly do.
What stage?
You have to start with Disorder instead of the other way around. The main issue is Disorder refunds ATB on hit, and that particular setup gets you enough ATB so you can consistently get 2 actions back to back, which also triggers ATB assist and gives you plenty of ATB. This is another good time for random stuff. Maybe I actually skipped the cutscene though. That would be cool. All right, see you guys on the other side.
Come on, Cloud! Get into it!
I do have to say though, this run is pretty good, and I'm not expecting it to stay at that level. Got a decent enough run though. I'd say out of the 4.5 hours, I can usually maintain a good run for at least an hour, closer to 3. 440 is not really a bad estimate, to be honest though. This would be our last break for a little while, though, so we do have to sit still for a pretty long period. Luckily, the dance score doesn't matter. This is just a really good break time for every runner. So, yeah, we're gonna do a little trick where I use Twin Stinger and Nail Bat to really quickly re-optimize my materia without having to juggle a bunch of it. I'll do that a lot more with Tifa. Barret, I do it to a lesser extent. It usually only changes like 1 to 2 things, so unfortunate, but it's whatever.
Well, you tried.
So it doesn't matter what score we get here. Just whatever. If we were playing in something other than New Game Plus, we would have gotten our MP recovered here as well. I guess something I did immediately gloss over, which I tend to forget. New Game Plus, hard specifically, we're banned from using items by the game's console, so we actually can't get into the item menu. Our MP also is not restored naturally unless we finish a chapter.
Please don't.
Every chapter we get our MP recovered, but the
Not even one.
no swords, no swords, no swords.
You're so pretty.
Yeah. But what we're hoping for, rather, the ways that we recover MP are changed depending on the character. Trade-off is okay with self-destruct, but that usually means you're not using much magic. This Mithril Saber doesn't have an extremely high magic stat, and usually you're using self-destruct to deal the damage. You do have MP Absorb, which is mainly the way that we're going to manage Cloud's MP. There are Shinra crates throughout the game that have a Mako Shard in them and give 10% recovery per Mako Shard. Most boxes only have a single shard in them. Once we get to the end game with Cloud and Barret, specifically in Chapter 17, they decided that they would actually give you a decent chunk of MP, so you actually get 30% from those boxes as long as you open them all.
If you say so.
It's really annoying, though, because the Aerith and Tifa loop only has 1 per stack of crates. And since Aerith relies so heavily on MP, it makes managing her MP a lot more obnoxious. She does have Soul Drain, though, so she can get 3% of her max MP back if she Soul Drains just a random enemy, 15% if the target's staggered. Oh, really? Are they? Oh, that could be interesting, then. I didn't know that.
So what
I'll have
happens
to
now?
listen to those and see if there's a really interesting one. So right here, we're not gonna really do anything. We're just waiting for them to hit the gong and say, okay, ladies, come up. And then that's when we're gonna do the menu. And what that does is it lets me save load and skip the door opening and the extremely long dialogue and just swaps it out for us doing the menu. Myra and Fire. Summer, Arrow. Okay. So luckily we have more than enough MP here to fire with Aerith. I don't even think I did that casually. It never even occurred to me to talk to the NPCs. I did hear some of like the casual rumblings, but I was like ready to get on at that point. I didn't even think about it. Like, all right, let's just do this. Let's go deal with that perverted degenerate. So we added Fire. We're going to be using that quite a bit in the sewer. Cloud's damage is going to be a little bit limited because of his lower magic stat and only having 2 magic ups in the game, so it will limit his damage output. We're going to be mainly relying on Aerith to kill everything. We do have Somersault on Tifa for specific circumstances. We're going to just fire her right here, parry between these idiots to bonk them into the air, and then just move to the other side of the room. So that's the end of Chapter 9, and that menu in the sewer will get us all the way to the end of Chapter 11. We have to make a very short menu before Eligor, but until we get there, no problems. This is a blink and you miss it type of boss. We could also do the cutscene here if you really, really wanted to, but if I had you pick one or save which one, it's kind of like okay, because I would want to skip the cutscene anyway. So we're just going to ATB boot or Arcane Ward right off the bat here. Get a little bit of ATB, Star Shower, fire up, Somersault, fire up. Okay. I'm not sure why the damage was so scuffed there, but whatever. I must have cut off this energy or something.
I'm pretty sure
That damage felt off.
Another one of those.
And
The boss,
avalanche.
you have to be very careful with Abzu. If you're not using MP Absorb on Aerith, you can very easily underdamage, and if you're using Dolphin Flurry, you won't get enough damage fast enough, and Abzu will always take a dip in the water.
Lead the way.
Let's end this quick.
Not a problem.
Alright, so we want to use Tifa here to get as far as we can. I used Fire on Cloud on
bad.
purpose to try and get as close to the ladder as I could. It is a little bit risky, because if the Sajin doesn't get stunned by Aerith's Fire, he can start chasing Tifa. I do have, I obviously have Somersault, so I can one-shot him, but it'll end up wasting more time than it saves. But sometimes you just gotta roll with the punches and play the high. We're gonna try and get decent movement in here, but we really have to fight Aerith and Tifa to get optimal movement in this segment. So we are going to switch over to Tifa real quick. Like, earlier on, Tifa offers very fast movement, and luckily with Aerith and Cloud's damage output, we can pretty much get away with whatever we want. That was a little bit unfortunate. The uppercut didn't actually lose any time. What lost time was me, like, being bad with the menu. This is why we're using Wind Magnify here. We got a couple of flying enemies, but for the most part, this will eliminate us needing to see what we're going to kill. So it will simplify a lot of fights where enemies spawn in front of us that are very far away from Aerith because her movement is really slow. Or enemies that spawn behind us, once again for the same reason. The other thing, too, is because it's not a line-of-sight spell, if we magnified, say, fire, the spell would need to travel to the enemies, so it could hit the wall and would hit the wall, and it would cancel out the spell.
Wow.
Or in some circumstances, they're like a set of enemies where one's in front of us, but 2 are behind us, and there's like something in between the 2. So the fire spell would, like, say, hit the train car, and it would or just an environmental object and cancel out the additional spells.
Look at that.
So you'd have to do something else to take care of them. So Wind Magnify is actually really good in here, because Aerith's magic is so ridiculously high that she'll one-shot anything anyway. Giving her double magic up plus Fury Ring just shoots her damage straight to the moon. Like cryptocurrency or something. Let's get out of here. So we're going to get the key that is somehow in the same spot in the sewer every time and never moves, even though there's a whole bunch of sewage that should be pushing it around, and we can somehow pick it up without it being stuck to the floor. Aerith uses the Mithril Rod. If you could maybe kind of make an argument for Silver Staff, but the thing is, Mithril Rod plus double magic up pushes her stats so high that it makes tier 1 and tier 2 spells consistently one-shot things.
For sure.
So you can usually get away with casting less that way. You do lose out on the cost reduction, but the damage ends up being so important
That way I
that
can
it's
cover your back.
ridiculous.
Let me
That's always annoying when I do that.
That's the way to do it.
Cloud, whenever casting, will be using Mithril. Saber, he will use Hard Edge during the end game because a lot of enemies become really resistant to magic. Their resistances, they do get multipliers on like some of the damage output sources, but for the most part, the enemy's defense stats are what determine how much damage they take. So when I say the Crab Warden's back legs are weak to physical and the front's weak to magic, it's because one of the back ones have lower physical defense and the front ones have lower magic defense. Not because they actually have like a super multiplier or whatever. Sometimes there are multipliers, you know, like they're weak to magic in general, or they're weak to a specific element. But for the most point, it's their defensive values and then multipliers from there. But for the most part, elements kind of come down to the least common denominator. Most humanoids are weak to fire, most monsters are weak to ice, flying enemies are weak to wind, and the machines are weak to lightning. As you can tell here, the Sajin is kind of a monster, but is weak to fire, so it is a little bit awkward. But yeah, I would say for the most part, Mithril Rod is where you want to go. Early on, you can get away with shaving stuff later and adding like ATB Stagger, but as you're learning the game, double magic up is probably worth it, because you're going to miss input a ton, or you're going to end up doing your input slow enough that your attacks will get canceled by the enemy. So, as you get better at the game, you can do more and more, I guess, quote-unquote risky stuff, and take off, like, the extra MP ups and HP ups. But for the most part, you want to make sure you one-shot if and when you do land an attack. So the sewer's going alright. Benches won't help us out either. They'll only recover HP, and they take like 10 to 16 seconds, so bah humbug the bat. It's all or nothing. Luckily, since our MP recovers at the end of each chapter, we basically, if we do things properly, we can route it out so that we really don't need to worry about MP at all, and just stretch it, and use the proper spells in the proper places, so that's not an issue.
Leave this to me.
Okay.
Worked up a good sweat.
So we don't really need to worry about HP too much, but I'm gonna heal up anyway. These spells can be really obnoxious. Or these fights can be super obnoxious. So right here, we're just gonna fire this rat.
I'm pretty good at protecting myself, you know.
So yeah, that fight has 4 enemies. We could theoretically use Synergy and then cast with Wind, but it's just easier to just let Cloud one-shot the rat with a fire instead. Because then we could just keep moving on. So we're coming up to the best minigame ever, and if you don't think it's the best minigame, you're actually sane. This minigame sucks. By a large margin. The thing is, you get more red per each mash on the first round through, and then for some reason they decided that you needed to get less freaking red area per X input on 2 and 3 for some reason. Not only that, but they had to speed up how fast the needle moved, so like they double screwed you over. It's kind of annoying, honestly. This right here can lose pretty big chunks of time. Honestly, I'd say it's usually between 3 for 3, so I get it first try every time, or I go up to like 6 out of 3. I usually don't miss more than 3 times. Loses you about like 45 seconds if you miss all 3. But as long as you only miss 1 or 2, it's like 10 or 20 seconds. It's not a huge time swing. There's other things in the game that can take more time than this stupid minigame, to be honest.
So maybe this is a little different from the one at the bar. More industrial?
You don't say.
Here
I wish
goes.
we could just, like, waste MP to do this. I'm pushing my luck here. I'm lucky I didn't miss.
Spectacular.
I'm really boned here. Oh, I'm probably gonna miss the next one the way that I'm doing this. One, two, three, four. Oh boy. That's not super common, to be honest.
All right, I think that did it.
Wonderful.
The first one, you have all the time in the world to do it, and I really pushed my luck with it. I should have missed the first one, honestly. The second one, if you react to the needle passing, or being very close to that first really thick bold mark before the red, you should be pretty decent. I pushed my luck again, though, and waited too long, almost screwed it up. And then that last one, you literally have to make an audio cue to make it reasonable. So we're going to switch over to Aerith here and Firega right off the bat, switch to Tifa. This will set it up so that Firega will one-shot those idiots. And then you can just come over here with Tifa. We're going to ATB boost right off the bat to build a little bit of ATB to make this easier. Fire, arrow, fire again. Okay, we just want to get up this ladder.
That wasn't so bad.
Nice.
Sure is nice to go up.
Alright, so we're going to wait for this guy to land. Fire and Fire. Somersault.
Let's finish. Take that. I'll
Go,
on ahead.
and we're out of here. So we want to wait for the girls to get up the ladder here. I'll end up losing time if we cut them off. I believe that crate has an MP refill in it. Go, go, go.
We could get lost in here.
This is the train graveyard, all right.
We are in the Twain
The real
Graveyard,
treasure
where
trove
fun
of
goes to
scrap.
die.
Sector 7
Like
should
I
be
said, we
just
can
past
make it
that
through most of
archway
this
into the
area without
facility over there.
re-equipping stuff.
I vote we stay on the
That
light
Twin
so we can
Stinger
see
was
where we're
mainly to
going.
set Cloud up
Dark,
so that we can make it through the
everywhere.
fights without a lot of
Right.
obnoxious setup. And then we're going to use Nailbat to get us set up for 12, 13, and 14. We're going to want to toggle over to a Fire, Magnify, Fire MP
It's
Absorb
deserted.
setup so we
People
can just
don't-
one-shot
not
everything
what
with, like,
kind.
Fire
Everyone sees those who
Magnify.
lose-
There'd be a few cases where you have to cast twice, but not very
Is that right?
common.
I mean,
Then let's hurry.
Luckily in well, no, not luckily. In Chapter 13, we're going to get split party and we're going to lose Cloud.
Okay then.
So we can be super aggressive on the highway. The downside is we need to spend the second half of the chapter with Barrett as the lead party member.
for a shower.
And as I've said before, his stats are poo-poo. So we're going to have a hard time dealing enough damage in Chapter 13. Even with the proper routing and giving him literally every good item in the game, he still struggles to do enough. It's very sad. Could you step off? So we're going to arrow here, and then we're going to switch to Tifa. The reason I do that is those crates that I kick have a Mako shard in them, and I have plenty of downtime to get them and then get back in here right next to the progression point. That extra 10% MP this early on is actually just enough so that both Cloud and Aerith will have max MP in the ghoul fight, which will increase their first fire spell by 20%. So our Firas will hit a lot harder. I'm gonna Fire into Kiriga on Ghoul. The annoying part with that is Kiriga won't trigger ATB stagger, so I'm not getting any ATB back. But you have to do it that way because Fire, if you're casting fire in that fight, you have a really high risk of hitting furniture. And we can't use Fire Synergy to get extra damage out in that fight. It just doesn't work unless the boss is stunned, so that whole fight is really awful. Duel takes way more effort than he actually, like, deserves by a fair amount. There we go. Now we're gonna get down here, and we're gonna fire up these two ricochet's in front of us. Switch to Eric at the last second here to try and retarget.
Let me
Okay, I'm lucky that worked. That arrow magnify should not have worked. I got very lucky that the ricochet's behind the train were right next to each other. Every once in a while, the game cuts you some slack. Most of the time, it cuts my slack. Alright. So we got the last big save load coming up in here. It's fairly hard to hit. Did develop a visual cue for it, but it's still not consistent. It's pretty hard to hit. And if you wait too much, if you waste too much time screwing around with setting up the visual cue, you're just gonna lose more time than you save. It is about a 30-second time save, so it's about 25 if I hit it, probably about 5
What was that?
if I have to do the save load and miss. Probably about 3 if I set up the visual cue, and then well, actually, it's probably about 6 if I set up the visual cue and save load. 3 if I just go raw dog it and go for the save load. Alright, so right here, we're going to be using Arrow Magnify to get rid of everything. We want to make sure Tifa and Aerith stay all the way back here so that we can set this up. We want to get Cloud in the exact right spot. Okay. Oh, we should be able to get that, actually. That is a little bit sussy, but I'm pretty sure that'll work. Bummer. Oh, it's just a little bit off. That video, that visual cue was really close. I was probably like a 1/10 of a second off.
What now?
So if you do that right, what happens is this train door opens immediately instead of this entire waste of time. That's why it saves like 30 seconds. But I was extremely close to hitting it. Very unfortunate, but it's whatever. That's one of those ones, if you're even slightly close, you should probably throw the save load because it's such a huge time save. And the commitment into a bad save load is saves, or, you know, committing into a bad save load that you're not 100% sure on immediately is better because you're going, you know, if you do actually get it, and you're like, yeah, that probably shouldn't work, you know, at least it's whatever, right? I was pretty sure that was going to work, but it must have been really, really close. Unfortunate, but that's how it is. Those save loads are really hard to hit, especially under high tension. From what I was looking at, the run's actually pretty decent. In fact, when I looked at the timer before we got into the underground arena. Although the arena fights were kind of sus. So, yeah. So right here, we're actually going to one-shot these ghosts. There's a really weird bug here where both the girls are going to play a fear animation. And we're going to take advantage of that by tactical mentoring Fire with Aerith, which will allow us to instantaneously cast here, wait a couple of seconds, and then use that to finish. Look at her MP. See, it shoots back up. Yeah, so if we tactical menu, we can get both of them to do one spell instantaneously. But since Fire is big enough to hit both of them, that's what we go for. And then we do our best to kill them as quickly as possible, and then the game kind of goes, why did you lose MP? Here, you can have that back. But now we're back at max MP here. Alright. And we just gotta, unfortunately, we gotta do a little bit of follow-up to make sure that kills. Even if your MP is a little bit low, that Synergy also won't cost you MP, and you will get the 4 MP back for the Synergy, because the game really doesn't... However, they patched out the casting cost for Synergy. The game doesn't recognize that it's on, or it no longer costs MP.
Going in.
That's the wrong character.
Sorry, but we're in a rush.
I was like, alright, it's on R2, and then I'm like, no, it's not. You want to get as close to this door as possible, but I was trying to fix the camera angle because I'm stupid. Alright, so let's do one of the worst mini-bosses ever, or bosses, however you want to look at it. Without access to elixirs, this fight becomes very obnoxious. Okay. Into Fyra, into, wrong, Durga on Ghoul. Tifa uppercut. Okay, so if you punch Eligor as he's getting staggered, you can cancel the stagger and move the phase immediately. I was a little bit worried I wouldn't have enough ATB, but I went for it. We're going to double Star Shower to get enough damage so he's weak to magic again. So it's whatever. You gotta be careful to not mash too much here or you'll accidentally dodge roll immediately. It's kind of weird. Okay. Okay, that's actually fine. We're gonna guard here. Fyra into Fyriga. You can double Fyra if you get a high enough damage roll, but I find it's just not worth risking. It's just not worth risking, because if the double Fyra doesn't kill, you'll end up spending way more time on the, on casting, what? Excuse me? Why? Why is she on Kuriga still? I hate this game sometimes.
What do you guys think would have happened?
So you'll notice now she's back down to Cure. It's whatever. I don't need any MP with her anyway. I'm just going to use her to top the characters off going into Eligor. Luckily, I used to have Breach on Tifa, but Strife told me that he was using Berserk, or not Berserk, but Breach on Cloud, and I was like, eh? Took a look at the strat, and I was like, oh, wow, this is actually a lot better. That's part of the reason why I have a very specific setup for this on Twin Stinger, because I need a lot of very specific material for this portion, and then I can pull it back before we go into Chapter 12 with the Nail Bat. Or else I could just use the same setup.
Let's get going.
Honestly, a lot of my really good strats have been straight up stolen from Strife, or pretty much taken from his runs and then molded into something a little bit slower that's more my pace. I mean, he's got world record for a reason.
It's moving.
I'm gonna grab the MP crates here, and we're gonna ATB boost as soon as this fight starts to top out Cloud's ATB so I can double Disorder with him to get an ATB assist going. What do we got here? This. Disorder. Disorder. Alright. Now we're gonna use a Aurora here to take care of the Chris phase on the other side. Okay, where is it? C. Off it. So I chill out there so that if they start running down the middle, I can get a Punisher counter. Unfortunately, A decided to start, you know, running off, but as long as the Aurora Magnify is on it, it's gonna die. The only thing is I gotta get the Aurora Magnify to hit the D, because it only hits 3 enemies, if you remember. The original cast hits 1 enemy, and then Magnify picks the 2 closest enemies to duplicate to. And it, the thing is, Ice and Wind have a really strong interaction because they create the particle effect and then explode. So they'll both multi-hit regardless. But if you're using, like, Fire or something, if all the enemies, like, die, the spell will just go wide and not hit anything. Same with Lightning. Lightning will just cast in the void and not hit anything. So we're going to be giving Ice to Aerith here, and we're going to be giving her Blizzara and Eriga. Eriga does get used in Hojo's lab when we get her back. Could you go up the stairwell, dum-dum? Thank you. Blizzara could be used, but once we get to 17, the Bloodhounds become a different monster, or a different enemy, that dodges Ice actively unless they're trying to attack the enemy. So even though they're weak to Ice Magnify, we don't want to be using it on the dogs once we get to this point, because they all start dodging everything. It gets really obnoxious.
Coming through.
Berserk, Aurora, and Brad. So we're going to use Berserk, Aurora to kill these guys. It unfortunately does take a little bit of time, but it works better. You. And then we're going to set up Aerith. And then we do have a major tweak going on when we head into Chapter 12. So we want to do... What? What? How did I get in there? Look, dummy. Please. Thank you. Please. Thank you, I guess. Even though it's me that's messing it up. Yeah, that's not the best way to deal with the Drake, Strife has told me, but it's consistent. The Berserk pushes the damage high enough, and double Arrow Magnify hits hard enough. That's the one nice thing about Wind Magnify. It makes that fight a lot easier. So yeah. Alright, so now we're going to do a really annoying fight. Hopefully I don't mess it up this time. We're going to Arcane right off the bat. Disorder, take the hit on purpose. Stance change. Disorder again into a Berserk. stance change again to increase our ATB recovery rate here, and then ATB boost. And the boost will happen during the cutscene. Bing, bang, bong, dead dog. Then we're going to breach with Cloud here into an Aeroga with Aerith. We'll follow up with a Fyra, because we're going to get a Skill Master activation here. So bing, bang, bing, bing, bing.
No more tricks.
Pop, pop. Fyra. And then we're going to wait to change to Aerith here, so that we can buffer a Blizzard at the very start of this to keep her from dying. Yeah, the fact that they made Wind not suck, it makes Integrate a lot better. I just wish they had fixed air combat in general. So we're going to switch to Aerith Blizzard. That's going to get double cast. Star Shower specifically to buff the Somersault here. And that'll get some Blizzard synergies going, and he's dead. There we go. He would have been dead a little bit quicker if I'd hit the buttons properly. We don't need to save here or load here, because we're getting immediately into the next fight. There is a quirk about this Whisper fight here. The Enigmatic Whisper will always fly up and back if you load this chapter or if you reload the fight. If you beat Eligor and load this chapter from 11, the Enigmatic Whisper will always stay grounded and won't fly back in a way. So we can save a little bit of time if the game decides to let us, basically. So we're going to Blizzard with Aerith here. Tifa, what are you doing? We're trying to break her attacks. Because there's actually a weird thing with the Blizzard, or Somersault, Fire. There's a very awkward thing with the pressure on the Enigmatic Whisper. It's very hard to explain, but the boss will just drop out of pressure immediately if you hit it right before it gets pressured. It's so stupid. And I don't know what causes it, but there's just a lot of things you have to manage in this game. No. Yes. No. Yes. Alright. Mag. This. Assist for that first, and then Synergy. And we want... yeah, okay, we're good. I actually did the menu right. What the heck? Okay. Calm down. Arrow, Blizzard, and Dolphin. Let's get the heck out of here. So that menu was a lot more complicated, but because of the re-equips with weapons, I've made it, that I've added in later, has made that menu a little bit simpler, because I can, the mistakes that of the things that I don't change here, I can fix later on with weapon equips to shorten this one. Used to be a pretty long menu, it's about like 20 changes. We're gonna actually take our time here on purpose, because I want this fire to hit the elite officer. You're trying to one-shot the elite officer, instead of having to do that, but the game is obnoxious sometimes. That's actually really nice time save right there. But yeah, overall, I'd say Integrate's combat system is a lot better than the base versions. Although the dodge rolling bug, I guess, where the AI likes to dodge roll before it does shortcuts, is probably the worst inclusion. I don't know why they changed it, and I really wish they had. Myra. So what we're going to do here is we're going to bait this Helitrooper up to the top floor, and we're going to ATB boost, and we're going to take advantage of Magnify going wild here. So this, Fyra. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm going to get it here. There we go. Nice. So Fyra worms its way around the corner, even though I don't technically have those enemies in the fight. And it'll hit the Helitrooper. Him and the troopers are close enough that they'll all get one shot by that first one. If you fail to do it properly, you can still roll into the fight, and the Fire of Magnify will stay on the Helitrooper for a bit, but it won't hit the troopers, so you end up having to like use a Fire Magnify follow-up. But it's still a pretty cool strat. I think it's... Strife has found a lot of really cool things in this game, and that's probably one of the more cool ones that I don't know how much time it saves, but I'll be doggone if it's not extremely neat. Super, super neat. So we are going to be using Mithril Saber with Cloud for basically enemy encounters, and then we're going to be toggling into Iron Blade for a few fights.
Oh god, look out!
Specifically, Reno and Rude can be made a lot simpler with SD. We'll basically use Self-Destruct plus a couple of regular hits to put Reno into Phase 2 immediately. We'll let Barrett deal with a helicopter, and then we'll cross-slash with Cloud to take out Reno. And then from there, we go into the final phase with Reno and Rude both being spawned in, and they're extremely hard to deal with, but it turns out if you Dolphin Flurry immediately, if Reno gives you Flash Strike or EMP Triple Pulse, it's a safe fight. They'll both die to it. Brood has a little bit of extra HP, so you usually have to follow up with like Blade Burst, a Wind Spell, or a Thunder or something with Barret. But other than that, you pretty much have it covered. If you do get Flash Foot, which is a rare move from Reno, as long as you stick on Tifa for a little bit and don't change immediately, you can get to the other side and bait Reno back into the Dolphin Flurry, and then just use Blade Burst with Cloud to clean the rest of it up. So the fight is, you lose out on a cool little time save after the boss fight. So I could actually make the plates drop in the Reno Root boss fight before we get to the cutscene segment. So the plates are pre-dropped and our timer starts at 15 instead of 30 seconds. Oh, by the way, all the timers outside of the first chapter are fake and can't kill you. It's just that one in chapter 1 that can actually kill you if you don't exit within time.
Hold on, Marlene. I'm coming for
There have been a few runs that I lost to Reno and Rude when I used to do a more YOLO version. And I sat there and I'm like, alright, kill me. Nothing at 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. I guess they were like, yeah, it'd be kind of screwed up if we kill him right after a boss fight.
You're Marlene, right?
Alright, so we're gonna skip this. And now we're not gonna see Aerith for quite a long time after this. So mainly we're gonna be using Cloud as a caster again. He will use Synergy a few times, but he's mainly just going to be Magnify spamming. Barret will be our Synergy backup, and Tifa is going to be doing a ton of damage with the Star Shower buffs. Alright, so Cloud got hit a little bit there. He should be fine with this. So you want to make sure you get as far away as possible to try and warp Cloud over, but unfortunate. It's fine. So all I'm worried about here is to get the healing in. Probably will be the last time I need to heal Cloud. We're not going to heal at all in the boss fight. This next fight right here, the timer for Reno to come and try and shoot you with a helicopter starts immediately as you enter this fight, so your goal is to just get in the fight ASAP. There, fire. I could go for ATB boost after and take hits from the Gatling gun, but I really only need fire for the Helitrooper, and Tifa has Star Shower and Dolphin Flurry. So I can very easily one-shot the Trooper as he gets out of the helicopter. So that's 2 rounds of Gatling gun, that's all it takes. Then we'll just mash R1 or R3 here until I get a lock on. Pop, you're dead. So we could cast Blizzara on this guy while he's in the helicopter, but we can't kill him until he hits the floor, so it really doesn't matter. I could have Blizzara'd with Tifa if I really wanted to Dolphin Flurry. We're trying to make it so that Dolphin Flurry kills as he becomes killable. I think I did it. No, I did it good. I was a little bit early on it. Alright, so this fight right here is a little goofy. It's gonna look super stupid, but I'll explain it after. ATB boost, fire, Dolphin Flurry, fire up. So what happens there is I fire Magnify after the ATB boost. Fire Magnify, because I'm at max MP, is 99% of the time is strong enough to kill both of the turrets. I Dolphin Flurry with Tifa, because Dolphin Flurry will not kill until the last hit, if you're not in control of the character. What am I doing? Oh, should have just closed the menu. And the problem is the Shock Trooper there can activate dodge if Tifa's trying to punch him. So he'll dodge the fire spell. So I juggle him with the Dolphin Flurry to keep him in that main position so he won't dodge the Fire-A. Then I cast Fire-A Magnify because at max MP it's strong enough to kill both the Helitroopers. And it like splits off in that center in such a way that it'll never hit the ceiling. So right here we're going to lock on and just tank this. Star Shower, and then we're going to get a limit going into, I gotta be very careful with the timing here. Uppercut, you're looking for that red thing, because that means your uppercut got a 70% damage buff. Normally I would use Synergy to push damage here with Barret, but I have Synergy Lightning for a lot of the fights because it works out better. This is the only fight where it's really an issue. So, the problem is Reno has a greater resistance to Synergy Lightning, so it does almost nothing. So we're just going to find other sources of damage instead of that. We're going to overcharge here for all the extra ATB, charge, Aeroga, and get the heck out of the way. we get high damage roll, which we did not, we can just shoot him with a regular shot, and then we're going to go into a limit here. Bop, bop, bop. Switch over, ATB boost, into that.
Let me handle this.
So if we get a high damage roll on Eriga, I can just tickle him with the regular gun and not have to use overcharge. But luckily, the phase takes so long that getting into overcharges really isn't that bad. Or I guess recharges, whatever you want to call it, where he stocks overcharge time. Shaves off, I think, like 3 or 4 seconds of charge time. So right here, we're going to Dolphin Flurry right off the bat on Rude. I got to pay attention to what Reno's doing, because that'll change how I have to respond to everything else and how soon I switch to Cloud. So just give me a second here to focus. That's actually perfect. See you guys later. And then we're going to Blade Burst. We need to delay Blade Burst just a little bit here. We might not get the bug activation. That's kind of annoying. Cloud was a little bit out of position, so it probably won't. Oh, nice. This is what I was talking about with the plate dropping early. You can avoid that whole, like, cutscene where you get slowed down. Also, you can catch Tifa when she's not there. We're also going to throw on my Mithril Blade back on now, and we're good to go. Yep, that's how it works. Sometimes it's just easier to menu your attacks through the tactical menu than screwing up your shortcuts and then having to change it back again. Blade Burst is pretty nice, but it's really slow, so it's really not a good option most of the time, especially when you have access to full power spells because of the 20% damage bonus and MP Absorb being on the table. Cloud's damage is high enough that we can push through most of the enemy's weakness regardless and just one-shot him with a tier 1 or tier 2 spell anyway, because they either have low HP or his damage is high enough or a combination of the two. Mostly, we want Fire for Chapter 14, and since he's not going to be in the end portion of Chapter 13, the underground, Hojo's Underground Laboratory, whatever you want to call it, we don't really need to optimize his element. We do have Barret pre-optimized for that element, though. That's actually why I put LMG on him, was to change out some of his equipment. Mainly because Luck Up just doesn't cut it anymore, and we need a lot of MP for the Underground Laboratory, since he's going to be our solo character for most of that fight. Most of those fights. We need to add in the MP up. It also will allow me to get rid of the first set of enemies really quickly in the Underground Laboratory. Also, this is another slow point where we can just kind of talk about whatever marathon-related stuff. It's about like 3 or 4 minutes of walking, I think 5, something like that.
Wedge wasn't up there with them. He got out.
All right.
But yeah, we have Barret set up. You would probably think that Catastrophe would be a better option. Problem is, Catastrophe is very slow. It takes about 5 to 6 seconds to start up and actually start hitting the enemy. And then it does like 4 ticks of damage over 10 seconds, so it's even longer. And because Barret's the lead of the party, we get that same slowdown time effect when he's charging it up to jump in the air, so it takes even longer. And because he's the party leader, it's a double dip where we have to wait for Catastrophe to end, him to land, and then start moving. So not only does it take a long time to kill, take a long time to start up, but it takes a long time to get your movement back, and on top of that, it pushes you back a little bit, too. So you end up landing further back than where you started. The other thing, too, is because of that wind-up time, the enemies can move in really random ways. And the biggest problem in that area is the dogs. The dogs are very dangerous and very much fight you tooth and nail. Catastrophe can sometimes end up only hitting one of them. The main problem is the first set of dogs. The area was clearly not designed with those enemies in mind. It was just designed for the story. And then they plopped enemies in them. So a lot of the Underground Laboratory is a lot harder than it needs to be. Because the combat arenas aren't combat arenas, they're story arenas. Like, they're set up to make it look like a laboratory. And what it does is make... the problem is a lot of the enemies in there are weak to ice. The boss and everything. So because it's tiered areas, we have that issue where the environment stops our ice spells from hitting enemies unless we like do a bunch of finagling to get them in the right spot. Luckily, the highway isn't nearly as that bad. The only time the highway really gets rough with, spells hitting the floor is usually if the AI decides to get really close to something and get silenced by the smogger. or if you get too greedy running away from
The
a
main
fight
entrance
and then
to
your
Sector
fire
7
spell
is
ends up
buried
hitting the
under rubble
floor,
now.
or the enemies
So,
separate
how
in
are
a
we
way
supposed to get
that,
back
like, one of
inside?
them
Underground
gets away
passage
from the
in the
group
park.
so he doesn't get hit by the magnified spells.
But how
Because
do
it
we
just
get
ends
to
up
the
hitting the
park?
environment.
I know another way to get there. Aerith
Luckily,
showed
we
me
have
the
somersault, so if they chase down Tifa
This ain't
completely, she
your
doesn't
new
kick him in the
suspect.
face. Does lose us a couple of seconds having to somersault them, but sometimes you got to take what you can get. So we're going to be heading into back into the Broken Highway, but we're going to go down the other route this time. The half of the highway that we used last time to get to Wall Market is cut off because of the plate drop. Speaking of the plate drop, you guys probably are wondering, like, in a new game run, where do they get Magnify, right? In Chapter 9, when you're headed over to Wall Market? No, they don't. It actually takes 2 minutes to pick it up. But fun fact that most people probably don't know that played it casually, because usually when you see a blue materia, you're like, I want now, give. Go and get it. But if you don't pick up the materia in Chapter 9, it actually drops on your path in Chapter 13 after Chapter 12 is over. Because that part of the highway is blocked off, so they didn't want to make it missable. So, I mean, you could go back and get it at the end of the game, but, you know, sometimes people are like, I don't want that garbage. Because they get, like, a warding, and they're like, oh, this blue materia is trash, and don't even think, oh, is that an all? Which I think that's actually the Magnify materia is in the same spot all would be in,
Alright, let's keep moving.
in the OG game. Or at least close to it. These fights right here are pretty obnoxious.
Bring it.
We're just gonna zip on by. Okay, and we'll have one shot at them because they were so tightly packed. You can, if Cloud doesn't one-shot everything like that, you can turn around, you can True Strike with Tifa, target one of the enemies, and then Barret will use a follow-up synergy to remove the last enemy. But this is what I mean, like, that side of the highway is blocked off, so you actually can't get back to the Magnify.
We'll have to fight our way
Thank
through.
gosh, because then we don't have to bother with the stupid arm mini-games. Which it also makes the movement right here extremely nice, because we have, like, 3 or 4 enemies in a row. And if we do parrying perfectly, we can get all the way to the Smogger sweeper fight without having to stop. And we can just warp Cloud over because of the distance between the two. Alright, let's get out of here. Ooh, Cloud's ATB is good enough that if I do get all the way to the Smogger sweeper, it'll be nice. I don't have to, like, save load or anything for it. Okay. This, Cloud, fire. Okay, we're good to go. Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Was never in
And we don't even need to worry about Cloud here, because he's not going to be in the underground laboratory. So as long as he doesn't die before we get done with the highway, we're good to go. Basically, we're going to give all of his stuff to Barret, and that'll be that. Right here, we're going to switch to Tifa and kick these two guys in the feet, because we don't like how much they move. Okay. I probably play that a little bit safe. I don't know why I'm doing this. Bad habit. ATB boost. Fire see you guys later. Okay. Gonna take a second to get up the ladder anyway. That was a little bit slow, but it could have been a lot slower. We're gonna fire here and do the Tifa thing again. We can only get away with Fire here because Cloud's at max MP. If not, we gotta use Fire. Let's see here. What's our damage output? We don't need to worry about it. Alright, let's set everything up. This. Excuse me, this. 1, 2. Okay. So what we did there is we got rid of Skill Master for Magnify. We're going to be, if we're getting ATB back on Barret, it's going to be because we are using Blizzara Magnify again to trigger ATB Stagger. We swapped out his useless binding materia because berserking stuff really isn't a good investment for First Strike. We also took off Healing and Revival for Magica. He's going to be our main caster, so we don't want to be wasting any MP on that kind of garbage. And then what we did is we actually menued Synergy off for an MP up. It just turns out we can scroll the menu twice really quickly to get the MP up on. That extra 100%, I think, MP, 50%, is extremely helpful and will speed up the first several fights by a large margin. Also, if you have any issues with bright and or flashing lights, now is the time to either get a pair of sunglasses to reduce the intensity,
Sector 6 is right over there.
Oh.
Need to walk a little bit.
Leave for a little bit. I have never had it actually trigger a migraine for me, and I have never had anybody tell me that it actually gives them any sort of spasms or whatever it is. But it is kind of bright and a little bit obnoxious. It can give you a mild headache if you have like migraines. But I've never had anybody say that they needed to leave. But I always go with the sunglass strat here because it's just too bright. Yeah, it definitely puts a strain on my eyes. That's why I wear these. Not just for the Reno cosplay. So, we're gonna head into the laboratory here. We got Barrett on deck. The fights here kind of stink, honestly. But looking at the time, we got a pretty decent run going. I think I could probably, like, a PB of mine would probably be here like a minute or two earlier, but I really can't complain. For the most part, this has been a pretty good marathon run, I'd say. The funny thing about this is, like, there was a period where it was less intense. Like, as soon as it moved to the PS5 version, the flashing of him shooting the rocks was really intense. Then there was a period where it just stopped doing it, and then it just went back. The game never got updated or anything, so my best guess is it has to do with the PS5 software, something. So it's something in the PS5 settings, because my brightness is turned all the way down. Alright, so we want to get as close to the hole as possible here to warp the cat over, because the cat's basically what's going to allow us to get into the hole. Gotta wait for the cat to move. As soon as you start seeing the cat move, you can save load again. There you go. Unfortunately, you can't just save load twice, because you need to move closer to the hole. The cat going. We also have to be on EKG cannon here, any gun, so that we can actually get through this area. So, unfortunate. I would have healed Barrett, but he does also have Bloodsucker on EKG cannon, so I'm gonna get all my HP back immediately.
Hang in.
So we want to one-shot these guys because Barrett moves a lot quicker outside of combat than in combat. Oh, it's stupid of me. Whatever. Alright, so we're going to do the same thing on all three of these fights here. Okay, you piece of garbage. What? Huh? Wait, why'd the other one survive? Didn't survive. I don't even understand. That's very uncommon. Whatever. 2 out of 3 isn't bad. I would have had to do that anyway if I had done it the opposite. Never mind. This is the really hard fight in here. This arena is awful. I don't know what the hell they were thinking with this one, but it is absolute trash. Alright, dude, come here.
Get the hell out of here!
Bro.
Chill out.
Okay, there we go. This arena is pretty awful. That fight was really scuffed. It's a good thing that, turned me on to a wind strat here that can fling the other dog to you like that. That keeps him from evading. So right here, we're going to just lock onto the doggo, keep him from moving. Blizzara, and that should one-shot everything. You could, with that layout, you could Blizzard Magnify all those enemies, but that's how it is sometimes. You don't always get the bugs close enough to the dog that Blizzard Magnify would work. The dogs have enough HP that a magnified spell is not going to hit hard enough. Honestly, I shouldn't be using straight Blizzard Magnify only, but I do it to save time. Right here, we gotta hope that we don't get screwed. Thank you. We're gonna Blizzard Magnify here for some time save. Oh, I got really lucky there. So the reason I Blizzard Magnify there instead of Blizzard is enough to kill the bugs. But as you could tell, the bugs are kind of BS and will just slip right out of your ice spell. So yeah, it gets pretty awful, to be honest. Should have enough MP to do everything. If I had just a little bit more, I could Blizzard Magnify this fight, but I don't have enough. The fights have to go really well up till now, so that I can just, like, use Blizzard Magnify and stuff. If I get really lucky with the dog fight, that first one, I can arrow into Blizzard Magnify and kill them both. But because of the way they were positioned, I knew for a fact I needed Blizzard, because I needed to one-shot both of them. These fights in here are probably some of the hardest fights, because you're without Cloud or Aerith. So your damage output is actual trash. Yeah, I don't know how it made it through development, to be honest. The bright flashing lights in this area are ridiculous. It's not like that in the PS4 version either. It has to have something to do with the HDR, the PS5 or something. I don't know what it is. So we're gonna zip up here with Tifa. and turn around. And what that'll do is allow the targeting system to activate properly here. If you don't do the right movement, Barrett won't actually be allowed to target with his cannon. So right here, we're going to actually just use Overcharge instead of Blizzard. They don't really have enough MP to Blizzard here. So we're going to Overcharge and kill both of these dinguses. Overcharge. And then we're going to start Shower. Flurry.
No surprises.
So, I could use Synergy Lightning here instead of swapping it off for MP up. It would slightly increase the speed of that fight, because I can get double Synergy before, to kill before Dolphin Flurry does. But, the thing is, the extra MP just makes the rest of this place a lot quicker. So that should be it for Bright Flashing Lights. We will shoot the wall at the very end of this fight. That's not too bad. We're gonna start this off, and with a very annoying way. We're gonna actually do that to figure out what's going on. Stop it! Oh no, that's bad. Blizzard. What do we got here? Blizzard. I did the thing again! That's not good. I did it again. Well... I guess we're gonna have to build ATV with her. Okay, we're gonna have to try for the Eriga here.
It's on you.
Okay. Okay, Barrett, I need you to Blizzard this guy. I did the dum-dum again. Okay. No. Indomitable Strength. Alright. I accidentally tried to parry uppercut again, which is something I do all the dang time here. So we need the Omni Strike or True Strike here to do enough damage. The problem is that like my brain just like intrinsically parry and parry uppercutting is on the same thing, so I accidentally Omni Striked. That's actually we have the bonus that increases the chances of you. I lost time there because I'm being stupid. Are you serious? Oh my lord. That failed experiment blocked my overcharge shot. This game is being poo-poo pee-pee right now. I am not pleased. I should get a multi-hit off this Blizzard Magnify. This. Shower. Oh shit. Limits. Flurry. You need a catastrophe to make sure that you one-shot here. That was very bad. That fight was extremely bad, and I should feel bad. I don't know what it is about Chapter 13, but my brain literally turns into mush. Oh, no. We're not menuing just yet. So this would be where the date mini cutscene is. It'd be about 2 minutes. We do it, I believe. It's less than 2 minutes, but I rounded it up. I think it's like a minute 45, minute 50, something like that. But it would be a nice bathroom break for me, too, just in case. And it would be in a much better position than the normal one.
He made it, didn't he?
In Shinra HQ.
They could still be alive.
Okay. So we're going to skip all this and then reset everything to cloud. Skip out all that. Okay. Yeah, Chapter 13 is like... It's... I don't know what it's like, the enemies are really random. And if you don't... The boss fight, like, you can save a bunch of time if your Blizzard Magnify, like, one-shots everything. But it also throws you off extremely hard because you're not expecting it. So if you're out of position, it makes those two monsters on the upper platform run around and lose you a bunch of time because you're trying.
So, how are we supposed to get topside? With everything that's happened, the trains still aren't running.
Well, we could walk along the tracks.
The city's on high alert. All the roads and public transit have probably been locked down by now.
So what's the plan then?
But yeah, chapter
You know another
13
way
is
No, but I think I know someone
it's
who
both
might.
really easy and extremely hard because the monsters are really obnoxious. It's super hard to get a good chapter 13 because half of it's done with Barrett.
My
And
fellow grounders,
even
listen up,
even if you
because
could
Boyd
all
might
in
have
on
some news
Tifa
for
instead
you.
of Barrett, those first several fights make it extremely hard to even consider that because like there's like 6 or 7 fights before you even get Tifa back. So like no matter what you do, you're kind of at a loss. But we got everybody set up and ready to go. Hopefully chapter 14 isn't too vicious. So we're gonna skip the dialogue here, go to the Urban Advancement District, and go. So we want to go left here when we spawn in. There are a lot of places where the game is in black, or how do I want to put this? The game is fading in, but you can actually move. So you gotta remember to hold a certain direction.
Did you guys get into it with them or something?
Ba-da-boo, ba-da-boo.
Hey, Cloud, what happened?
So yeah, chapter 13 kind of stinks. There's some chapters that are like that, where it's like, you either win or you lose, pretty much. And that's like, the kids' fort is another place where it's like kind of meh. Because no matter how good you do the fight, if the game decides to like spawn extra rats, you're boned. Because it can just flat out do that on its own, even if you do it properly. The game kind of does whatever it wants sometimes. There's not much you can do about it. There's not anything that would really like. It would have to be several bad luck things back to back to back to like throw a PB attempt or a marathon run, but oof. Yeah, it's a pretty rough time. 309. Chapter 13 looked really
You guys
bad.
ready?
I probably should have just reset the boss fight. What am I doing?
And get ready. You guys ready?
Targeting in that boss fight really bled a lot of time. The fights went pretty decent, except for the bugs that decided to screw me over. That's the one problem, is like, you go with Blizzard Magnify because a huge AoE, but if the bugs decide to be idiots, they'll just fly right out of it. That's the reason Wind was awful in the past, because of that same exact issue. I have tried Wind Magnify in there, but it just doesn't do enough in the boss fight, because it doesn't trigger staggers over and over again. I'm gonna fire it right off the bat here. Zip one in and punch. I'm gonna wait a little bit to try and get up the ladder so we don't get slip off it like that. So a lot of these fights I just need to make sure I don't like miscast here. So actually, there we go. Hold it down with the right thing. Whew. Alright, this is one of the cooler rooms in the game. We're just gonna get the hell out of here. We're gonna lose a lot of HP here though. With Slumber Spine going on, that's pretty bad. Oh, looks like they both decided to block. Did you keep going? Huh? You gotta be kidding me. At the last second, I lose 3k hit points. What the flying F? Stupid game is cheating again.
Finish it quick.
Use Barrett to retarget.
That's a win.
Put up on the ladder. Gotta be careful with a cure here. Right here, we're gonna triple slash the Bluegill to make sure he dies. We're gonna go triple onto Blue. Bluegill is really obnoxious. True strike that, please. Tifa, thank you for true striking. Barrett, get that. Oh my gosh. The NPCs are just walling out today. We're freaking. Apparently, we're in riot mode.
Jesse and Big stashes.
So this is why you don't want to heal too much here.
Hate to interrupt.
Yeah,
You need both of them over here to trigger this cutscene. Same for the next one. So you either heal before you get through the pipe,
Maybe. About time.
or after this fight.
This way.
There's a lot of
Should be a
places where you
door
have to
with
like
Corneo's
avoid
mark
healing.
around here somewhere.
You don't slow things down. Obviously, healing with the main character is a
Your
problem.
time to shine.
Yeah, yeah.
Can I ask you, why did you help?
Because it just stops your
Really?
forward progress.
Huh?
But there are some places where the NPCs do the same. If you
You're dead.
with them,
No escape.
because they're needed to trigger a cutscene.
Let's go. Wait. We're getting close to Corneo's hideout. From here on, I'll take the
We have a couple of MP crates coming up, so I decided to top Cloud off here. The next couple of hallways are going to be kind of annoying, but should be fine. We're going to switch to Barrett to try and overcharge one of these rats. It is a little bit of a high roll, but it's fine. What? There we go. There we go. Arrow. You could get that crate, but what we're trying to do is make sure those Sajins die.
Where the hell did that thing run off to?
Just making sure all 3 of those Sajins die is your priority. Way more than trying to get that MP crate. You can get it on the way back. Even though it respawns, it's better to wait. We're gonna wait. Okay. Bad movement, but whatever.
Keep it coming. I'm ready.
One step at a time, huh?
So we are going to stay on Magnify in the boss fight, because we can actually get multi-hits with the spells. Okay. We can get multi-hits by grouping the shotes close enough to the Abzu that we end up like hitting for like 30k. So if we do things right, we should be in a good spot. That was not the most optimal thing ever, but whatever. We're gonna heal up Barrett here. No. Oh, where's Tifa? That scissor pincer right there can screw you over. If you don't respect the scissor pincer, he can get stuck in the alleyway and can't get pushed too far away, so you end up losing a huge amount of time. Sure. What?
Calling fire. Was never in doubt.
Okay, sure. Let me through. Push me. Push me. Thank you. Yeah, this game is weird. That's all I gotta say.
He's so slippery.
Just like his owner.
Give it back!
Okay, maxed out. There's a couple of MP crates I can grab in here, but I'm not gonna bother with them.
Let's go.
The only person who's MP I gotta worry about is Cloud. I actually want to stop moving there, because if he's in a neutral stance, you can just get the cutscene to trigger immediately. We'll grab the MP crate on the ladder.
I'm gonna enjoy beating
Right next to the ladder on the way back.
Corneo's mine and mine alone.
Just to give everybody a little bit more MP, just in case
Fine.
the game decides to start acting up. We're going to be switching over to Wind Magnify after this. We're going to be switching over to Magnify after this. Magnify Wind specifically, and Wind MP Absorb. And we only have 3 Wind material, which means one of my characters is not going to have Wind. I've opted to take it off Tifa. Barrett just has higher magic damage on EKG versus Metal Knuckle. We'll still use a little bit of magic with her, but it's going to be auxiliary in any sort of fight. So hopefully I don't get the really awful pattern with Abzu here. Not very good with Bash and Smash. It makes damage dealing very difficult. You could use Skill Master in this fight, but if I get Bash and Smash, I'll just deal with it and try and make it work from there. You'll probably take a dip in the water and I'll lose some time, but it won't be as bad as if I reset. Oh, or we'll get nothing. Berserk, this, Fire Ga, Overcharge. Yay! Or the fight can just be perfect. That sounds good to me, too. Okay. So, I shouldn't be able to screw it up at this point. We're going to Fire into an ATB boost, so I have enough MP. The Fire plus Thunder Synergy is going to pop this horn, which will make him jump back. So even if I get bad movement, I'm going to be able to get the multi-hit that I need right here. Because look at the show standing right next to him like dum-dums. So what we can do now is start this phase out with a Fire Gun Magnify, and it'll get a nice chunk of multi-hits going. And then we can switch over to Tifa immediately for the Dolphin Flurry into the... or Star Shower into the Dolphin Flurry, rather. Over Cloud. See you guys later. And then I can get right next to the door. Now, I should be able to open the door as the game spins me around towards it. There we go. I opened it with my sword. All right, now we're going to get the heck out of here. Heading up is a little bit faster than getting on the ladder. Swap that out. Put warding to refocus. Okay, we got it. This. Stop it. Refocus. Win for that. To Arrow Mag. Arrow Mag. Spells Aeroga Mag and Aero again for the boss fight. D-Mag, and then Somersault.
Ready to do
Yeah, I guess I should figure that out.
You know, sure you want to...
I have considered building bar before casting the Firaga, because I think, as long as it's not too bad... Yeah, I've kind of learned my lesson that that's the case. I just gotta... If I could figure out how to get it consistently in Phase 1, the Fire Horn Break always backs him up into the shouts, so Firaga always triple hits or whatever. So the ATB Fire into ATB boost and Firaga is consistent. I just need to have the 2-bar into it. So I either need to Fire then build the bar for ATB boost, or I have to build the bar in Phase 1 consistently. I'm not sure yet, though. But yeah, I need to do some more experimentation with that boss fight. It's a little bit goofy. I can usually make it through without Firaga, to be perfectly honest. But...
A friend of ours.
It's too dangerous. For you, maybe.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Just try to be careful.
Because the horn break makes him back up into the shoats, and the shoats stop moving, I think. So we're going to be using Wind Magnify for the next few segments. The enemies, not all are weak to wind, but we got enough damage that it's not going to be a problem. We'll either multi-hit everything, like that.
Let's go.
I haven't tested it, so that's the only reason I'm using the word usually there. Because I haven't really sat down and tested Abzu, because he hasn't pissed me off bad enough yet. It's definitely, there are definitely some things I will look at before I do a marathon run, instead of just saying whatever, it works. Cloud. I got hit by a friggin' spell last minute. But yeah, like, I'm gonna take a second look at Abzu. It's close enough, but that's not acceptable, you're right, for a marathon.
We've made it through worse, you know.
Yeah,
So these fights right here can be pretty dicey. Kind of, sort of, not really. What we're looking for is Somersault to one-shot the 3 Sea Soldiers here at 3rd class. These things have quite a huge amount of HP. But if Somersault fails to hit one of them, I can just arrow twice with Cloud, and that's enough damage. And because of MP Absorb, my MP stays high enough that it's not much of an issue. Immediately started casting Aurora there because I knew he wasn't going to move forward enough.
Not this guy again.
Come on, we need
We'll heal up Tifa here. Alright, so this next couple of fights here, we're trying to nuke everything with Cloud if we can get away with it, and we want to get Tifa as far up this half pipe as possible, so the movement here is kind of weird. It depends on what the game decides to throw my way. This, overcharge. Okay. Arrow. Okay, switch Tifa here. Into Aurora on Officer E. Cloud, Barrett's Arrow on Teletrooper. Cloud, Aurora. Arrow. Alright, that's what you're looking for, something like that.
What do you
A
think?
little bit too much tactical menuing. That can be done with shortcuts, but it's a little bit harder. Could have gotten a little bit closer to the ladder, but you gotta be careful about that. If you get too close to the ladder and Cloud's underneath that pipe, you down warp to Cloud instead of up warping Cloud. Okay.
That's a
Fine.
win.
Give it all. Give it all.
You're gonna feel this one.
So the arrow here is to get an extra Synergy Thunder in there to make sure that Tifa one-shots with Dolphin Flurry and the Somersault.
Damn it. If any of this
We use the same strat later on the Double Blast Ray fight. We'll have Tifa Somersault, Starshare or Somersault, one of them. Well, the other one, Here, did you? Here. We do need a little bit of MP on Barret, but not too much. We are going to be stealing Synergy for this boss fight. There are a couple of boss fights where toggling Synergy over to Cloud is a good idea. You can get around doing the fights without Synergy, but it ends up being just faster in general to go all in on the Synergy and let Cloud do Cloud's magic do the walking for you.
Look down. You can do this. Don't look down. Just keep going. Don't look down. Don't look down.
Alright, so we're going to start this fight off with ATB boost. I need 2 casts, but I'm never going to get an ATB stagger out of this, so... Oh, that's great. I'm not even being ironic here. You actually want to start... You can save a little bit of time by just dipping over there with Tifa and then True Striking.
Let's keep it up.
I do prefer to grab those crates just to top off my MP a little bit. So... There's no chance that I won't have enough MP. That's just a personal preference of mine, though. A fight with the boss isn't too bad, as long as you're not being a complete clown about it. Synergy makes it a lot simpler. We're going to Arrow Magnify on purpose here, so Barret can Synergy.
You're good at this.
Told you so.
We did take off Blizzard M. We're really not going to be casting too many ice spells with Barret, but I just do that so that I have an option. If I need it... Oh, fuck. I took too long to skip the cutscene, so it's screwed with the bullet pattern. Knew that was going to happen. Tap run, tap run. So wait. You can get Wombo comboed in there very easily. And you end up getting, like, multiple bullet chains. That sucks. That was really awful. Because I missed the cutscene skip, so, like, the bullet timer kept going. This is gonna be really obnoxious. Barret, what are you doing? You're literally killing me here, buddy. I should have known better.
That's the way to do it.
I don't even know why I cast Arrow. I'm like, his damage is way too low for that to work. Maybe Arrow Gun might have worked, but Arrow sure as hell wouldn't have. Ever.
Stay sharp.
We're gonna switch to both these characters here to avoid triggering the dodge animation.
Keep it up, man.
Yeah, you too.
What? Heal up, please. That's actually really awful. I buffered a back movement. I hate that. When you let go of the thumbstick, sometimes it pulls back too hard and buffers a back input when you try to go into the menu, because you're trying to let go forward so you don't end up rolling the damn thing up. And instead, what you do is turn around. Probably should just do the menu right after that first skip. Alright, let's do this garbage. So we're just gonna run here, ignore pretty much everything. We could theoretically drain Barrett's HP here, and hit him into critical so he does more damage on the boss. There we go. Arrow, overcharge, into refocus. That's actually pretty nice. Into fire. Fire. Boost. There we go. It's really it's not common you'll get really bad ATB. Tifa's ATB was actually super duper good, so it'll speed up the next phase too here. We got good luck here overall. So we're gonna Arrow with Barrett, Arrow with Cloud, switch over to Barrett so that we get the Synergy activation, Arrow for an extra cast, and charge while we're waiting. So we needed to start that phase with Cloud on full MP, or full ATB, so we can Arrow here immediately too. So we're going to Arrow, move off to one side, overcharge, into, focus. Focus twice. There, Arrow. Bomb. Okay, and the boss is dead. Now we're going to switch back to Magnify really quick for the barrage. Synergy becomes less important on Barrett here, more important that Cloud has Magnify. Synergy with Barrett does help a little bit in some of these places, but it's not like really strat-defining. It will make some things easier though, so it's not completely a waste of time.
That only put the war on pause.
So we will be doing a small menu upgrade after this area, switching over to Lightning MP Absorb for the rest of the laboratory. We're going to keep Wind Magnify because it does what we need. Lightning for the machine enemies that we need to kill. We'll switch out into Iron Blade because it makes Specimen a lot easier having self-destruct. And then we'll upgrade our shortcuts for the entirety of that area. So we're going to ATB boost right off the bat here, and then Arrow. We're gonna try and get over here without.
Hey, what's going on?
Really bad. Arrow Cloud here. I needed to punch that elite trooper because he usually will survive a straight Arrow Magnify. That's why I want to kill the other ones too. Arrow. Tifa. I could True Strike them with Tifa there, but there's really no reason to. I also want to make sure I'm on the dog here.
Move aside.
Where is it? Arrow. Over here, HP boost. Arrow. Okay, Tifa True Strike this guy. Trying to avoid attacks with Cloud if at all possible.
Let's go.
Arrow run. That's really bad. Arrow run. Okay. Alright, so we don't want to heal here until we get into the lobby, or else we're going to lose time, so gotta hold off on that.
Come on. We need to move.
There's a couple of places where the NPCs, where your AI-controlled partners stop moving. It ends up losing you each chunk of time. Sure. Doesn't matter. Lightning, Iron, Thundera. Into wrong. Like this. Lightning, Iron, no. Into Thundera, SD, into triple Ascension. I believe it's Thundera here. That's it. And Catastrophe. Thundera into Araga? No, SD.
And burn the rubble.
But not today.
I guess it's going okay. I really have no complaints here. Not great. This isn't like PB pace, I don't think. But it's not bad. It's pretty good for a marathon run. Or at least marathon practice run anyway.
Let's just keep heading up.
Even if this was a good pace, I'd probably lose it in the end game because I haven't like fully practiced them. I was planning on just kind of like doing some practice runs to de-rust this weekend, but my stomach got upset Sunday, so I was unable. to really know. Yeah, overall the run's pretty good, but the odds,
Okay, guys.
the end game is
listen
most
up.
likely going to ruin any PB
Aren't I
chances.
always?
Just due to inconsistencies, mildly different menus are a little bit slower that I'm not familiar with yet. Cedric. There's some menus I need to sit down for an hour and just grind them out so that when I do the first couple of changes, the rest of it's, boop, muscle memory. I also need to mess around with synergy on Aerith for Genova.
Tifa!
Shit! Tifa!
Are you okay?
Just want to check my battery right there to make sure it didn't
I thought I was dead for
start
sure.
beeping in the last hour. I don't necessarily have to eat, but it just so happens that I do my runs so early in the morning, they end up running into lunchtime. I don't end up, like, super hungry or anything while I'm doing the runs, or... The only problem that I ever run into is with frickin' getting angry because I'm hungry. But, as long as, I'm not focusing on the
Hand
time,
over
which I
hand,
haven't
huh?
been.
That's
I've only
fine.
checked it a few times
Bring it
thus
on.
far. So right here, the movement can be very obnoxious. Hey, Steam, thanks for dropping by. Appreciate the good luck. Thank you, game. I am so glad that you could make sure that I 100% wanted to get off of that handlebar. This game, I really like... What? Hello? Thank you? At least this music here is good, but the handlebar minigames are awful. I mean, I guess it could be worse, right? It could be the pump minigame. So this is actually the next place where there's a big amount of time swing. Oh, are you guys doing like a no materia race or something?
This isn't so bad.
I hope that works out. Since
close
Limit
now.
Break is actually
Just
on,
need to
I
make
kind
it
of
over
want to
there.
grind the heck out of this. No materia seems pretty interesting. To me, like, honestly, like, I would rather prefer no magic, so that you can use things like elemental, like, you can still have interesting setups, but not, like, breaking the game's back on magic. At
Almost
least,
there.
you could still use
Just need to get
elemental, so
across
you
those
can wisely use that to push staggers and stuff. I don't know. I guess that makes sense. If you're doing no materia on easy, it wouldn't be too terribly bad. Especially then, you wouldn't have to worry about healing with cure stuff. You can use potions. So... And then you don't have to waste any money on materia, too. I guess the only downside would be no berserk, but on easy, you probably don't even need berserk. Really? The magic-based weapons make it easier? With no materia? How does that work out? Oh, adrenaline's for limit break? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so you just spend your money on different things. That sounds good. I'll have to check out one of those and see. What I want to start learning is OG7, but I'll never be very good at it. I don't think, anyway. I'll have to talk to, Ian and find out how he learned what he learned. If there's, like, a good video for it. Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. So we're gonna Star Shower here. Please don't. What's gonna happen? Normally, Star Shower will suck both of those guys in, but they got separated somehow. Oh, yeah, Blade Burst and Cheat Trap. Oh, so you're basically doing magic without magic. I gotcha. That's kind of what you have to do with those fights. Usually, Star Shower takes care of those first two, but whatever. It's sometimes you gotta roll high, and realize you're gonna get low rolled. So we're heading into the end game. We're gonna be getting Aerith back very soon, so that'll be nice.
Yeah.
The downside is we get her split. We get her with Tifa, so we have two like the highest damaging characters together, and then we have Cloud and Barrett who are like the weaker two. So like we get kind of screwed over. You have one party that can do way too much freaking damage, and then you have one party where you gotta struggle to get everything dead. Luckily with SD and Mithril Saber and juggling magic ups and first strikes, you can make it so it's not too terribly hard, but you definitely struggle to kill everything as Cloud and Barrett, for sure. compared to Tifa and Aerith, where you like probably have about a dozen ways to kill any single enemy at any given time, between Star Shower, Somersault, spells, whatever. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be right back.
Wasn't it fun to learn about Shinra and our esteemed president? And to get a peek at the president's mementos? That was super cool! Moving along. The next
So,
exhibit
I
will
think I
teach you
put it in the
about
title, but
what we do here.
RPG Limit Break
By
is
giving
actually
you
going to
a closer
happen,
look
so
at each of our divisions.
if you guys have any
I
interest
hope
in
you're
that,
ready
make
to
sure to
get
look
ready,
into it
because you
in the
simply
near
won't
future. It should
believe
be
what
happening in
exciting
October.
adventures we have
I'll have to
here.
go check the Slack and
They
see
all look so familiar.
what's popping.
We've destroyed a bunch of them already.
I do have a room that I normally have with other people,
Impressive,
so
wasn't it? I hope you enjoyed
one of the
learning
guys
about
is
our division.
immunocompromised, so I might
The
have
wonderful
spots for
ideas
2
and
people.
solutions that are produced to benefit us
Oh,
all.
what are you going to submit, Steamed? Are you going to submit New Game Plus Hard, or... Because I was thinking about doing the same thing. I wouldn't want to step on your toes, because I've already been in really, really long-a-thon. I kind of want to learn Yuffie again, so that I can offer it as a donation incentive, but 40 to 50 minutes is a very long donation incentive. Because, like, with Vice or the top secrets, you can, 5-10 minutes. So probably that. Yeah. Well, I think, like, Godders were never banned, right? We just chose to not use Godders because it felt too easy. If there'd only been one Godder, at least then it would have been like, meh.
So come on.
Do main game for easy. Okay. I mean, my focus right now is Limit Break anyway. I might submit it, but I've already been in really, really long-a-thon, so the odds of me getting in versus a different category are pretty slim. Yeah, I think that's what I was thinking too. If you were going to use double God or Dumb you would only use the double at the end for the limit breaks on Nero to make it easier. Oh, Pixel Remaster? I'd be super... I want to learn 6 Pixel Remaster is what I want to learn. So I want to learn 7 OG, Pixel Remaster 6. I'm learning the Final Fantasy IV rando again. I keep forgetting some of the cheese strats you have to use on specific bosses, though. But I'm starting to remember them.
I still can't believe the mayor
Went back to doing pro-weighted chests and shops. God, it's the suffering using pro settings on items. You get slapped hard. So yeah, we're gonna be splitting up our party soon, but like I said before, Star Shower is extremely busted. There's a 70% damage buff to the next move. You can't stack it, so it doesn't like go up to 140 or whatever, but it will constantly give 70%. So you can like Star Shower, buff the next one by 70%, and then limit as well, and buff that by 70%. That's part of the reason. Could you? Thank you. That's part of the reason why Tifa works out so well with God or Gummerung, because 70% ends up allowing you to basically sidestep that issue of not having Berserk's 30% damage bonus. Get your damage high enough that it's not a problem. Cloud can also Berserk himself if you're in Punisher and you hold square for the finisher.
I was told to. That's right. Before I trust. Say what?
But his limits really, they're better off gained through using self-destruct instead of God or Gummerung. Oh shit! For some reason I thought the button wasn't up. I don't know why my brain is being bad today. Skip the cutscene here. This easy, easy, easy. So we're gonna roll forward, ATB boost, and kaboomskis. Full boss, right? Sometimes the game is really fussy here and won't make SD hit. We can set this to easy because there's no selection for hard, so there's no mandated, like, oh, you have to play it on normal then. If your option isn't there, then you don't have to take any particular option. Okay. I was hoping that one of them was trapped outside so they'd open the door for me.
Alright,
But
I'm here. Once you're up there,
doesn't happen all that often.
a lab, access to art.
We'll find a way.
A board meeting, it's being held in...
Think they like
Yeah, they do
speaking
definitely
Try
look
and find it. So you want to
too far apart.
Thanks for the tip.
Yeah, I think with Yuffie, Double God or Dummerung isn't bad. I think just like there are some places where it's not as efficient as your other options. It's kind of weird that way. Yuffie doesn't have Fury Ring, right? There's only like Kindred Cord, I think.
Barret.
Yeah,
And something else.
We came here to
Like a
save
Hyper
you.
Wrist, I think.
That's our first
Is that what it is?
That's right.
I know, like, you end up
only
not
get one
using
chance.
Ribbon because you don't.
Hold
You're
your
not worried
shield
about
up
getting
more times,
interrupted.
That'll buy us some time.
At least
We
I
need
don't
to
think
plan
we
this
used
just
Ribbon.
right.
I didn't.
Do you think that's where Professor
No
Hojo
Fury Ring,
is?
no refocus. Yeah, that's what I thought. There
What's
was
the plan?
some stupid
Little
reason.
bit of recon.
The no refocus is what annoyed the hell out of me the most.
We can find it.
Because, like, I'd rather be using refocus in some of those instances, because then at least God or Dummerung would be an option, right?
Alright, I'll wait out here.
Yeah, because enemies don't really give you stat debuffs. I think the other thing with Ribbon is, it, like, keeps your spells from being... It gives you higher, like, interrupt tolerance or whatever, so enemies can't interrupt you as easily or some shit like that.
Love to show them.
But to be honest, if an enemy is, like, able to interrupt you, you're doing something either extremely crazy or, high rolly on luck. You're definitely, like, risking way more than you should. I think that's what it says. If I remember right, that's what made me even look at the ribbon more than once, is because it's, like, says it makes it harder to interrupt your actions or something. But maybe it's just, insinuating that not being debuffed, means your actions aren't hindered. That would be really weird. But I guess it could be possible. Nah, I think it does give you, like, interaction protection. Well, it's not that you're, like, infallible, but, it's more so that, like, you find, like, the little minutia that we overlook a lot more often. And your execution is just higher than ours, so of course we're gonna look up to you rather than down or on a playing field. And even then, like, some of your strats, I can't replicate them properly, so I have to do other weird shit. Because I'm already making oversights on a strat that's laid out before me on a table. Hey, can you go, Club? Thank you. So, we're just crawling in to spy on the board meeting here. Nothing too special. We're just trying to activate the cutscene ASAP and then skip it. We're going to use Iron Blade to self-destruct on Specimen. We got to be very careful because in the first phase, we're very vulnerable to getting our freaking butt cheeks clapped. Yeah, I know, it is still kind of useless, but it is a cool little thing. Yeah, you're better off just doing more damage rather than trying to avoid getting interrupted. It's really hard to get interrupted anyway in that game, unless you're being really aggressive with something for some reason. So we're gonna head into the laboratory here. Specimen is kind of an obnoxious fight. We want to Berserk right off the bat. Specimen has two different attacks, Rake and Mako Expulsion. If he does Rake, I need to move to the side with Cloud so he doesn't hit my entire party. And if he does Mako Expulsion, I need to close in on him, do a full combo, and then self-destruct. The problem is the eyeballs can cast Fire and Blizzard in here, which will interrupt self-destruct, so I need to be very careful about how I do this first wave. After that, Fire and Ice really fall off because the eyeballs can't get out anything that interrupt my moves too much because we're going to be spamming limits for the most part, or Star Shower. Alright, so we're going to move on over here. Okay, Mako Expulsion it is. Berserk. Lock on. What do we got here?
Get ready.
Change stance. I want to take this hit on purpose. Self-destruct. You mother... I thought I was dead. I really thought I was dead. I almost killed myself there like a dummy. So now we've got Ascension here. That'll one-shot this phase. And then, yeah. So we're going to switch over to Tifa here. Uppercut, cancel it into a Star Shower, and then we'll uppercut one more time. And all we're trying to do is make sure we get to the end phase with enough limit there, that we don't get our face smacked in. So Star Shower into Somersault is going to hit hard enough to one-shot this phase. The thing is, this Mako Expulsion has to completely resolve before the boss is killable. And if we don't do enough damage before Berserk runs out, we might be a little bit low. We should be fine here. Cloud taking the L as usual. One shot, then we're going to use Overcharge here so that we can hit him. Oh, that's so stupid. I am dumb. We want to Kiriga Cloud here. We want to go into Mithril, no, and put Goddard onto Barret, yep. Goddard will come up in some of the fights here, but we can do without it for some of them. We're going to Arrow twice. That's not correct. Okay, thank you. Okay. We're going to Arrow Gun Magnify these idiots right here. Oh, that's awful. Oh. That fight did not go the way I wanted it to. Not surprising, though. This game is very unforgiving sometimes. Normally, what you're looking for is... Oh, really? No, I've had them both double eject without hitting them. As a matter of fact, I found attacking them makes it worse. I think either Tifa or Barret interrupted the eject.
Together we will reach.
I Arrow Gun Magnified, which hit them both. Unless I somehow turned off Magnify. This fight's really stupid. The double eject is not 100% consistent. If you can get both of those guys to eject at the same time, the game gets kind of buggy and only spawns one enemy, not two. So, what you're hoping for is a double eject. That's why I was acting all goofy when I saw one ejecting but not the other. It's very obnoxious, but whatever.
Looks exactly the same.
It's not the end of everything. I'll have to take a look at what you do and see. Because I found that Arrow Gun Magnify works pretty consistently there, but then again, getting eject... Star Shower? Yeah, I could see Star Shower doing it. Really? Turning off Magnify works better? Huh.
Anyway,
I guess I could see that, yeah, because the Magnify would possibly stagger them by accident.
That Hojo did.
We need to freaking update our, like, leaderboard table. And not just have it for boss fights, but really obnoxious fights in general. Like the triple Sledgeworm fight probably should be something that is up. Alright, so we're going to Aeroga the back enemy so that it duplicates in a very specific way. Then we're going to True Strike with Tifa here. Here we go. Sometimes True Strike doesn't hit hard enough, but most of the time it does its damn job. They're pretty good. Hit the elevator. So we could heal here, but we really don't need to. Aerith and Tifa and Barret all have Bloodsucker, so as they kill stuff, they'll get HP back.
Hojo's treasure.
Yeah, Tifa would probably get murked with Star Shower, though. I mean, she has Somersault, so I theoretically could just throw Somersault. Well, no, she doesn't. Well, I could avoid giving Goddard Umrung to Barret until a little bit after. Wouldn't be as efficient, but... is possible.
I'd better hurry.
It's not that big of an issue. What am I doing? You can actually skip these when you're on Tifa and Aerith. That's what my brain was thinking. Skipping that cutscene. So we're gonna add Tifa back, or Aerith back in. We're actually gonna do something really awkward. We're gonna switch over to Aerith's, or Tifa's Mithril Gloves. Because they're her highest weapon, and then just not overwrite, and then use them to overwrite Metal Knuckles. And then we're going to put Goddard Umrung on Tifa, but this will be right before we swap parties, and actually do the fight with them. Yeah, probably would have to wait. The issue is you need to get the eject and then kill him. That's what we're focused on. So
thanks.
That fight's stupid. I hate it. Arrow rather, triple ski. We use the triple slash to make sure they both die consistently.
Yeah. Nowhere close. Let's go.
Okay. So, Arrow hits the, getting the double eject is the problem. That fight's really dumb. A lot of these fights, like, there are super consistent strats, but there are very few fights where, like, everything is 100% consistent.
Sure.
Even bad ATB doesn't screw you up. Even criticals doesn't screw it up. You know what I mean? The fights all have some level of variance to them, unfortunately. There's, like, no fight in this game where it's like, we're not going to have any problems ever. Not a single one. So we're going to jump over this garbage.
Just do the trick.
Now, this fight right here is kind of awkward. My ATB gain and how fast enemies die can dictate how this fight goes. We're going to try and arrow magnify the double mono drives in front of me, and then catastrophe the other one that's going to have a barrier up, and that should kill everything. That's not consistent. Where is it? Into Thundiga on you. Overcharge. There we go. Thunder up.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you.
Guess what?
So we are gonna basically have to steal all the stuff off of Cloud for Tifa, or not Tifa, but Aerith. We're going to be switching her into Wind Magnify instead. We're going to be giving her First Strike and both the Magic Ups, and we're gonna switch Cloud's setup ever so slightly to get things in the right place and set it up for later. Oh my god, I hate this so much. Barrett does that sometimes. Oh, of course, he took damage too. You can pause buffer or cure buffer him at the bottom to keep him from doing that, but I didn't realize he actually took damage, or else I would have healed him to stop him from getting in Red's way there. The game kind of just loves to hate. 1.25? Oh, critical damage multiplier? Okay, yeah, I never actually knew myself. I thought it was like 1.25. 1.2 sounds about right, though.
Yeah.
Oh, so 2.2? Okay.
Oh, Joe.
Well, that would explain why there's such a huge gap between criticals on everybody else in Barrett, because his damage is so low at period.
Roger that.
Alright.
Hey, you think Cloud's
So we're gonna
doing
climb
okay?
up these
He's been
stairs.
acting really
We are gonna be
weirdly,
toggling a
more
bunch of
than
materia
usual.
around. It's gonna be really hard
But it's Cloud.
um,
I'm sure he'll be
to
fine. But what about you, Tifa? How are you holding
to
up?
kind of explain what's going on.
I guess this
Basically, we're just setting up Aerith with a magnified spell.
But it looks like the door's
We're
locked.
setting up both
There
magic
has
ups
to be
on
something
her,
we can
and we're
do.
getting first strike on
Let's
everybody
look
for
around.
now.
Gotcha.
We're doing a little bit of cleanup on Cloud's materia too, to get it in the right position so that I can juggle them around quickly. You hit the button though? Could you hit the button? But that's about it. We're gonna be doing that for most of the laboratory. We'll be juggling magic up and first strike back and forth.
About those
At one point, we'll stop juggling firsts all the time
fiddling with
because they're
some
not
sort of
super
control.
important. Once we get towards endgame, the
Alright.
first strikes will just end up on
We'll
Cloud
make our way
and
to the central
Aerith.
terminal.
Aerith, so that we can
Stay
take
tight
care
and
of
first.
the Arsenal. Cloud, so we can take care of Rufus, and Aerith and Cloud, so we can take care of Unova. Overcharge. Okay, well, we can go for an arrow right here. Under damaged by just the narrowest of margins. Yeah, the problem with crits is it pushes Cloud, Tifa's, and Aerith's damage way too high. So if you have to do some normal attacks to build like ATB after, you might end up actually killing the boss before you get to that point.
Wait a sec.
Or it might do so much damage that you get like nowhere near as many attacks. Hard, luckily, doesn't have that much, or New Game Plus doesn't have that big of an issue because we have access to maxed out assist, maxed out ATB stagger, maxed out skill master. So we can do a lot of things to mitigate crits being an issue and still gain the ATB we need.
We will.
But there are some times where it's really rough. Into Mithril, no, and metal. What? No. Stupid. Stop. Skill master? Yeah. Oh. Brain. ATB is more important than crits, yes. Having the proper amount of ATB ends up doing way more damage than crits, so crits end up being a net deficit by a pretty large margin, to be perfectly honest. So like right here, you see Aerith did take a little bit of damage, but she got it all back after killing everything here. Bloodsucker is strong enough that it's going to basically keep us up at max HP. Did I put on God or Dummerung, right?
Sadness.
I didn't see the flash, but I also wasn't paying attention. Eh, whatever. I can kill the next fight without it. Just need to make sure I have it for the Zen and Ace. It would be annoying for the Bloodhounds, but it would be worse. I'm pretty sure I put it on, because I was like thinking about it. I was like, wait a minute. No, stupid. Find out in a second. That's what I thought. Start here to try and get multi-hits. We're going to do a couple of pokes here to make sure we get a stagger activated. Row. Okay. Oh, it's just the one left? Of course it was just the one left. That room kind of stinks. You can... All those dogs can spawn at once, but it takes a while. Did need to grab that MP there. Yeah, there's a lot of things you can do with the dogs, but in hard, it just is better to YOLO, I think, to some extent. I think that hit. Whatever, I got the Tifa Warp. That was the important half of it. I've got other crates I can grab anyway. 169. I'll probably grab the crate next to the stairs just to be safe. Yeah, I'm not going to risk it. It's better to have the MP before than after. 188? Yeah, we're good.
Look.
That way I don't have to worry about the soul drains on the turrets either. You can get double soul drain on the missile turrets, but sometimes your damage can get screwy. Perfect MP rune. Sorry, you gotta be careful. I probably will have to heal anyway. You need to be careful before the turret fight to make sure Tifa's at next. Fist. Strength. Are you serious? That wasn't close enough. Oh, apparently you can skip the dogs in that fight. How am I not surprised? This game is a game, and it plays. That's about all I can say about this game.
Man, I really do.
This game does a lot of stuff that don't make no damn sense. Should max HP, okay. Into Thundera on that guy.
Watch yourself.
Thundera and Soul Drain.
Too bright? I think we're almost done. Sorry.
Drain. For it.
Let's finish.
Okay, that was time loss. Well, c'est la vie. Fights are going as scuff as usual. So we did the Thundera Magnify to basically stagger that one turret so that we could Soul Drain it twice and get the MP. But basically, we're toggling the MP from Tifa to Aerith. Tifa, her MP isn't super duper important. Aerith's ends up being way more so.
We use the control.
Roger that.
Yes. Iron Blade, Ice.
You two stay there.
Okay.
Alright, so this will be the one place where I toggle the element on the Iron Blade here. This is super duper important on the right element for this area and the Whispers fight. Into Iron No, Lightning, and we want Burst, and this Magic, and then it should be First for Binding. And we also want to switch into Disorder here. We'll use it quite a bit, so... Well, if all the dogs spawn at once, you can one-shot the entire group, because there is a chance that all the waves will spawn in one shot.
More of Hojo's experiments.
Alright, so we gotta manage our MP pretty closely here.
Commencing test.
You can Disorder right here, but we're gonna go with Triple Slash, because,
Commencing test.
Boost. SD. Trying to get Barret as close to the right position as possible.
I hope you're enjoying your experience.
Yeah, all of them probably spawned at once. That's the only way you can, like, skip the second wave. Because the second 3 dogs can spawn all at once.
Before you get any ideas, you should know this glass is bulletproof.
Oh, yeah. If you see 6, then they all spawn properly just immediately. There's 3 waves of enemies that can spawn screwy. The enemies that come out of the doors in Chapter 4, the Helitroopers in Chapter 12, before Reno and Rude, can all spawn at once, and then the dogs can all spawn at once. And they all seem to be related, so if you get one, the next one usually happens as well. Whatever it is, it's the same, like, dirty value. Thunder, boost, boom. Thank you. Okay. So we've managed to get Barrett in the right position twice so far, so that's nice.
Toys be broken, no matter how many times I've seen it happen.
Yeah, Star Shower can one-shot the dogs if you catch them up in it. It does enough damage. So we're gonna switch into Mithril Blade and give Goddardummer to Barrett here in a second. Enjoy that 69 MP because it's about to disappear. So we're gonna grab this. Into Mithril Saber, no. Into Goddard, yes. Alright, and now for the really obnoxious fight. I'm gonna switch to Barrett right off the bat. Thundera. 1, 2. Into Focus Thrust. Into Disorder. Boost. Thundera. Okay. Where? Good fight.
Come on, we're going.
I got really lucky there. I almost fired that Thunder off too soon. Why did I heal you? Whatever. I guess we'll grab the MP crate. Oh, do I care? I do kind of, actually. Well, I mean, it's kind of a dog skip, so you're not wrong. It's just a different function than what you thought it was.
Test subjects don't
So you can actually maintain movement in this cutscene if you fire off a limit before that action right there. So I gotta switch back to Barrett here to turn off this energy so I can actually tell him to do the limit. We're not gonna heal with Barrett after this fight because it's gonna give me like almost no HP back because I've got 2 HP ups on. We're gonna switch over to Brain Pod I here. What? We're gonna try and get into the doorway here. Here we go. That's what we're looking for. Good fight.
I guess.
That's part of the reason why I use Catastrophe. That fight can be done without Goddardummer into Catastrophe, but it's just easier that way. Alright, let me take a look at the next menu. I gotta put Goddard back on Tifa. Binding for First Strike.
What do you know?
Clouds first for his HP up. Then we give it for Aerith's Fire, so that's over to the right. And then we Binding Skillmaster.
The passages
Aerith's Ice out for Cloud's Synergy. Or Barrett's Synergy? E.
Please.
Oof.
It's a PHS terminal. Call up Tifa. See if they can get to the central terminal.
We'll get to the central terminal. So yeah, Mithril Saber is kind of needed to deal with those stupid sledge worms. You could do some like SD cross-slash shenanigans, but you're asking for trouble with that. Alright, we're gonna wait until they start trying to get up. Blade Burst. That'll one-shot them as soon as they get active. And we can just skip the rest of the fight. So we're gonna do this really cute thing with Synergy that Strife came up with.
Right.
We're gonna Thunder out one of them with Aerith, and then we're gonna poke the other one with True Strike. Aerith's gonna follow up with Synergy, and both these sledge worms are gonna go down like a sack of potatoes. Thank good golly, Miss Molly. These sledge worm fights were some of the worst fights in the entirety of the game. Into Goddard, yes. We want Binding for that. We want what is it? Rain? First Strike for this. First Strike for that. This, and then Ice for Synergy. Correct. All right, let's go.
You don't want to make me mad. Oh, let me go.
There you go. One of the more annoying fights in the game. Down like a sack of potatoes. All Alright, so we're gonna try and stick next to Tifa here to bait that out. Or try and get them both on the same line. Yeah, there's not much you can do about that.
No surprises there.
You're trying to get her to warp next to the travel point, but when you're like that, you're kind of screwed over.
Sorry for the wait. No.
Arrow. Think. Okay, good. I had to wait for that uppercut to resolve because I'm a big dum-dum. Oh, look, 169 MP and 68. We almost got double the beam numbers. Yeah, but the dogfight's weird. There's like I said, there's a couple of encounters where the enemies can like spawn inappropriately. They'll spawn way before the trigger is met. It's the same thing with the enemies in Chapter 7, kind of, where like they can get off the console if you kill the rest of the enemies before the dialogue finishes. But if you reset the fight, they'll stay to the console until the dialogue's over. So.
Look, an elevator.
There's a lot of awkward stuff in this game that probably shouldn't function the way that it does, but it does. Luckily, it's commonly in our favor that the thing is kind of buggy.
For us, I presume.
For the record, I don't like this one bit.
All that remains.
Alright, so we're getting into the final boss rush here. We've got like one enemy left, I think, and then it's Sword Pete. Sword Pete's barely a boss in hard, or New Game Plus, rather.
You asked for it.
True strike. That's actually a lot less of knock. Damn it, Red! Why did he spawn in front of me there? Ugh.
This was a good
Arrow Magnify should one-shot everything, but I screwed up there. I think I waited too long to start casting it, so one of them got away. Or got so far away that it screwed up the magnification. I'm not quite sure what happened there. Luckily, First Strike plus Synergy means I could just poke with a True Strike to get his Synergy to kill the last one left over. Alright, so we're going to switch over to Iron Blade here.
Now we head back to that
I think?
door.
No. We got to do HP up for First Strike on Tifa. What? My Brain for Ice? Wind for Lightning? Oh, wait. Oh, I'm being dumb here. This needs to be here, this needs to be here, this needs to be here. And then Skill Master for Synergy. Yeah. God, my brain is made of Swiss cheese, I swear. No. This, Dolphin Flurry. We're gonna downgrade it. No! These menus need to be fixed. I need to get more used to Thunderga into Blizzard. Very bad menuing. Oh, I should also just... This menu I haven't really gotten to very much. I did the Iron Blade last because I thought I had to push the HP up in a different slot, but I guess it turns out I moved it earlier.
Maybe.
These menus are a little bit scuffed because I haven't gotten to practice the endgame quite as much. I've gotten to the endgame for very many runs, but I have made a major overhaul recently where I use the weapons to reorient my materia much quicker. So it's a little bit awkward for me still.
Boost. Just in case.
Okay. Flurry. Jump back. Fist. Thanks for nothing. What's the MP count? 149? That's fine. 150 is about where I want to be, but it's not reasonable to be that high or that low. I guess 149 really isn't that low, especially with a changed out arsenal. I need to be more aggressive with Barret in that fight. That's the only difference.
Might be locked from this side.
Tifa, can you... No, not yourself. Cloud. I gotta wait before I can swap out my weapon here then. Because I don't want to up my Hard Edge, Arch no, Sonic Knuckles no, into yes. Then we want Stagger for this, and then Elemental for that. Elemental Ice, good to go. Into Blizzara and Braver. Dive kick, da-da-da. Okay, that should be a Rise. Should have already been a Rise. Alright, I need to do that in the previous fight, so...
What the hell?
Who would?
We may find out soon.
Thanks. Okay. Yeah, that should have been done in the previous menu. There's no reason to not put a rise on there.
So what's above this floor?
The president's
Mediocre
office,
as always.
and then the roof.
Wait, once we get in, we're ready.
The elevator. Now's the time for any unfinished business. I'm ready.
Alright. So now we've got to go into Genova. This is one of the more difficult bosses in the entire game. I should be using Synergy with Aerith here, but I'm not very good at letting the AI control the shortcuts. My strat right now requires a lot of ATB building with Cloud. So sitting on Aerith is not beneficial. And probably not even possible, for the most part. Because I trigger a bunch of ATB assists with Cloud, and
Where the hell is that bastard?
have to kind of, like, loop his moves a little bit harder. ATB assist can activate when you're not on the character, but it's very difficult to get the AI to not screw up or do anything goofy like that.
Help me.
So we do have... I probably should put Barrett on answers before this. I mean, I guess it really wouldn't matter one way or the other. I still gotta toggle Goddard over. Alright, let's get into the hardest fight in the game. At least for me, I think. We boost into Cloud, one Star Shower into Berserk, Vulcan Flurry into Self Haste, into Braver. Never game. Waiting for the time to kick in. Okay, a little bit too early. Counter stance. So we're gonna Tempest here to build some ATB. Tifa's gonna uppercut and then Star Shower. Disorder, Star Shower, Braver. Okay, I was about to Braver there again. I was really concerned about my damage output. Alright, so we're just going to sling Cloud over there to get him in spot and then start charging a Tempest so she can build ATB while we're killing. Are you serious? That's annoying. That was really bad. I knew that was going to happen. Yep. That order was really bad. I also need to resist everyone here. Into Focus Thrust, switch over to Tifa. Gimme. Switch over to Aerith. Tifa True Strike. Aerith's HP is a bit lower than I'd like it to be. Tifa into Kira on... No, not yourself. I'm so stupid. Kira onto Aerith. Fine, whatever. It's gonna be real rough here in about a 5-second span. I don't need to heal Tifa, I need to heal Aerith, so that's gonna be kind of a pain in the ass. Wasn't even doing that right. Star Shower. Star Shower. Blizzara. Flurry here. What the hell? Okay. Just Cloud.
Sorry, but I gotta.
Okay. Very obnoxious. Pincers. Yes. Daughter, yes. HP up, and then assist. That HP's pretty low, but I should be able to swing it. That's really obnoxious. She took a lot of damage in that end phase, even after healing her. Annoying. But whatever. In a normal run, I would... in a marathon run, if it was any lower than that, I would take a bench. But closer to 3k is probably more than enough. Like I said earlier, this fight can be done with
Everyone okay?
blindfold on. I'd have to practice it a bit, though, but I definitely could do this without really looking all that much. The only downside would be that right there. Stance change. Almost messed that up.
Think you got my number?
Not at all. You're making me sweat.
So the hard part would be making sure I'm locked onto the dog there. We also need to always start the phase by hitting the dog. If you start that first phase without hitting the dog, you will end up triggering a cutscene. It loses quite a bit of time. Luckily, even if your damage is a little bit low there, you can just stance change for the last hit so you don't get shot in the back of the head by the railgun. You can sleep Rufus here. You could leave that on as a backup strat, but if you triple slash at the right time, you can always get the railgun, which you can just roll out of.
Let's make it a
and if I do it a little bit late, it'll basically hold him in place right here. Braver, insta stagger because of a damage system mechanic. Full combo, into a disorder, bingo bango bongo, see you on the other side, dongo. Now this fight right here kind of stinks. We're gonna go limit, catastrophe drone A, thunder up, double tempest here for building ATB and damage.
Get ready.
Brain. Okay. And the only problem there is I did get hit by some of those lasers. Unfortunately, you're not instantly invincible, so you can die in that cutscene. That's why I was worried about my HP there a little bit. Charge Tempest. Blizzara. Tempest. Run. Excuse me, what happened here? Barret Thundera. I'm not quite sure why my damage sucks so hard here. I'll have to route this out a little bit better. Thundaga. Tempest. Where is it? Okay, fine. You want to be like that? Blizzara rear wheel.
Don't catch a cold.
Tempest. Thundera.
Sorry, but I gotta.
Run.
Get ready.
Okay. Ugh.
Any ideas? Take cover behind the bridge.
Okay. Good enough. The fight is a little bit off in damage. Strife told me that you can do it with Tempest on the wheels instead of double Blizzara, so I'm still trying to get used to it. My damage output's a little wonky sometimes, and I haven't quite figured out what it is. Basically, I think I'm rolling damage ranges. It worked initially because of specific things in my setup. So right here, we're getting ready for the end game. We need to use Iron Blade and SD to make these fights a little bit quicker. We want to go into Iron No. Then we want to go into Pincer into, I believe, Wrecking Ball? No, and then yes into Pincers. Okay. Yes into Pincers, and then yes into LMG. Then we want to go wrong. Goddard to Tifa. Yes. Then Tifa needs to be going to Mithril again. No, and then Metal. Yes. It's a little bit awkward here because I'm not used to this newer menu. Lightning and back into Ice. We want both magic ups on Cloud. Then we need Revival for Magnify here. And then I believe it's Skill Master for wind. Wait. Her Skill Master for his wind. Oops. Could you please let me find the wind materia? Thank you. Okay. Alright, and I'm very bad at this menu. It'll be quicker once I get used to it. Okay. I just need to practice this after I get a couple more runs under my belt with this route. Curiga Magnify. The thing is, the fight after this menu, if you have to reset it, eats up a ton of time. And this menu isn't that hard to practice because it's at the very beginning of Chapter 18, so you can just load the chapter over and over. The next fight is a little bit different because we do need to do a slight menu in between now and Sephiroth. I can optimize my shortcuts a little bit better, but I have to relearn the fight in Sephiroth so that I'm using the shortcuts don't throw me off. Absolutely not. I'm not even going to consider having ATB that low. My HP is where it should be. Okay. Yeah, everything should be good here. So we're going to be using self-destruct here right off the bat, because it's going to push a ton of damage onto the Whispers. And as long as we use a small amount of ATB, very low hit count, and high enough damage, the timer for the next fight will start immediately, rather than the timer for the
We can beat them.
laser attack the main Whisper does. So basically we can just progress this phase immediately. Done. And we can do the same thing with the next phase. All we gotta do is build some ATB in between here and there, though. So that's all we're looking at.
Bring it on.
We're gonna roll forward, explode, and overcharge to build some ATB here. We've got Steadfast Block on Tifa and Barret to build their ATB while they're over there guarding at everything. This is really awful. Here we go. Trying to build as much ATB as possible here. Guard to reduce the damage just a little bit. We won't be able to get a limit right off the bat because the level 2 limit is pretty expensive. So even with a self-destruct, we really can't get there even on double magic up. But it is pretty close. As long as we get anything but Firaga here, we'll be able to get the ATB we need to kill the red guy before we lose too much time. It's really hard to get the ATB if yellow and blue are on top of each other, because then you end up getting bonked off blue's shield over and over again. What am I doing?
No more playing.
Oh my god. Please stop! Tifa. It's Cloud. What? What is going on here? Okay, hurt yourself.
Watch yourself.
There's no way I could have done that any other way. Well, having ATB is a lot less important than not being dead. I thought his air eyes got interrupted. That was really obnoxious. Chapter 18, yeah. Fight's usually not like that, but when it's me, it's usually like that. There's something about my tiny little brain that just completely shuts down when we get here. Like I said, I do need to practice this stuff a little bit more. It's not that hard, though. So we'll go Dolphin. What the fuck? I honestly don't know what to do now. The only thing I can try is a self-destruct. Did that just get interrupted too?
Hang on! Eric!
This this fight's gonna suck. This fight's really fair and balanced. I just thought I'd put that out there.
A glimpse of tomorrow.
Yeah, meanwhile, everywhere else, if you ATB boost like that, it'll activate in the cutscene. Here, fuck you don't get it. And this is what I'm talking about. This right here, this fight's like 10 minutes long. Resetting here is like losing 4 or 5 minutes. Time for Ultra Fuckboy is what's going on. I'm getting my ass pounded. Apparently I went to the fucking pound me in the ass prison. Can I even Punisher stance this? I honestly don't know.
Well, the big one is.
I guess we gotta SD and pray here, because that's about the only thing I can do. We're gonna lose a bunch of time in this phase, 100%. And I'm an idiot. What the fuck? Dude, will you stop it? Both of you suck.
We still got a job to do.
Let's do this. Enough of you.
I think this'll work. I honestly couldn't tell you. I have to hold my limit though, 100%. I think that was an okay recovery. This fight's really jank. Oh gosh. Wow. Yeah, the thing is, you would think I could use the limit there, but I need to save it for Bahamut. And if I will take a couple of counter hits in the next phase, but not enough to get a full limit. At least I'm pretty sure that's the case. That's how this game is. It probably would have been done for if that offering hadn't shot the blue guy to the opposite side of the arena. Nice double limit. I had 3 characters versus 1 Whisper, and I'm like, you know what? Double limit. That's the solution.
The future is always a blank page.
Oh, I'm lucky I got out of that. That definitely should have been ripped, to be honest, but I guess I get lucky some days.
Least they could do is give us
No PB here, just clown. I'm literally in clown school, teaching everyone how to be a clown. Fun, 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 clown.
Ultra Big Boy's all mine.
That had to be like a minute and a half of time loss. Holy God. But it's definitely a hell of a lot less time loss than what could have happened if I had to reset. I think it's a good thing I ATB boosted right off the bat, so I wasn't tempted to do it in any of the other phases.
Here we go.
So we want to tank these attacks here. Get my ATB test. Okay, sure. We're gonna wait a second here to make sure this gets locked on properly.
Right.
Alright, switch over to Tifa. Nice. I'm so glad that that uppercut completely lived. Oh, cool. Oh my gosh, I hate everything. That was way more tighter than it needed to be. Because the uppercut whiffed twice.
Say goodbye.
You gotta be very careful here with this. Make sure that you don't get freaking... the game is really trying to be a piece of poop right now. I think we're good. Woo! I'd say more or less that like a 440 is pretty reasonable. There is a chance that I throw one of the boss fights, but this is one of the boss fights that really, yeah, this fight is a carnival circus sideshow. I am the 3-headed freak.
I think so.
Here we go.
This is definitely not what it says on the tin can. This is not how you do this fight, not even close. Oh, good grief. That's why you gotta be very careful with shortcuts, because misinputs like that are almost death sentences. Especially firing off limits by accident. It's almost better to do limits through tactical menuing so that it can't be a problem. But it also means that there is an issue where you can, Hey look, my ATB boost went through this time. How nice. SD, switch over to Tifa, over to Tifa. Okay. Good grief. But yeah, you'd lose about the same amount of time if I had to restart that fight. Any of the end phase of the boss fights. Sephiroth is more straightforward and more complex at the same time. Really depends on how you do the fight. Sephiroth can be very simple, but slow. Or it can be very complex and very intricate. And that's kind of the fight I went. I'm like a middle-of-the-road fight. It could be better for sure. So your hard edge, no. We want my HP up and skill master back. Give you HP boost. Into Sorter, Braver, and Blizzara. Yep. 1, 2, 3. Disorder, Blizzara. See you later, scumbag. Stance change into Braver. Got the skill master going. Come here, buddy. Come here, we're friends. Haha, I got you, bitch.
Free. Going in. That'll do. All right.
I'm gonna have to focus on this fight because you really can't afford a misinput with Sephiroth. A misinput's yeah, pretty much. Tifa, come here. Thank you. All right, we're good to go. There's no way I don't have Aerith.
Need some help?
Don't know about need. Good to go?
You know it.
All right.
Wait for a second, Mosmian, waiting here. Go for it. Seriously? What a bummer, dude. He didn't even Mosmian and waiting because I Blizzara too soon. What a dummy.
Man,
Operator stance. Just let it build naturally. One more.
Let's finish.
Let's do this.
If I'm really worried about this, I can Cura right here on Cloud.
I've got you covered.
Okay, she's got enough ATB, it's fine. That Cura really wasn't necessary, but I like to play safe with Sephiroth. Okay, so we got 2 phases left. Right here, we're going to get 1 of 3 elements right off the bat. He does have 4, but he will never start with ice, for whatever reason. So we really only need wind, lightning, and fire. Right? Right, whatever. Wind, lightning, and ice. Yeah. Lightning infusion it is. Wait a minute here, Aeroga. Okay, Blizzara, Blizzara. Into Infinity End, Thundaga, Through Strike, Uppercut, Cancel Uppercut, Dive Kick, Cut, Dive Kick. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna hard switch to Cloud here to make sure he fires this off properly. There's one thing I want to be careful with is making sure this hits. What? What? Dude, just ascend. Holy garbage. I'm stupid. I'm stupid! Okay. What? Hold on. What? What is this? What is this garbage?
Welcome back.
30 seconds off PB? You've got to be kidding me with this trash.
We can do this. We can. We can change it.
Make it right.
That my PB right now is 436.22. Damn, that rerouting did a whole lot of work. Shout outs to your boy. I have to say right now, thanks to Doug or Duren, Strife, and with some other runners like Steve, Emmy, Ian, have done a lot of help telling me how stuff works, how fights work, and very much ushering me in the direction of better strats, which is why you see like 30 seconds off BB here. I do have several runners that I'm hoping to have attend any physical event, specifically a Limit Break, but the Discord is always very helpful when we do online stuff. So if this is a submission for an online event, I can very easily secure additional commentary, very much so. They're more than willing to help out. I don't know if I can say expect a 436 out of me at a marathon. Probably shouldn't be too bad, because I do have updated menus and stuff, so I was losing time to those menus. Me just doing them slower, but they ended up being faster than the old menus, even though I did them slower and worse. But yeah, if for Limit Break, I can solo this, as you can tell, for the most part. I definitely do like interacting with chat, so if that is possible, I'd love to do it. Because every once in a while, I'll forget specific things, and people will be like, why don't you just walk through that wall in Chapter 1? It's like, oh, there's actually a big invisible wall here, I gotta activate the switch kind of thing, right? But I'm sure there are plenty of people that would be viable to do this with. I have my own gear. If I need to run it on PC, I could, but do keep in mind it would probably be 20 minutes slower unless there was a PC strong enough to run it at like 90 or above frames. Yeah. If any of you guys are interested in Limit Break, look into it, because it is happening this year. We're going to go back to IRL events as long as you're don't have COVID. Feel free to attend. I actually got to look into that now, because I'm like upper staff. Not staff, I'm a volunteer, a senior volunteer, so we're getting involved in the staff stuff, so that maybe one day we could be staff if necessary. But yeah, that's what this run was for. I'll probably do more practice runs of the same stuff where I stop resetting, and I'll focus mainly on marathon commentary practice and runs. I'll break through my glass ceiling, but I'd say, like, this is obviously a really good run. You're not going to see these every time, but you're really probably not going to see me go above 440. I'm actually, like, shocked that I got a 436 when I completely botched Whispers like that. It's crazy. Yeah, maybe you have some airline miles, but that's more or less what you get out of me. It'll be a little bit more refined. I'll have worked out the kinks on some of those bosses that are a little more dangerous, and figured out how to make them work consistently with my route, or practice them to the point where I know the backup strats, that it's not a problem. Because like Abzu 2 can go wrong. I need to smooth that out a little bit. Whispers, I apparently need to practice more than I thought, because I'm misinputting. I need to rework my shortcuts so that I'm not changing them quite as much. Yeah, my endgame definitely needs to be polished up a little bit more. Luckily, Strife has showed me a very optimal Hojo's laboratory, and working in the materia changes through my weapons has saved a humongous amount of time. My PB used to need, like, God Laboratory, and now, like, God Laboratory is normal. The time loss is much less, so these fights are a lot more consistent, as long as I don't hesitate. Most of them do have very tight input windows, but, like, the Sledgeworms fight is actually pretty consistent. It was a little bit dicey, because I thunder it a bit too soon on the first one, but overall, I'd say, like, the points of failure in this run are very less common. Yeah, I think there is some improvement in my Chapter 17, because I'm like, I think 3 or 4 minutes behind, like, the 29-minute thing you said I should have. I'm, like, closer to 31 or 32. Don't know if I'll ever be able to bring it that low, but I definitely can save time there. Yeah. I don't know if I would ever consider this a bad run, because there really wasn't any major mistake anywhere. If anything, it was just some sluggish input and, you know, a little bit of mistakes here and there. Failed experiment turned into a complete circus, though. I'm just lucky that I managed to recover Whispers. Whispers is a really rough fight. If you don't know how to recover it, you end up dead. I'm not going to drag this on too long. I appreciate your time, Marathon Committee, checking this out. I think I covered everything that I would cover in the commentary. Any questions I can definitely answer to the best of my ability. Yeah, you can basically cut this off as soon as you finish the boss fight, but that sounds about right. I know there are going to be some people that travel from abroad that can't make it, but this isn't just for Limit Break. This is going to end up getting replaced sooner or later once I get a better PB. But I'd say 440 is pretty safe. The only time I would push past that estimate would be if I have Chapter 16 stairs. That costs you about 7 minutes, and there's not much I can do to mitigate that. 440 would be safe even with the Barrett cutscene, because it only cost me about 2 minutes. Though, most likely, if I'm seeing Barrett's cutscene, I'm also going to take the stairs, too. So we're talking about plus 10, so we're going up to 450 there. But for the most part, the fights, as long as you can recover the fights, which is one of my strong points, shamefully, recovery, rather than just being good in general, you're not going to get too under the bus. I hope this run looks like it'll be a fit for the marathon. I've been practicing this for probably... But ever since it came out, I've been working on this run. I've probably gone through 4 different routes now. And I'd say the only way I'd be any more practiced is after Crisis Core comes out. But, yeah, it's not a PB. It's like 30 seconds off. But I'd say if... I don't want to be too greedy and say 36, 35, 37 is guaranteed. That's why I say 440. Because there is going to be some mistakes you make somewhere. And they do end up becoming pretty catastrophic if you have to reset a fight. It's usually a minute or 2. But that's kind of what I'm accounting for, is messing up 1 or 2 fights. Yeah. Guys, have fun with it. You don't have to learn hard immediately. If you're looking to learn PS4 stuff, looking at some of the PS4 runs, and then applying those to any place where Synergy is like heavily abused for boss fights is probably going to be your best bet. Synergy isn't like game-breaking in enemy encounters. Most of the time you can just get through it with normal casting. But things like Airbuster just don't work out in PS4, so you'd have to look at strats that were used in the PS4. I might go back to it at some point. If you're having any issue with specific bosses, let me know. But anyway, I'm going to cut it here. There's obviously other donation incentives and stuff, but I went over those in the chapters. So I hope this is a fit for your marathon. And I'll see you guys later. Thank you for your time. Bye.